Well, good morning and welcome everyone to the Banks Homes Riverside for what should be an intriguing day 4 of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Nottinghamshire from Chesley Street. Weather set's fair, I think, for the day. It's a little bit of cloud in the sky, but lots of blue sky compared to yesterday. It's a bit warmer than yesterday, not quite as strong the breeze from the north. And Durham take to the field, as you can see there, led by Captain Alex Lees, accompanied by 2 umpires, Peter Hartley and Steve O'Shaughnessy, and batsman Ben Slater and Rob Lord, the night watchman. Durham in search of 9 wickets. Nottinghamshire still trailing by 190, and it's good morning to Rob Rush.
Morning, mate.
How are you?
I'm all good. I'm looking forward to seeing how Notts go about their business, because yes, they still trail by 190, as you say, but still a good batting pitch. Still a very good batting pitch, as we saw yesterday with Durham racking up 3 centuries, Emilio Gay going back-to-back at Banks Homes Riverside, Ollie Robinson picking up his first of the year, and Graham Clark going back-to-back after scoring 160 down at Hampshire. He backed it up with 120 or so yesterday. Durham decided to bat on until they were all out. A club record 664 was the result. Healthy lead of nearly 260. Notts will resume 67 for 1. Rob Lord did his job yesterday as night watch after Haseeb Hamid, who did the damage in the first innings, was undone by a ripper from Bryden Cars. He bowled a fiery spell from the Lumley end, but as you can see on your screen, it's not the experience that Alex is going with. He's going with the youth.
Yeah, James Minto will open the bowling this morning from the Lumley end. First inning, he's actually been in the whole game, been the one bowler to really get the ball to swing. It'd be interesting to see how he goes this morning. There's a little bit of shape there from Minto first up. So a good fiery spell last night from Bryden Cars. So he picked up the 1 wicket to fall. The seemingly immovable object of Haseeb Hamid, who had, up until the point where his off stump was disturbed, had spent every moment of the game on the ground.
Make sure you get him a good side, Steve, yeah?
This one a bit quicker and a bit shorter, but down the leg side. Intriguing final day set up. Durham in search of 9 wickets. Nottinghamshire will be looking to bat the best part of today to avoid defeat. Top of the table outfit. A little bit straight from Minto, but he does have protection out in the deep. In the guise of Bryden Cars, who does the fielding. Gets Slater off the mark this morning. He moves on to 38. Notts on to 68 for 1. As usual, if you'd like to get in touch with us, interact with Rob and myself, then you have the comments in the live chat, or you can drop us an email on streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk.
Please keep the chat on live stream cricket related.
Don't make me go all parenty.
No one likes a grumpy Ash.
No, well, he's grumpy 90% of the time, to be fair. But it's good shape from Minto, and nicely played by Lloyd first ball. Lord even first ball.
I think Cody Youssef to open up from the Finkel end.
Has he gone through his stretches there? Yeah, it looks like he is. Down at third man. Bit of a split field here. 2 slips. Got a sweeper out on the leg side. Minto just tests the middle of the pitch there. Keeping Rob Lord on his toes, or on his heels as it is, as he ducks underneath that one. Good morning to everybody watching. Say Durham in the search for quick wickets. Notts in the search for not only occupying the crease, but they'll be looking to continue to score. They've scored quite nicely throughout the game. Currently going at around the 4 and over mark in this second innings, mainly through Ben Slater's aggression.
That first innings, they kind of sat at between 4.5 and 5.
Yeah, they went crazy, didn't they? Big day. Oh, Minto induces a drive from Lloyd that ends the over. As you can see from the bottom of your screens, 96 overs in the day. There's a slight change to proceedings that there are fixed times throughout the day. So lunch will be taken at the normal time, I believe.
Yeah, lunch is at 1 as normal.
And then tea taken at 3:40.
Yeah, no matter how many overs are left in the day.
Maybe the only thing stopping that would be if somebody was maybe 9 down and there's a chance to extend.
To wrap the game up.
Ben Rain is actually going to open the bowling from the Finkel end.
Yeah, he normally prefers the Lumley end, and being the elder statesman of the attack, he gets to dictate proceedings.
Wow, the youngster's pulled rank by the look of it.
I wonder if he had a quiet word in Alex Lees' ear. Still just 2 slips. He's going to push Cody Youssef to a wide mid-off. Got backward point. Sort of a cover point as well. Riding cast there. Youssef's actually now going to go extra cover. So mid-off is open for Slater. George Rizzel's in at mid-wicket and 2 men back on the leg side. He'll find one of those sweepers. He's going to look for 2, but Emilio Gay will keep it to 1. Who else is out there sweeping? It'd be Minto.
Yeah.
Down at 3rd. He's now actually going to come up for Rob Lord, seeing as not so for right-left combo. And Graham Clark will disappear to the Daffabet stand. Key, Ash, that Rob Lord is dismissed quickly from a Durham point of view. They don't want him to hang around and protect that Notts order. Just be an extra irritant for the home side.
Yeah, did a job similar to what James Minto did for Durham, scoring 67 in a 111-run partnership with Alex Lees.
Playing a miss. Saw the couple token overs last night from George Rizzel. Got some turn and bounce out of this wicket.
Yeah, some good footmarks at that end. The end that Rob Lord's batting from. So I think George Rizzel will have a big role to play today.
It'll be nice for him as well not to have to play a holding role. He'll be able to attack. Lord plays that nicely. He'll have the first boundary of the final day.
Yeah, speaking of attack, that's a lovely shot that from Rob Lord. Driving on the up through point. And every run is really important to Notts as that lead comes down to 184 now.
Yeah, so often we talk about spinners sort of trying to plug them in at one end and rotate from the other end and rotate seamers. And we saw that with Liam Patterson-White, which kind of was dictated by how Durham were batting.
Yeah.
Notts' first innings score turning out to be incredibly below par. And Rain follows up with a beauty. So Liam Patterson-White got through, I think, 50 overs of work in that Durham second innings, or first innings, excuse me, on days 2 and 3. But was very much just allowing Heba Mead to rotate his quicks from the other end, whereas George Rizzel, when he gets his opportunity to bowl, you'd imagine Alex Lees will work his way through the seamers first up. So Lord crunches again through point, which is vacant. Second boundary of the over, 9 from it, not 77 for 1. Yeah, you'd imagine Alex Lees would work through his quicks for at least one spell each and then turn to Rizzel for spin. also do have Colin Ackerman as an alternative. But a good start from Notts. Have already knocked off 10 from that overnight deficit. Only got one other game in Division 1 that's gone to a fourth day down at the Oval. Yorkshire are in a very similar position to Notts. They're going to have to bat the day to save that one.
Minto beats the outside edge with a little bit of shape away from the left-hander. Good bowling from the young fella.
That's the only other game going on in Div 1. And then Div 2, Kent are effectively 45 for 4 in their second innings. So Gloucestershire will be looking to take those 6 poles and knock off whatever is required. Lancashire look like they're going to try to set up a declaration at Old Trafford against Derbyshire. 149 for 6, leading by just under 300. And every other game, and the 2 other games in Div 2, were wrapped up last night. Leicestershire winning by 7 wickets and Glamorgan by 8.
Guided away by Slater, down to third man.
John Bland will be happy.
Yeah.
There is a man at third.
Absolutely, George Drizzle, the man doing the fielding down there. Oh, right on the money and nearly getting through Rob Lord's defences there, but he was up to the task. As he indicates there with his left hand, a little bit of swing back into him from James Minto. And again, some nice swing. Good questions being asked by young Minto to start off the day, but not so far unscathed. That is the important thing from their point of view.
Yeah, you mentioned the footholes, Ash. When we cut to the closer camera, you'll be able to see. Perfect timing. Just outside Ben Slater's off stump, that patch of rough where we did see George Giselle last night target. That will then become more important throughout the day. Slater tries to cut off the back foot. There is your field for Ben Rain to Ben Slater. It's a short spell for Rain last night. Just the 3 overs. Carson, Yusuf had it going. Thought Yusuf in particular very unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Thumps into the pad. Leg by. Nice looking drive, but straight up to the skipper. 79 for 1, deficit 178.
As every over goes by, the Notts changing room will breathe a little easier. And when a maiden over from Ben Rain, his second so far of the innings. 92 overs remaining in the day. Minto will continue. The ground staff just in Ben Slater's eye line there, even though they're like 20 metres away. Slater pulls this away fine, but Cody Youssef does well to get round and do the fielding right down in front of us. Just a little bit short there from Minto. Helped on its way around the corner by Slater. Big day, day 4. Two good sides going head to head here. A really good contest. Minto lets that one fly, but it doesn't come back at the batsman like you would have hoped and flies across towards the slip. They're all scattered out of the way, hoping that Ollie Robinson would do the business. Nicely punched off the back foot and good fielding in the covers by Graham Clark. Prevents that from going for any runs. That's what Durham will want to do, is try and build some pressure on these two Notts batsmen. Looking for that breakthrough. And what is still a very, very good surface to bat on here at the Banks Homes Riverside. In discussion, the skipper with Minto is talking plans, giving the youngster a little bit of advice. This one's flashed away by Lord off the back foot gloriously through cover point, and will bring him another boundary. He's been very strong through that area so far. He moves on to 15, Notts on to 84 for 1. And that lead is down to 173.
Third of the morning through that kind of point area for Lord. Tall man, so it falls quite nicely within his arc. And the angle Minto has coming over the wicket, pushing it across. This will just be a frustrating partnership for Alex Lees. Would have wanted his bowlers maybe to ask a few more questions of Lord, but still early on. The longer Lord can stick around from a Notts point of view, the better.
And gone! The outside edge is taken and McKinney takes a low catch to his right. Durham get the breakthrough that they've been craving here early on the morning of day 4. Not to 2 down, 84 for 2. Lord goes. Caught McKinney bowled Minto for 15.
Can I claim a reverse jinx on that one?
You can claim whatever you like, mate. Claim whatever you like. I know Minto and McKinney are claiming a wicket.
The youth doing it for the Durham's side. James Minto to Ben McKinney. Lord played well for his 15, but he has to go. Breakthrough Alex Lees would have wanted. Bring out Freddie McCann at number 4.
That's good work from Minto. Has been getting the ball to shape back into the right-hander. This one angled across. McKinney takes it for a big man right down next to his shoelaces. And a huge breakthrough for Durham.
McCann out in the first innings for 26 or 44, trying to pull a short one, I think.
Yeah, he gloved one down the leg side, didn't he, off Cody Yusuf?
Yeah. Ben Rain's going to come around the wicket to Slater. As Alex Lees sends the 17-year-old up towards Bannatynes. To the fielding at fine leg. He'll be happy with his work. First appearance of the season. 2 wickets so far and 67 runs. Not bad. In case you did miss it. Youngest Durham first-class half-centurion. 17 years, 172 days. Well, it's not been the easiest time for him in his personal life.
Absolutely.
Tucked away. See whether the slip cording gains another fielder for McCann.
Two left-handers, Rob.
Yeah.
Would you risk it early and get Drizzle on?
Was Ben Rain into his 3rd over?
Yeah.
I'd give him definitely one more after this, but yeah, I wouldn't be opposed. After seeing what Drizzle was able to extort out of the pitch yesterday, it's always more difficult to start against spin than it is against pace. So I like your train of thought. See whether Alex Lees would agree. He's actually going to shift Drizzle over to a catching extra cover. Really packed offside field. Amelia Gay comes up to an orthodox mid-wicket. Still just 2 slips. Cans off the mark straight away.
Yeah, Ben Rain trying to bowl very straight here. Keeping the Notts batsman honest.
Back of a length. And pulled nicely along the carpet. From Slater, he'll pick up a boundary down between Emilio Gay and James Minto.
Durham's women also in action today. Over in Blackpool. They're taking on Lancashire women. Lancashire women have won the toss. Sorry, I'm not sure who's won the toss there. Just having a look. Lancashire are batting first and they're 62 without loss in the 15th over. Toss Durham women won the toss and decided to field first at Stanley Park in Blackpool. Susie Bates back into the team after she wasn't allowed to participate in the T20 competition. So the team is Emma Marlowe, Susie Bates, Holly Armitage, captain, Maddie Villiers, Mia Rogers, Bess Heath, Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, Grace Thompson, Sophia Turner and Katie Levick.
6 from the over, Notts 90 for 2.
Minto will continue. Running towards us from the Lumley end. The young left arm speedster. There's McCann up tall in defence and defending to mid-on. So that's what they would have wanted, Durham. Get rid of that night watchman in the first half hour. And start trying to eat into this Nottinghamshire batting lineup, which is very strong. Not top of the table for no reason. McCann drops this into the offside and will pick up a single. Good running. The two left-handers. .91 for 2 now. Again, Minto nice and straight. This one's pulled in a punchy pull out into the leg side. Out to Bryden Carse, who does the fielding, and Slater will pick up another one. He moves on to 47 now. Slater just 3 away from a second half century in the game. Picked up 52 in the first innings. The lead now 165 for Durham. Alex Lee seemed happy with that delivery as McCann rides it round the corner, and he'll pick up another single.
Do you reckon one more for Minto after this?
Yeah, he's the point of difference, isn't he? The left arm, the only left armer in the game, apart from Patterson White's spin for Notts. So he's the only left arm seamer. So Durham do have a nice balance attack. They've got the tall Bryden Cast. They've got this short, skiddy Mohammed Yusuf. Very different cricketer to Cody Yusuf, of course. They've got Cody Yusuf to bowl the skidders. That ends that over. 89 left in the day. Not still trailing by 164. McCann on 3, Slater on 47. Then you've got the nibble and the annoyance of Ben Rain. Off spin of Drizzle. It's a good variety in the attack. Colin Ackerman may get an opportunity today at some stage.
Durham should get the opportunity as well to use a second new ball. Absolutely. If the innings goes on that long.
Probably around the tea break. On the money, Ben Rain. Wind just picking up a little bit. Ben Rainham running right into the teeth of it.
Nice and straight from Rain. Big appeal. Umpire is completely unmoved. Safe to say Alex Lees is not happy with the decision. Everyone liked it. Everyone was in
he's having a
unison.
chat with Peter Hartley around his hat, I think. Alex Lee's in disappointment. His kind of hat blew off into his face and then took off. So I think Peter Hartley was looking at that as a bit of dissent. I think the body language of all the Durham fielders. I'm not going to lie, I didn't hear a thing. Durham fielders were very convinced.
So everyone went up straight away.
Yeah. Freddie McCann was also unmoved.
Good finish from Rain and Maiden from him. Well, it's going to be a change at Lumley End, and I can't say I'm overly surprised by who's coming on.
Yeah, a bit of cast action. Live in proceedings up. Good opening spell from Minto. Picked up. First wicket of the day.
Lancashire have set Derbyshire 329 to win at Old Trafford from 88 overs. So Marcus Harris taking over from Keaton Jennings as Lancashire languish at the bottom of Division 2. Thinks he's got enough. I mean, I'd be pretty confident as well if I had James Anderson in my bowling attack.
Yeah, not the worst. Casts in, and once again, an inside edge. Manages to avoid the timber. This one landing about a foot in front of Slater, who's played really well. 47 to his name. McCann surviving a huge appeal off Ben Rain in the last over. Like I said, I didn't hear anything through our effects microphones. But the Durham fielders were very, very convinced. And I was just as convinced with Freddie McCann's stand as well. If he has hit it, it was a beautiful stand. 93 for 2. Nice start from Cass. Built up a good head of steam last night. Bryden Cass picking up the huge wicket of Hasib Hamid. Finally removing him from the field of play. I think he was sleeping here overnight. He was that entrenched in the field. 206 not out in the first innings. The skipper of Notts. Phenomenal effort. And then spent, was it 175 overs in the field? Captaining the side and showing good energy in the field. This one finds the inside edge again, and a bit of flesh for Ben Slater as well. Cass asking some good questions here early in his spell. It's Ben McKinney waving to the pavilion. It's tucked away nicely by Slater out into the leg side. He turns and looks for 2, but Yusuf does well, gets the ball quickly and releases quickly. And rifles a throw right over the stumps to Robinson. Moves on to 48 now. That brings McCann on strike. Oh, and he awkwardly plays this around his front pad down to a wide, fine leg, where Yusuf again does the fielding. That ends Cass's first over this morning. Just the 2 from it. Notts 95 for 2.
Ooh. Just evades the outside edge.
I hope there's all sorts of rubbish chat like you get in club cricket. Let's nick him off again, and can we get him for a second time? All that kind of rubbish. Durham women have made a breakthrough in Blackpool. Lancashire women are 75 for 1. Maddie Villiers picking up the wicket.
Oh, that is hooped.
2 types of leave.
Starts on a 4th stump line, ends up over middle. Good take from Ollie Robinson, diving to his right. Behind the stumps, Ben Rain looks like he's got himself into a good rhythm here. Soft hands, that will run away down to 3rd. Graham Clark pull it back as Notts will get 2.
Keep ticking them off that lead down to 160 now.
Those slips are incredibly close and tight.
Is this one out? It's the same appeal. Almost an action replay. And I don't think umpire Hartley is very impressed. And the two umpires are going to get together and have a chat here, and there might be some repercussions of Durham's appealing. And they might just have a word with skipper Alex Lees here. Peter Hartley not impressed at all. Definitely having a word with the captain. Probably aimed at bowler Ben Rain, who has his back turned and walking back to his mark. There's a strong conversation between umpire Hartley and Alex Lees.
Tell you, if Ben Rain does get McCann out, there'll probably be a big roar of approval. McCann leaves outside the off stump. 2 from the over, 97-2. McCann survives another caught behind shout from Ben Rain.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I didn't hear anything then either. Then again, I might need a hearing aid in my age. Durham twice extremely convinced they had McCann's outside edge. Peter Hartley thought otherwise and wasn't very impressed with the reaction of the Durham players, particularly the bowler, and the old celeb appeal. Cast, good pace through. This might just get Durham up and about a little bit. John Pick, you've got better ears than me, mate, if you heard that. But I'm not sure it's cheating, mate. Unless you, I don't know who you're referring to there, whether it's the Durham players or the batsmen. But the umpire's there to do a job. Oh, that's right on the backside. Leave a lovely bruise right on the bum cheek of Ben Slater. They hurt. Question for us, Rob. I don't know if you've got an answer to this one. Who's been the quickest bowler you've faced in club cricket? There was a guy called Patterson Thompson. I think he was Bayesian, played for Whitburn, and he was up there with the quickest that I've played in club cricket. Loved to bowl no balls as well, so once you got through 6, you generally had to play 8 balls and over of it. And Whitburn's a tiny ground, and I remember cutting him for 6 and instantly regretting it as it hit a tree and bounced back onto the square, and I thought, oh, I'm in for it now. But he's up there with the quickest I've faced in club cricket. Professionally, I'm not sure. It's a tough one. I've been lucky to play with the likes of Steve Harmison and Shoaib Akhtar here. Definitely saw some fear in batsmen's eyes when Shoaib Akhtar was running into bowl. Harmy was big and awkward on a good day as well.
Leg gully now in. Graham Clark.
They're going to really attack McCann, who drives but won't beat the skipper Lees, who throws that one in with a bit of venom at mid-off.
Yeah, I've got nothing for you.
Nothing?
Nah.
The nets were fun sometimes. We had young Plunkett and Onions back in the day who were trying to prove themselves coming through from the academy. And Shoaib Akhtar would menacingly get in the way. This one's down the leg side, and well done by Ollie Robinson, as that didn't bounce a lot, prevented that from going for 4 byes.
What do you say? It's my turn. Shoaib Akhtar.
Yeah, but to be fair, he was just a pest in a good way. He wouldn't bowl really in the net. He bowled once, I think, think Gordon Mitchell was batting in the nets, and he just motioned to Gordon to move out of the way, and he ran in and bowled a bouncer at the speed of light. So yeah, Andre Nell was awkward as well, always at you. One of those that seemed to hit the bat a bit harder than you would expect. Bryden Cast bowling at good pace here. McCann up to the task at the moment. One of the cricketers I played with, there was a guy called Matthew Nicholson who represented Australia in one test. I think the famous test that England won at the MCG. He was a one-test wonder, but he was absolutely rapid on his day. Had some back issues.
Change of angle.
Oh, bowled him. Bowled him. You do not need anything from the umpires there. I was a bit nervous as I watched that ball fly to second slip and Ackerman shelled it. And I just thought, oh, we've missed an opportunity there. But then I saw the celebration of Bryden Cast and Durham have an important third as McCann. Has he led a charmed life? Maybe a bit of an uncertain start, but he's now gone. Bowled by Cast for 6. Durham pick up their third and not to 98 for 3.
It's a good sight to see a fast bowler running in fast. Some people want them to bowl exclusively bouncers. Bryden Cast shows you they can do a bit more than just hit a flat pitch. Absolute ripper. Top of off. McCann has to walk. This time 6 from 21. Ben Rain. Imagine that Huddle saying to Bryden Cast, I softened him up for you, mate. I did all the hard work. You just knocked him over. That's the second for Cast. He, as you say, Ash, looks in good touch. 2 for 30 for him from his 7 overs. Brings Joe Clark out at number 5. And as we approach the end of this first hour, Notts are in a bit of trouble. They need a partnership. Saw Bryden Cast rip one through Haseeb Hameed last night. He's ripped one through Freddie McCann this morning.
Good start for Durham, picking up 2 wickets in the first hour. Can they make it 3? Excuse me while I have a drink there. Discussion's just continuing there with umpire Hartley, Lees and Ben Rain, but now captain and bowler are in conversation around trying to remove Ben Slater, who's proved a thorn in the Durham side so far. Collins asks, is there anybody that had so much potential but didn't quite make it? I think there's a crop of Durham youngsters that really came onto the scene, got some opportunities, and didn't quite grab them with both hands. Adam Hickey, I played some club cricket with Adam, one of the most talented players that I've seen, had a pretty bad shoulder dislocation and was never the same player after that. He's playing his club cricket down in Stockton, doing very well, as you would expect. Oh, Ben Rain finds the inside edge. I thought that was all the way through Slater. But the inside edge will run away for 4, and that brings up Slater's 50. He's had a little bit of luck there, but on a whole, he's deserved it. He's played really nicely, Ben Slater. So he raises his bat to his teammates, gives Joe Clark a thumbs up. Played nicely, very fluent through the offside, especially through the square area on the offside. Has punished anything with a bit of length and a bit of width. He goes to a well-deserved 50. And that also brings up the Notts 100. 100 for 2 now and trailed Durham by 155. Loving the comments on the live chat, guys. Keep them coming.
Ooh. Ben Rain has done everything this morning bar take a pole. He thought he had McCann twice, but he's really honed in on that fourth stump. Really got Slater thinking about every delivery. There's no real freebies where there's a clip through mid-wicket or a punch through the offside. It's always having to be wary of his outside edge.
Colin again, overseas players. We had this chat the other day. I think cricket is probably the only sport where, especially back in the day when I first came to England, that you could actually end up playing against professionals. Like, I was fortunate enough to play with Jimmy Adams in club cricket, who at that time was ranked the #1 batsman in the world. But you literally could be an amateur coming up against test cricketers, and I'm not sure there's any other sports around the world that you could do that. But yeah, I think with all the franchises and all the competitions around the world, it used to be that England had the kind of the season where all the overseas players came to England to play. That's just not the case anymore, especially in club cricket. Whereas now they're off around the world playing some franchise cricket. So the standard of that has, for me, dropped quite a bit. Bryden Carr's getting in a bit of a muddle out there in the covers, but prevents a run. He has ball in hand and will continue, but that ends the over. 102 for 3. 155 the lead. Durham picking up 2 wickets. So far this morning, Minto having night watchman Rob Lord caught by McKinney low down at slip for 15. And McCann, who lived a little bit of a charmed life, was knocked over by Bryden Carr for 6 in the last over.
Yeah, just watch that replay of that cast wicket. Just gets it to straighten quite nicely.
Just trapped on the crease, wasn't he, McCann? Pace will do that to you, that is for sure.
Joe Clark, after watching the last over from the comfort of the non-striker's end, it's about to be welcomed to the middle by Cars. Sensibly
down the leg side.
Sensibly gets out of the way. Graham Clark has gone under the lid at short leg for that one that may be inside edge onto pad and loops up in the air. You can see him there. There's also Emilio Gay at deep backward square.
It's literally just in your picture there. You can see his leg, I think.
His left leg.
Take a couple of steps forward, Emilio. Help us out a little bit. Cars bounding in. Oh, that's good pace, and Clark does well to get right in behind that and keep it out. Who's Cast moving here? He's just getting his fine leg. Is it George Drizzle's going to come into slip? Cody Youssef is going to come across from third man to fine leg. So you can see Cody's legs right at the top of your screen running across. George Drizzle's in fact going to come into more of a gully position. Maybe a 5th slip.
Ooh.
Oh, Cast bowls well, but it's a no ball.
Won't mind that.
Again, Clark trapped on the crease. Clark was knocked over by Cody Youssef early in the first innings. One of the wickets in that collapse, the first collapse on day one. This is driven beautifully down the ground. Just a check drive. We'll get at least 2. And yeah, we'll turn and come back for 3. Nicely played by Joe Clark. That's a good feeling, that getting off the mark with a nice shot. So that'll check in. Maddie Villiers has her second wicket. Bess Heath doing the tidy work behind the stumps. And Lancashire, after 23 overs, are 100 for 2.
Deficit now sits at 150 exactly. Ryan Cast will continue with the leg gully plan to Ben Slater. He's going to bring up Amelia Gay from deep point.
Slater cuts away and flashes hard, and that will run away for 4, using all of Cast's pace. Absolutely nailed. A real strength. Ben Slater is that square of the wicket on the offside, and he doesn't miss out there. $111 now for 3. Tries to punch that again, and Amelia Gay gets round, but not able to get into a position to throw.
Yeah, it's very good work from Bess Heath behind the stumps down at Blackpool. Nice flight from Villiers. Last ball of the 29th to wrap up the first hour.
Oh, gets through Clark, beats him all, ends up. Good pace from Cass. 112 for 3. That lead is now 145. Slater's on 57 and Joe Clark is on 3. Going to see a change in the bowling for you, Rob Rush.
Indeed. Cody Youssef for his first spell of the final day. Ben Rain getting through 6 overs this morning. Thought he had McCann twice, but umpire Hartley disagreed both times. As we said over the last 3 days, Ash, Youssef has very quickly endeared himself to not only his teammates but the supporters as well. 4 foot first time around. He's looking to remove Ben Slater from the crease. Two slips. You've got George Rizzo who just did the fielding there at short extra cover. Mid on, mid off, 2 men back. Leg side. Graham Clark is at backward point and Cass is the sweeper on the offside. Slater carves that one away and Cass, with a brilliant piece of fielding to save a couple runs out in front of the Dapperbet stand. Being used pretty soon with the T20 Blast coming into view. Durham start with back-to-back double headers. Edgbaston away and then up here at Banks Homes Riverside. Con Ackerman is going to move out of second slip. He's going in at catching mid-wicket. Good carry through to Robinson.
Yeah, a bit of pace there from Yusuf.
Oh, Yusuf ends his first over with a beauty that just evades the outside edge of Slater. He's on 59. Joe Clark just getting underway on 314 knots have scored for the loss of Haseeb Hamid, Rob Lord and Freddie McCann. Brian Castle is going to charge in once more. What is be his 5th over? 6th?
Where are we at? He bowled a few last night, didn't he? This might be his 3rd over of this spell. Oh, Cast nearly going the Mark Wood way, but absolutely styles it out.
Yeah, as far as we're aware, no official instruction from the ECB with regards to his workload, but obviously Alex Lees will take care of him. Probably see maybe one more after this.
Yeah.
He is bowling pretty well, so good luck trying to take the ball away from him.
Up tall and punching beautifully through backward point. And Joe Clark will pick up 4. Cast in again. Oh, and Clark in behind it. Cast just causing the odd issue here for the Notts batsman. Welcome back, George.
Morning, Ash.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you.
Good, good, good.
Been enjoying the morning's cricket.
Yeah, it's been good so far. Intriguing first hour. Durham picking up 2 wickets. I'd love to have Notts 4 down. Or even 5 down at lunch would be absolute dreamland
Well, if
for
the
Durham.
umpire had decided differently,
Yeah.
Ben Rain could have had at least one.
Clark tucks that away off his legs, and we'll pick up another single. Did you hear a little tickle on one of those? Have you been watching upstairs?
Just
Or
watching upstairs, couldn't hear anything,
Yeah.
couldn't see anything, but they looked absolutely convinced in the outfield. In fact, for the first one
Yeah.
and the second one, Ben Rain didn't even appeal.
He does that, Ben. The old celeb appeal. I think he got in trouble for it as well. He might just be having a word with the match referee at some stage.
I think perhaps Alex Lees might be having a word as well after Hatgate.
Yeah. Absolutely. Brings Slater on strike, that single. And he clips that away beautifully off his pads. He's looking really good order. A couple of streaky inside edges, but he's earned his luck. He's batted nicely in the first innings for 52. And so far, he's still undefeated out there for Notts.
I think perhaps my
60.
favourite moment of the morning so far has been Ben McKinney feeling the cold a bit, and he took 3 different gestures over to the bench before they realised that
There
he
was
was
a lot of
calling for
waving
jumper.
going on, wasn't there?
Cast coming over the wicket, full straight, and solid forward defence from Clark. Yeah, it was eventually the textbook rubbing of the shoulders which got the message across.
We should have just took a jumper out at the start of play. Picking on all them 12th men. Trying to keep them occupied, I guess.
The first attempt was a miming pulling a shirt over the head. Didn't get through. And the second one was a standard pulling of the shirt, like a footballer complaining to the referee. But yeah, it's been a steady start for Durham. Needed a couple of wickets before lunch, and they've got that. With 50 minutes still to play, they'd love another. Some of the work, of course, done last night. Bryden castling
Yeah.
Hasib Hamid, an absolute firecracker, pegs back his off stump. Cody Youssef pushes it across the left-handed Slater, who blocks it into the offside. I was scared watching that Bryden cast dismissal last night, let alone being 22 yards away from it.
It was quick, wasn't it? Right at the end. You feel for Hamid, who had spent the whole game out on the field. Could he just survive until stumps? But Bryden Cast got one through his defences that was just too good. Did the same to McCann this morning. Bowled with pace and energy.
Sent one down full and straight, and Freddie McCann couldn't keep it out. See myself out after that one, I reckon. Slater drives it into the offside. Ben Rain does the work to cover round. Cody Youssef having taken 4 in the first knock, yet to break the deadlock in the second. 0 for 25 off his 7 and a bit. That's short. Whew. It's a big swing from Slater. No connection with the leather as it goes through to Ollie Robinson, who maybe just had to get in the air a little bit. Turns again at the top of his mark. The wind picking up. Falling into the wind, Cody Youssef, as it has been from this Finkel end all week.
Yeah, it's been blustery, hasn't it, from the north?
And that wind just bringing in a hint of cloud cover. Plenty of that yesterday. Less so this morning until now. Don't think Cody Youssef and co will mind too much about that. Again over the wicket. Short again, this time flicked off the hips and swivelled for a single down to fine leg. At the minute, opener Ben Slater seems to be the key to this game. Unmoved on 63. Joe Clark at the other end supporting him on 8. Yusuf sees out the over with a dot ball. Notts 123 for 3 at the end of the 32nd over.
134 still the deficit. 80 overs left in the day's play. Durham searching to get into the middle order. Managed to get rid of night watchman Rob Lord and then Freddie McCann this morning. Can they pick up one or two more in this hour leading into the lunch break to really break the game open? The casting continue. And Slater has looked in really good order in both innings, to be fair. Been very impressed by the left-hander. So he scored 52 in the first innings, undefeated on 63 so far, 10 fours to his name.
This cast sends these down at quite the lick, Ash. You were talking earlier about facing pace bowling.
Yeah.
What's your mindset when you're facing someone who's really quick?
I think the way Slater is at the moment, he'll just be quite relaxed watching the ball, but kind of when you start your innings, your adrenaline just gets going that little bit. You tend to play at balls that you shouldn't. I think always look to score, especially a 1. Get down the other end. let your mate deal with it. But yeah, always look to keep that scoreboard ticking over, which Slater's done really well. He's got a strike rate. Where is he at? Around the 70 mark. He's played nicely.
As the saying goes, the best place to face fast bowling is from the non-strikers.
Absolutely. And you're right about the clouds. They are just starting to come in. Slater tries to pull that away. Mistimes it, but will pick up a single. Out to Minto in the deep. And gets him off strike and brings Joe Clark back to face the music.
As we look out the window here, it's hardly a midsummer's day.
No, it was nice and warm this morning actually, but
It was warm.
it doesn't look that way out there at the moment. Probably indicated by Ben McKinney asking for another jumper in random ways.
Hands still in pockets from McKinney, as is the case with Ackerman next to him.
Yeah, those hand warmers. Ready to pouch a catch at slip if it's offered. And that's not offered because Clark absolutely pummels that through square leg. And Emilio, yeah, that's superb fielding out in the deep by the big man. He gets a big round of applause from the members. They're in the Don Robson Pavilion.
There was half a second there. I think Graham Clark closed his eyes and hoped for the
Yeah.
best with the helmet on at short leg.
Absolutely. Made an absolute gunshot off the bat.
Not always the most enjoyable task with the helmet on up close.
No, it's not.
I did it last year, Ash.
Did you?
Out in Oz, I'll tell you about that after this delivery. It's quite the experience.
It's forced away off the back foot and Slater sets off immediately for a single. Yeah, it's not for the faint-hearted.
I was playing in a prelim final in the sub-districts leagues down in Melbourne and had good hands that year, took a few in the cordon. I had a young leg spinner on and he said, "Fancy putting on the helmet and getting in close?" I said, "Not really."
At least you're honest.
The captain said, "Go on."
Yeah, get the pom in. Last ball of cast is over. 3 off it so far. Oh, and this is an edge. It'll end up being 7 off it. Controlled, you would have to say. All the way down on the ground. No chance of a catch. But that ends the over with a Clark boundary.
Important context, that tail, is that the young leg spinner was 14 years old. Great bowler. He actually represented the Australia indoor team at under 14 level.
Yeah.
And was putting them on a sixpence all season long.
Not
Until I stuck the helmet on. Then he decided to bowl exclusively drag down some full tosses. And I lasted 4 balls.
Did you get hit?
I didn't get hit, but the batsman tried. Everything he hit went through square leg. Not sure even Ollie Pope would have had a chance. That was the last time I did that job.
Yeah. Like I said, not a job for the faint-hearted in there. I see a little bit of change of pace. I see George Drizzle bowling from the Finkel end. I wonder if that's his Cody Yusuf switch around and replace Bryden Cast. Use that breeze at his back.
Cast has got through a share of the overs this morning. With a wicket to show for it as well. Freddie McCann departed for 6. Cleaned up. An absolute beauty from Bryden. And Emilio Gay has just run on the pads. And it looks like, is it Graham Clark? It is, going back in. Under the lid. Floppy wide brim tucked in to his trousers as the helmet is on his head. That one's into the offside. Clark remains unmoved, hands on knees.
Not sure if you saw at the end of play last night, Drizzle bowled a couple of overs and got a couple to really turn to the right-hander. So he does have a bit of rough to work with for the left-hander.
Was he on from the Finkel end as well?
He was, yeah.
Ben McKinney moved into the covers, shines the ball for chucking it back to Drizzle, who backs out of that one.
Yeah, fly in the eye maybe.
Tries again, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Slater. And you're right, Ash, that one's moved.
It's just a matter of getting the right line. I think it's going to turn from wide.
Graham Clark now signalling to those off the pitch. That's cut away square, and Ben Rain one-handed pick up and bowls it back to the hands of Ollie Robinson. Come back for 2. What's Graham Clark going on about there, Ash? He's just made a substitution sign over to those in the pavilion.
Not sure. I was just checking out some of the comments, if I'm honest with you, on the live stream. Oh, that's the one. You would just want that one to skid on, but it's good bounce from Drizzle.
You won't mind that. Pitched on off. Turn to a 4 stump line.
Good leave. Great leave.
2 types of leave.
Yep.
That is the one that's gone on. Slater rocks back, punches it to Ben Rain for a single. Anything interesting going on in the comments?
There's people just asking why are people moaning about the pitch, and Boomer the Sooners back, our American mate from Oklahoma. Someone's saying it's been a batter's paradise. Yeah, it's been great conditions to bat. It's the driest, I think, April since the Second World War. So we're now into May, and it hasn't eased up. There's been very little rainfall, especially in the northeast. Not sure about other areas. But Cody Youssef is going to switch around. He's going to have a crack from the Lumley end.
It's been remarkable going around the northeast, seeing just how parched and how golden the grass is.
Yeah.
Sometimes get snow in late April.
Yeah, that's for sure. Even see starts of this outfield starting to brown off, and they put so much water into it. Certain little pockets, especially just down in front of us.
Not entirely convinced we'd seen the sun by this point last year.
Yeah, oh, it was horrendous. Horrendous. I think we had a full game off, if I remember rightly here. In the first block of championship games. Never a ball bowled. Yusuf. It's off his legs in the air, but doesn't quite carry to Ackerman, who does well in a catching position there at mid-wicket, very close to the bat as well. Yeah, I don't know if it was Hampshire last year where we never got a ball bowled. There's problems with the drains kind of being that full that the water on the out was just off the run-ups. Was a main issue. Very frustrating week that was.
Come on, Cody lad, is the shout. Is Yusuf now having switched ends. Comes in with the wind on his back. Over the wicket to the left-hander. Again, leg side.
Timed beautifully that by Slater. Been really impressed. Ben Slater. A few Notts viewers out there. Looks in really good order and a good player for you. Great combination, him and Hamid. Leading into the top of the county championship table, along with a pretty serious bowling attack at full strength. No disrespect to the attack that you've had in this game. When you've looked at Fergus O'Neill and the likes of Tongue, Pennington, Holly Stone. Oh, and that one from Cody Youssef. Angled in at the stumps. Clark up to the task.
Some good names in that Notts bowling attack. Tongue had a good start to the season. Picked up 5 early on.
Vicky, you listening from the warmth of the old scoreboard? He's just sent me a message there saying they've invested in some green dye to spray on the outfield. That's how dry it's getting. And John Bland and Barry, who are the absolute gurus of the grass out there. This will be killing them seeing these little brown patches going around. So I'm just going to keep talking about it just to keep them on their toes. But they do an absolutely fantastic job keeping this ground looking as beautiful as it does. I'm sure I saw a couple of feathers out there earlier as well, John, that you missed. Yeah.
That was a tactic employed by the Premier League back in 1992.
They'll die.
To make the game seem more appealing to the television.
Driven by Clark.
So the green dye here, is it purely superficial?
Are you asking the wrong man? We'll have to get Vic in or
Get him in.
Get Buzz or John in to talk about green grass dye. That's exactly what our viewers want to hear.
I lived with a groundsman a few years ago.
Did you?
Loves
survived?
grass. Just about.
You survived?
Just about. Cricket groundsman as well.
Yusuf on the money again.
Had gardening magazines around the house.
Why wouldn't you? I've got them as well. Oh, that's an absolute lie. If I've got, to be fair, I've got some brilliant people to ask for any advice. I've got this lot here, and one of my best mates, Jake McCann, is groundsman just up the road at Ropery Lane, and between them, that managed to just about have every area covered. Well, I'm not quite ready to have a cricket square in the back garden. My grass is artificial, which is perfect for me. No mowing of the grass when I get home.
It's going to be George Drissell again. And the Finkel end coming round the wicket to Ben Slater. 69 not out off his first 100 balls.
Oh, I like that pace from Drizzle. It's going to challenge both the inside and the outside edge if he can get some turn
Absolutely, just waiting for that one to grip.
Or maybe just slide one through on the inside.
Everyone around the bat definitely interested there.
He's not going to miss out on a full toss. Ben Slater, as he continues on his merry way.
That boundary brings Ben Slater into the 70s. 73, not out. Chris will be looking to find that same line and length that it did on the first ball of the over. It's a touch shorter. Slater rocks back. Punches it out to Ben Rain, who underarms it back to Ben McKinney. Briefly rubs the ball on the back of his trousers.
Interesting to see how Clark plays the spin. Very attacking player by nature. Another one of those players who tends to franchise around the world.
It was against the right-hander you said that Dressel had his
Yeah, he
success
got a
last
couple
night.
to bite last night. Nearly knocked over the night watchman.
It's not going to cause too many issues with that one. Slightly short, slightly straight. Same again, touch fuller.
Where's he set up here, Joe Clark? Just going to have a look at his guard. Is he on off stump? No, pretty standard. Maybe middle and off. There we go.
And there's your answer, Ash. Does go attacking. Into the onside. Beats Bryden Cast through the air. A couple of bounces. Trickles away to the long on boundary.
There's a huge half hour here up until the lunch break. Durham will be looking to get Notts 4 down. Be happy with their work so far this morning, but this pair starting to build a partnership. Joe Clark on 17, Slater on 74. And I'm going to hand you over to Rob Rush, who's going to join George.
It's going to be Cody Youssef to continue. Having switched ends now to the Lumley end, wind on back. Coming over the wicket to Slater, one slip waiting. And it is edged and it is caught by Ollie Robinson. And that is the wicket, just as Ash departs. Thanks for your work, good sir. And that is the breakthrough that Durham was so dearly craving, and it is the man, if they had to choose, who they wish to depart. Slater gone for 74. Very well made 74 off 104 deliveries. And it is Cody Youssef, for his first wicket of the innings. Rob Rush.
Yeah, very good ball, line and length, just that angle that you have to the left-hander coming over the wicket, pushing it across towards where those slips are waiting. Slips weren't required for that one. Ollie Robinson taking a regulation feather through, and Slater, who batted well with Hasib Hamid in the first innings for that opening partnership. He'd gone to 50 this morning. He looked to score strike rate of just over 70. However, he has to go. Durham on top as we approach this last half an hour before lunch.
Do you think we can give Ash some credit for that one?
No. Absolutely not. Youssef has definitely settled in nicely to the northeast, brought in on a contract due to the injury that David Bedingham sustained here against Warwickshire, serving as that overseas pro. Picked up 4 in the first dig, has his first in the second. Jack Haynes walks out at number 6. Picked up his first century for Notts last week. If he can go back to back, he'd have gone a long way to saving this game. For the Trent Bridge outfit, it's going to take Middle as his guard. 2 slips awaiting. Very talented right-handed batter, made the move from Worcestershire a couple winters ago along with Josh Tongue. Got to face Cody Youssef. Immediately tests out the back of a late delivery, but he's overstepped.
There's a comment on the live stream, Rob. It says, one of the flattest pitches, draw seems inevitable now. And I wonder if that was commented just seconds before the departure of Slater at the hands of Cody Youssef.
I mean, you don't want to say anything, but draw is definitely obviously still in the equation. Notts have whittled that deficit down to 112, but they have lost those 3 wickets. Haynes fends into the onside. But there's been one side in this game that has found it easier to take wickets than the other, and that has been Durham. Obviously, the varied attack. Just wonder now whether Alex Lees will continue with George Giselle from the Finker lane. I know he's only a couple overs into his work, but they would have liked him against that left-hand bat of Slater, who's not there anymore.
As Ash alluded to, though, he found some grip from a good 4-stump line against the right-hander from this end. So no doubt we'll persist with that. Wickets here at Banks Homes Riverside, and also wickets in Lancashire where the girls are playing. Score now 154 for 3 off 32 as Lamb departs for a well-made 84. But 4 down now, Notts. Still 2 and a bit sessions to bat. They've lost the main man. I see it's gone out to the mid-wicket.
Yeah, nice clip for Haynes to get off the mark.
Lost Hamid last night, having not got out at all in the first innings.
Ben Rain was begging for that ball to be thrown back. Haynes picks up 3. He's off the mark. 2 balls left due to that overstep from Youssef. Will Goodman heading round for a net. I think he's got the good old slinger in his arms. I think it's Will Rhodes who's heading round, not picked for this game. Alex Lee's just having a word with the umpire, maybe about the ball, just seeing if there any chance of it being changed. And Peter Hartley says, as you were, Alex, carry on.
What are you like with the sidearm, Rob?
Never done it before, and I think I'll leave that one to the professionals. Yeah, Will Goodman talking through stuff with Will Rhodes.
Will Rhodes taking 2 bats with him to the nets.
Greedy. Clark is greedy through the offside. Punches nicely off the back foot. Long chase for Minto, who will save the boundary. Notts will take 8 off the over. 6 from the bat, 2 from the no ball, but more importantly, they have lost. Ben Slater, my apologies, a bit overzealous. 1 ball left due to that no ball.
Done well there, James Minto, to get there just before the ropes.
Yeah, 150 up as well for Notts got that deficit down to 106. But they wouldn't have wanted to be 4 down still with 25 odd minutes to bat before the lunch break. Colin Ackerman moves out of slip into a catching mid-wicket.
Bryden Cast, very enthusiastic.
Yeah, having a shy at the stumps. Maybe noticed Haynes was trying to set off, but safe as well. Cast had a media gate backing up for that throw. That will be the end of the over. 151 for 4. Cody Youssef picking up yet another wicket. And I did allude to the fact that maybe Alex Lees would switch out George Zell. I think he fancies striking twice in quick succession. He's turning to Ben Rain. 6 overs this morning in that opening stint. Had a half an hour recharge. He's going to come back from the Finkel end. Thought he had McCann twice. Umpires disagreed. So just a couple overs for George Giselle from the Finkel end.
Bowled superbly this morning, Ben Rain. Finding his line and length with relative ease. Comes in from the Finkel end over the wicket to the right-handed Clark. Doesn't take long to get back on that rhythm. Clark striking well, 20 not out off his 21. But Ben Rain, if there's anyone in this side who's going to do it, is going to slow down the runs. As you mentioned there, thought he had Freddie McCann twice within the first hour, foregoing the need to appeal both times. Probably didn't play into his favour, as the umpire was unmoved.
That's why I like this period of the game. I don't know if we can get Stephen to pan to the wide shot, but there you go. Just Alex Lee's getting creative with his fields. He got Colin Ackerman there in a short extra cover. George Giselle and Graham Clark really reinforcing that mid-wicket region and just always anticipating trying to take wickets. We saw it a lot with Scott Borthwick with his captaincy in 2023 in Division 2. As that's punched off the back foot but straight to Gay. Just trying to think a little bit outside the box. This has been a slow pitch at times. Obviously, Youssef and Cars have extracted something out of it with their extra pace. But Ben Rain obviously more so on the medium fast side of things. I see he's just trying to get Joe Clark to mistime one, chip it up to one of those 3 close catches. Still got McKinney at slip, who just moves a little bit forward. Also not allowing Notts to score particularly freely either.
It's an aggressive field, just one in the cordon, but 2 catches on the leg side. George Drezel's almost on the wicket there. Only really a yard off it. Perhaps even in the running line of Haynes. And Graham Clark in a shortish mid-wicket. Colin Ackerman in close on the offside. Ben Rain and Alex Lees look to manipulate the field slightly before this next delivery. Colin Ackerman
He's going to go back.
looks like he's going back into the cordon, and George Dressel comes across out of his straight mid-wicket position and into that short cover.
Tiny feather from Clark there. Probably saved him. Yeah, you see there, Colin Ackerman's gone at a very short gully.
Ben
really trying to take away all those scoring options. Going to force him to play an attacking shot to try and score runs, and then obviously that brings about the chance of a wicket. Just like that.
That's a flash. Goes through to Ollie Robinson. Graham Clark still got the pads on underneath his whites. And he's now gesturing to the boundary. Looks like he may be getting a helmet.
I think he's sending them back.
Sending them back, there we go. See, runs off with 2 helmets in his hands. Which I imagine spells the end of George Dressel for the time being.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Drizzell again until lunch, but as this game continues to develop into that afternoon session, there'll still be opportunities for the off spinner. Obviously, as we mentioned, still have Colin Ackerman as well as more so the part-time spin. Could see that come into play as Durham get towards that second new ball if they do end up getting there, really trying to fizz through those overs. Yusuf bustles in as Haynes up on his toes.
On the live stream, our friend was predicting a draw before the 4th wicket fell and is sticking to that opinion. Ball's not doing much, it's coming onto the bat nicely. Notts have good batting depth too, don't forget. And it has been a fantastic track for batting on, as Durham showed ever so well to Notts' dismay over the last 2 days. Notts having a tougher go of it, however.
I get the I get the sentiment, but Durham will take a hell of a lot of confidence. They were able to take 10 wickets on the opening day of the game. So all 2 results really still in play. I don't think Notts are going to win this game from here. But just have to wait and see. And this is the joy of 4-day cricket. We're talking about results at 20-1 on day 4. The result won't become even remotely into view until probably some point this afternoon. So
it's another no ball from Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, it's happened a bit this season as well. It seems to be from that Lumley end. Bowlers having a bit of trouble just overstepping. Brendan Doggett did have issues from the Finkel end overstepping. You can see there on your screen where everyone's been trucking in over the previous 3 days.
I wonder
developing those footholds.
Running in with the wind on your back perhaps contributes to that.
Yeah, a little bit of extra pace.
Although it's been consistent throughout the 4 days. So you'd think they would have adapted to that. Let's see if Yusuf's adapted here. Looks like he has.
So it's just easy, kind of on day 1, you mark out your run-ups and you plant your foot, and obviously there's no footholds there, so there's no difference in height in the pitch, so you know it's not going to be a no ball. Whereas now, as we mentioned, you can clearly see the indentations that your foot could maybe just slip a little bit further forward.
Yusuf coming in over the wicket. Blocked solidly by Haynes. No cover out on the offside. 2 out on the leg side. Deep square and a fine leg. Both hands in pockets. As is Ben McKinney, making sure he's keeping those warm. Keeping the grabbers mobile in case one does come his way, flying off the edge. So he took
That's a lovely shot.
He's onto that quickly.
Yeah, just slightly back of a length from Yusuf. Didn't quite get up to really trouble Haynes around his helmet, and sign of good confidence from the batter that he just rocks onto the back foot and pulls magnificently in front of square. He gets his first boundary of his innings.
McKinney hasn't had too much work in the cordon over the course of this match, but when it has come his way, he's been pretty reliable. And his catch off Minto this morning, he's a tall man, and he's had to go a long way down. Smart grab.
That's a better directed bumper.
Very well played too.
157 for 4. Deficit exactly 100 here at Banks Home Riverside.
Clouds continue to persist overhead, although there are gaps.
Yeah, Durham won't mind that.
The sun doing its best to break through.
It's been a decent spell for Yusuf so far. See how Alex Lees wants to shuffle his deck as we approach lunch. You'd think Ben Rain would bowl through now from the Finkel end. How many more does he want to give Yusuf? Big appeal again from Ben Rain, but 2 noises through to Clark.
Didn't seem like it got up much either.
Yeah, again, that'll be more disconcerting for the away side than the host. They won't mind. Durham won't mind having some uneven bounce. Again, I remember one. I think Alex Davies got very early on in the campaign. Jaden Seals bowling to him, one that literally did not move more than maybe half a metre off the deck and slapped his pad right in front.
Not much you can do about that.
Yeah, it's he fell over, and I think in a way he almost didn't want to get up to have to look at the finger that was raised very quickly from the umpire. It's one of those ones as an opener you just have to dust off and say, literally can't do anything about that.
It's a good job for Notts that Joe Clark did get a feather on that, because otherwise it would be careering into the stumps and he'd be on his way. That's not the case though, and he's now facing up to Ben Rain. Short, wide and dismissed into the offside. And he's not going to be giving up freebies like that. Ben Rain just short and wide outside off stump. And Joe Clark cut it away effortlessly to the ropes.
First real bad ball that Ben Rain's bowled so far today. And it's important for Notts they do keep scoring and not just sit and allow Durham to bowl at them. They need to get that scoreboard moving as well. Deficit under 100. Because ultimately, if we get to a point where Durham pick up a further 3 or 4 wickets and Durham are close to the lead, or not so close to the lead, they need to eke out every possible run to make Durham bat again and try and put them under a tiny bit of pressure as George Giselle sprints off to where Graham Clark dropped the helmets, and looks like for the first time in this game we're going to see Ollie Robinson come up to the stumps for Ben Rain. Have mentioned it a couple of times over the opening couple of days, or certainly on day one. Maybe Robinson could come stand up. He is going to do so now, will pin Joe Clark back in his crease.
Yeah, I like that move from Alex Lees and Ollie Robinson. Showing more intent, another aggressive move, just keeping the batsman thinking, not letting them settle into a routine. Just always in the peripheral vision of Joe Clark. Probably, I imagine, in his ear as well. Chirping away from behind the sticks.
I think Robinson's not the most talkative keeper in that sense, but every keeper's got a little bit in their repertoire, as Clark will punch out to Gay on the fence. He'll keep the strike.
Just the one loose delivery from that Ben Rain over. Goes for 5. 4 dots and a single. Making up the other delivery, isn't it? Is going to be Cody Youssef yet again. Think he's going to bowl him through for lunch, or do you think there'll be a change from the Lumley end?
Don't know. I thought if he was going to be taken off, it probably would have been then. So maybe we'll go through to the interval. That is a lovely drive from Clark. 2 full from Youssef. And Clark sends it back down the ground. Unfortunately, we have got some technical issues. Means we can't show any replays, but we are working on trying to resolve them. Thankfully, they've come at it's coming at an okay time with lunch, just 10 minutes around the corner. We can try and get to work on that, but that is a glorious straight drive from Clark. Follows it up with a back foot punch. Out to cover. Think Minto will pull it up. He does. And they'll set for 3.
Just finding some form here, Joe Clark.
Yeah, he struggled for runs this season. Hasn't been quite as productive as everyone's known him to be. So he had taken heart, obviously, from what Durham produced on day 2 and 3. That this pitch is still good to bat for a long time.
That straight drive off the first ball of the over. Definitely a nominee for shot of the day. Straight as an arrow, raced away to the ropes. So now Jack Haynes on strike. Flicks it off his leg. Yeah, the call. He's coming back for 2, which he'll do fairly comfortably. Now rotate, keep the strike. No wickets here since the dismissal of Slater, but there have been wickets for the girls. Lancs now find themselves 5 down, 173 for 5 in the 38th over. Durham wouldn't mind, the men wouldn't mind having Notts 5 down here at Banks Homes Riverside before lunch. 7 minutes to go, couple of overs. Cody Youssef has 2 more deliveries to see this one out. There's not too much chatter going on in the outfield. A lot of crossed arms and hands in pockets. That's as solid as you'll see for a forward defence from Jack Haynes. Just the gentle hum at Banks Homes Riverside as the sun yet again pierces through the clouds. Cody Youssef looks to see out the final delivery of this 41st over. And he does so with a dot ball, stops it with his left foot and chucks the ball to Colin Ackerman, who gives it to Alex Lees. Almost looked like a rugby move, that. Lees on the run, took it at speed. Chosen not to take the contact, instead shines the ball in his sleeve. Has a little chat to Ben Rain. Line and length, please, fella. I imagine may have been along the lines of what that conversation was about. Didn't last long, at least. McKinney in at slip, Ackerman in at gully. The ball goes leg side. It's going to take some stopping. It's not going to be stopped. It's going to go for 4 down to a deep mid wicket. Cody Youssef, having trundled in for the last half an hour, from the Lumley end didn't have the energy to get round, and to be honest, even if he hadn't, I'm not sure he would have made it. Well-timed shot.
Yeah, perfectly placed as well. You can see Colin Ackerman, or you will see he's moved across to now really pack that mid-wicket area.
Just as well. So it goes straight to him. Bryden Cast tending to his left boot. Seems to be in just general upkeep more than anything to do with his well-being.
Could maybe get one more in before lunch.
4 minutes until lunch, 4 deliveries still left to bowl. That will help things up as it goes straight to Bryden Cast, who by the looks of it, still 6 wickets to get, will have a big role to play in the next 2 sessions. Certainly not going to be easy on what has looked a track favourable to the batting side. But Durham done a lot of the work already by lunch on day 4. 6 to get in the final 2 sessions. And with a deficit at 82, there's a chance that even if they do get knots out, they may have to pad up and take to the middle themselves and knock off
They won't fear that.
whatever remains.
They won't fear that at all. If anything, they'll relish it. Last minute chase on day 4 to win the game. Sign them up. Nicely played. From Clark, he's going to move to 40. Just going to evade Minto down at the 3rd boundary up towards Bannatynes. Knots moved to 179 for 4. Deficit now under 80. We'll get one more in before lunch. I wonder if it will be Cody Yusuf or if we may see someone else.
Joe Clark definitely trying to play that last delivery into the offside. I think it's come off the edge nonetheless and run away for 4, but he's looked great value for his runnable 40. Looked in good touch. Kiefer Knotts, though, will be keeping these two at the crease.
We're going to have the token over of spin before lunch. George Giselle, a very short spell for him earlier on while Ben Slater was at the crease. As we mentioned, that rough outside the left-handers off stump will be inviting for Giselle, who hails from down in the West Country originally. Graham Clark will take his position on your screen there at short leg. And Giselle from the Lumley end to bowl the final over before lunch. Starts well. Almost takes the outside edge.
Be looking to find that exact area 5 more times, I imagine. That's the area where it might just grip. Batsman's got to play at it. That one perhaps a little too straight. You can find that 4-stump line again. Jack Haynes could find himself in a bit of bother. It's got Graham Clark, Ollie Robinson and Colin Ackerman all ready and waiting in case he does play a false shot. Dressel shines it on the back of his trousers. Delivers it again in a good area. Played into the offside for no run by Jack Haynes. As the clock ticks over to 1 o'clock exactly. What do you got for lunch, Rob?
I think the chicken katsu curry.
It's a good choice. I was delighted when I heard that. It's the last ball before lunch. Dressel to Haynes. And it is a dot ball and it is a maiden. And that is lunch with Notts 179 for 4. The deficit 78. 3 wickets coming in that session after Bryden Cass took Hamid for 13 last night. Started off with Minto nicking Lord off to Ben McKinney at first slip. That took the score 84 for 2. And then 6 overs later, Bryden Cass delivered one that Freddie McCann can keep out. He departed for 6. Ben Slater then brought up his 50 at the same time. Notts got themselves to 100. That was 102 for 3, with Clark fresh at the crease. Slater soon departed for a well-made 74, taking the score to 143 for 4. And since then, Joe Clark has played very well for 40. And both sets of players are applauded off the field as they refuel, refresh, and get ready to go again for the afternoon session.
Well, welcome back to the afternoon session, day 4 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. The game is poised in an excellent position. Notts trailing by 78, 4 wickets down today, so Durham will be desperate to take early wickets after lunch to try and put a bit of pressure on that Nottinghamshire batting lineup. The Notts' job is just to bat and bat and bat and keep Durham out in the field for as long as they possibly can. And joining me to start the afternoon session is Emily Windsor. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm really good, really good. Just been keeping a keen eye on the girls over the lunch break there, and they've managed to bowl Lancashire out for 239. They've pulled that back really well. Lancashire looked like they were set for quite a big score there in Blackpool, and I'm sure the girls will be happy with their work, chasing 240 for victory at Stanley Park.
Yeah, definitely. They're in a good position. I think Lancashire Thunder have a very good bowling attack, though. Obviously, with England, Sophie Eccleston, number 1 in the world, just to start with that, Kate Cross and Mahika Gore, but Durham have some quality players and hopefully be up for the challenge.
Absolutely, be a good run chase. We'll keep our eyes on that over the afternoon. But we are here keeping an even closer eye on this huge clash. Top of the table, Notts versus Durham. We're going to see Colin Ackerman, a little bit of spin to start. There has been some turn. There is some rough out there, as you would expect on a 4th day pitch, and it's been so dry. But the amount of grass that Vic and the team left on that at the start of play, the pitch has stayed in really good condition for batting. The odd one, a little bit of variation, but nothing really frightening at the moment.
No, but I think it's credit to how Durham have bowled this morning, picking up the 4 wickets. I think they'd be very happy in that, in terms of where the game is in the morning session, and hopefully from a Durham perspective they can just pick up a couple of quick wickets and head into the Notts' tail. But Clark's a big one, isn't he? He's playing nicely.
Yeah, he moves the scoreboard quickly as well, doesn't he? And that is the danger from a Durham point of view, and obviously from a Notts point of view. They want to eradicate that lead that Durham have, which is standing at 78 at the moment, as quickly as possible. And the further that they can get in front, the more difficult it will be for Durham to get the win here on day 4.
There's still a lot of overs though left in the game, isn't there?
69 left in the day.
So a lot of time either way. Interesting ploy though to go to Ackerman straight after lunch.
I think, yeah, they might be conscious just behind on the over rate as well. Only bowled 27 overs in that first session. But there definitely is some variation and a little bit of spin. And maybe Ackerman a little bit flatter. Maybe his pace is a little bit different to Drizzle. Just try something new. While the batters are new at the crease as well after they've had their lunch.
And long on out as well to say, if you want to get this score moving, take him on.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier actually, how long it would take Clark to have a go at Drizzle. I think it took 3 balls. He ran down and launched one through wide mid-on. Didn't time it perfectly, but the intent was there for all to see. As he finds Brydencast just down in front of us. Long on, and he'll pick up his first run of the afternoon session.
Clark just going down as well to have a conversation with his batting partner Haynes. Some big shouts this morning, wasn't there?
There's a bit of giddiness there, some celebrity appeals and all of the above.
What did you make from those?
It's really, I never picked anything up. I never heard a noise. You can only go really off the confidence of the lads. But just as confident, look, McCann standing there. So he's either very good, and you wouldn't want to play him in a game of poker. But the umpire certainly wasn't impressed with Durham's behaviour, if I'm totally honest with you. Alex Lee's the first one. Lost his hat in the wind and all the excitement. And I don't know if he kicked it or the hat blew kind of a little bit away. And then for the second one, Peter Hartley wasn't having it and went over and had a word with umpire O'Shaughnessy and called Alex Lees over, and then there was a bit of a conflab. And listen, lads, if you want to appeal, then at least have the decency to turn around and look at me when I give that decision, I guess. But all the fun and games.
I guess the hard-heartedness, isn't it, that players put out on the field, and when decisions don't go your way, especially when you think you're right.
Yeah.
We never quite know, I guess, who's right and wrong. We don't have all the extra gadgets, I guess, here, but it's just the frustration, isn't it? You to ask and then when it's not going your way, sometimes the
Yeah.
emotions are just pretty high.
I feel like the luck's against you. Everything is against you.
James Minto then to bowl after lunch, down the leg side.
Ooh, was there a scratch on that?
That's Rothesay buys. So he's going to bowl aggressive line to Clark. 2 fielders out on the onside. Minto into his 5th over so far of this innings. Just one slip, Ben McKinney in there.
Bit of swing there.
Left alone this time confidently by Clark. Good pace from Minto, good carry through to Ollie Robinson. What a fabulous innings from Durham it was over the last 2 days. Some brilliant hundreds.
Yeah, record breaking. Durham's highest first class score.
Good pitch to bat on.
There you go.
But you got to get 'em.
Not just handed to you, that's for sure.
Minto in that shorter and pulled out to the cover sweeper, Drizzle. Clark will move to 42. The deficit for Nottinghamshire now on to 72.
Yeah, Durham desperate to break this partnership.
Lots of energy out there as well. You can hear in the effects mic from Durham boys after lunch. It was either a good lunch or they're onto it.
Yeah, I think they know how vital this first half an hour is after lunch. Maybe it was a good lunch too.
That's played to Cars at backward point.
We were, had either the katsu curry or pie for us, or the vegetarian option for Stevie, which he had about 4 portions of. He's up on the roof now for punishment.
What was the veggie option?
I don't know. Grass or something. Ice cubes.
Ice cubes and lettuce again.
Yeah.
Is that a
famous
familiar?
diet. Yeah.
I just don't think there's anything pleasant about ice cubes. It's
What?
Minto in short and pulled away out to one of the Centurions, Emilio Gate.
Keeping your drinks cold, I guess. Not in an ice bath. Yeah. Do you do the ice baths?
Sometimes, if I've had a tough day and it's hot,
Yeah.
I don't mind them. But the biggest tip for me with ice baths, you've got to keep your socks on.
What?
Genuine.
Okay.
If you go in with, I don't know what it is, if you go in an ice bath without your socks, your feet just absolutely kill.
Okay.
If you keep your socks on for whatever reason, it's not as bad.
Okay. I'll
Don't
go
know if there's science behind that. That's an edge, but doesn't carry. Just short of McKinney. Good hands, though, for him.
That's a killer, isn't it? You find the edge and it dies. Ollie Robinson just wrong-footed there, as most keepers tend to look. That ball was shaping in and then maybe just straightened a little bit.
McKinney won't mind. Minto won't mind that, though, finding the edge of the bat. A good over from him.
Yeah, good signs. Pride and Cast just going for an extra layer. That wind still has the nip in it, has for all 4 days.
It's a change of spin. Drizzle. Just a 1 over from Ackerman.
I wonder if he bowled at the other end before lunch. I wasn't in just before lunch.
See what Joe Clark goes after
Yeah.
here. As you said previously, he tapped Drizzle. Elegant, that. He was almost down and rolling
Yeah,
before the ball.
Hoping
got
to
there.
slide there. Imagine if he plugged and that just went past. It was a very early slide, but did the job. Having a laugh to himself, Brian Cast down there at long on now. Hopefully another fiery spell in him this afternoon.
Good pace this morning.
Yeah.
Also heard a rumour that there might be some Oreos going.
Yeah.
Just a rumour.
Then well, that's unless Ross and Stevie have eaten them all. Ross has rye grinning in there. I've definitely purchased a packet yesterday.
That's how I've
And
been
the
brought.
best chocolate biscuits, I think.
What,
I don't
Oreos?
no. These, I don't know what they are. They're just random named ones. I'll have to get the box out, and they're like chocolate covered malt biscuits.
Chocolate covered malted milks.
Yeah, something
They
to
are
that effect.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
if it's those.
in fact, I'm going to go and get them at the end of the over and show you. I had 2 this morning. There's that wrong foot's McKinney, and allows Joe Clark just to get off strike and keep that scoreboard ticking over. Sorry, Jack Haynes to get off strike and keep the scoreboard ticking over. Keep that lead or that deficit, whichever way you're looking at it from whichever point of view. It's down to 68 now. Loop and slapped through cover, and Clark does not move. Knew from the moment that left the bat that was 4. A little bit of a ropey start, but if Clark spends time at the crease, that scoreboard will motor.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he, Clark? Your margin for error as a bowler is so small against a player like him, and that's a 50 partnership between the two as well.
Yeah, Haynes dominating there Clark dominating on 30, Haynes just the 12 in that partnership.
And the most impressive thing is it's come off 60 balls.
Yeah.
So that they're not all while Clark is at the crease, that deficit's running down quicker and quicker.
100%. A little bit flatter from Drizzle. And I'm going to leave you with M for about 20 seconds while I go and fish whatever these biscuits are out of the cupboard.
I'm excited. It was the way I got bribed up onto commentary was biscuits. Sam just said there's Oreos, so there's not just going to be Oreos, there's going to be another kind if there's any still left. He looks in hope. There is some left. There's 2. Oh wow, these aren't chocolate covered malted milks. They are better. I don't really know what they are though. Just lots of chocolate, not much biscuit, which I'm more than happy for. There's Minto in, that's come back beautifully. That's a lot of movement. That is an impressive delivery by young James Minto.
Good pace as well. Flew through. Yeah, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Was it Choco Leibniz? Yeah, I don't know.
I'm excited.
The chocolate biscuits.
Look at that.
I said I'd bribe you in.
You bring me chocolate biscuits. What's Rob bought me?
Nothing.
I'm devastated.
Well, I might be wrong.
Minto in shorter, and that's down to fine leg. Graham Clark in his pads is charging after that one. And they'll come back for 2 leg byes.
You just hope as a batter that hits the thigh pad and doesn't just get above it.
Hit bone. Ooh.
Yeah, well, love handle for me. Plenty of room there to hit. Yeah, the cricket ball's a funny thing. It finds a way to beat the padding, doesn't it? It always just...
Even when it hits the padding, sometimes I get a bruise, and I'm just like, why have I wore that?
Yeah.
Minto then attacking right-handed Haynes, left arm over the wicket, and that's quick. Ollins Patton, he's jumping at that one, but plays and keeps it to a single.
You almost feel he's got something happening here. There's a bit of buzz around Minto when he comes on. Picked up that wicket of Lord the Night Watchman. First wicket to fall today. Edged and well caught by McKinney right on his bootlaces, which is a good effort for a man of his height.
Size of his legs.
Yeah, they're ridiculous.
There's Minto charging in again to Clark. Good length delivery. Defended into the offside. Deficit down to 61. Clark feels the big wicket here in the context of this game.
Yeah. He is keeping that scoreboard moving, isn't he? 47 from 53. Haynes more than happy to sit in the best seat in the house and watch him.
Short ball by Minto. Great take by Ollie Robinson. High to his left. He certainly makes something happen here.
That's a good effort from the little fella.
It's not often as well you see Clark miss those.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone after it. Was slightly leg stump line, but Great bowling from Minto.
I think the height was the key to that one, making play something that he's not totally in control of. Just feel Minto has got something happening here.
Could he be the one to get this big wicket? Clark on 47. As he defends back to him. End of the over, another great over from Minto. That looks a tough arse for Graham Clark.
Yeah.
Running in his pads from the boundary rope.
I tell you something, if I was him, it was the over before lunch, and he had to run from his fielding position and get his helmet all the way off the boundary. And the 2 12th men, I think, were just peering over the top of the balcony and maybe trying to hide, thinking they've got away with it until lunch, but I would have been spewing. I might have got a spray at lunch. Drizzle to continue.
I feel like Graham Clark's too nice. He's not going to spray anyone, is he?
I don't know. That one's tucked away fine. Oh, Ben Rain, beautiful work.
He's done that for the applause of the crowd, hasn't he?
100%. In Australia, that would be called the Channel 9 roll. Doing it for the cameras.
Put a bit of mayo on it.
Yeah, 100%.
One of those.
Stuck in his chicken wing at the end, I think. Oh, that one. Good attacking line, that from Drizzle. This one finds the outside edge.
Run out.
Ackerman unable to prevent even the second run. I like that from Drizzle there. That line just brings both edges into play. If it does rip, you can get through the inside edge, and if it does slide straight on, that, as you saw there, takes the outside edge. That's nicely played though by Haynes. Just a push, and he'll pick up a comfortable 2. So the scoreboard continuing to move, and Notts' run rate all game has been over the 4 mark, and even in this innings, there's a ripple of applause there for
200 up.
200. Ben Rain unable to get that one, and that will probably be 3 as Joe Clark touches and goes. And yeah, great running from this Notts pair. Excellent running. There's a couple of claps, probably from the Notts balcony, that you would think. It's probably the only one clapping at that. That was similar to the ripple of applause for the 200 as well. Partisan crowd here. Not a bad crowd in again for day 4. Hasn't been the warmest of days again. Although I'm in shorts. Em's in shorts, so maybe we're the crazy ones.
I've got a bobble hat though.
Yeah, you're compensating.
I've got the old
got
combination.
The gilet and the bobble hat and shorts. That's tossed up nicely and beats Clark.
Nightly works, I reckon.
Yeah,
If the
tossed up
ball's
Nightly.
tossed up,
Yeah.
head into the sky,
Why
there's
not?
another one.
Why not? Add it to the list.
My commentator's repertoire has only increased working with you, Ash.
Thanks, mate. Not for the better, I'm sure. And a solid end to the over. Notts tick off a few more runs and another over off the list and a little bit more time. Durham really need to break this partnership. That deficit is now 53. Notts 204 for 4. Clark's on 48. Just a couple away from a well-deserved half-century. And Haynes, his partner in crime at the moment from a Durham point of view, is on 20.
Graham Onions as well, poised on the boundary as bowling coach.
There's been some great lapping. Can we see these biscuits? Yes, we can see the biscuits.
Who's asked for the biscuits?
I'm going to close the packet because that might make me feel a bit guilty that I've eaten a few. There you go. Get them, India. Beautiful. Other brands of biscuits are available, but that was the...
You're not working for the BBC now.
No, that's true.
Minto then, is he going to make things happen? Played into the onside.
Just hoping that maybe other biscuit providers can help a brother out.
Either that or we're going to get Durham to be sponsored by...
Yeah. Oh, how good would that be?
Do you know what, though? It'll be one of those, wouldn't it? Because you imagine
Sam would stop it.
we get sent so many of these boxes of biscuits, then it'd be like, nah, you can't have them, players.
No.
You need to go back to your lettuce
Just
and
for the
ice.
commentators.
Oh, that's okay then. I'm all right with that
Yeah,
one.
you're safe. You're in this camp as well.
One slip, Ben McKinney, the man in there, into Minto. That's down the leg side, and that's timed beautifully by Clark, but well round by Graham Clark for Durham. And that will be Joe Clark's half century. He's come off 58 deliveries, scoring at a quick rate, and much what this Nottinghamshire team need. And from a Durham perspective, finding a way how they're going to get him out.
Yeah, he's played beautifully. Joe Clark not been in the greatest of form, but certainly deserving of that half century and more. I'm sure he's intending on spending lots more time at the crease here this afternoon.
In again and defended. How Alex Lees is using Minto as well, I think's really smart, because he's a young, quick bowler, isn't he? So, but using him as sort of like an impact bowler, allow him to run in, bowl quickly, hit the deck hard, short, sharp spells.
Yeah, a bit of protection as well for him there. He went for a few boundaries on that first day, but he's got his sweepers out.
Nice smooth run up.
Oh,
Play a miss outside the off stump. Brilliant delivery again by Minto.
Left-handers just create different angles, don't they, and different
I hate
challenges.
facing lefties.
Yeah. That one there, he's got the ball to shape back quite nicely to the right hand of that one, just angles across, and a bit like you were mentioning yesterday, Clark loves to feel bat on ball, so he's wanting to play at balls that probably, in the context of this, he could leave, but
That's boring.
yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Defended this time by Clark. Minto's just so impressive for me as well, just how the control he has for a young fast bowler as well, and that action for me looks effortless, it looks smooth.
He's strong, isn't he? He's not a big man by any stretch. Is he a man yet? That's the question. He's playing like a man, that's for sure, but he's
17.
He's a
isn't
growing lad, yeah, and he's filled out quite nicely. I'm not sure he's going to get much taller, but he's got some good people here to work with to get the best out of him.
That's in again and defended. Another good over from Minto. Just 2 runs from it. Deficit 51 for Notts in their second innings. Minto just having a conversation with the umpire. Ollie Robinson's warming up to bowl as well, the keeper.
We are in for a treat. Yeah, just having a look at his follow through there, umpire O'Shaughnessy. I think we saw, was it Mohammed Abbas got warned for that in the in the first innings for Durham?
Drizzle and Lees having a conversation.
There's been lots of chat with the skipper and his bowlers, trying to come up with the plans to make something happen.
It's a type of pitch that it becomes more and more important, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Find a way, whether that's putting a fielder in a specific position. For me, like Graham Clark at a catching mid-on, very tight to the wicket, as well as having a long on. Obviously sees that as a catching chance, but also an option to stop that easy single. He's got to go over the top, hasn't he?
Yeah. This is just where Drizzle's got to be careful with that line. He doesn't want to give too much width outside off stump. But also that is probably where that little bit of rough is as well. So it's that catch-22. Can he just catch the edge of the rough? It's a little bit straight, but he has protection there in Ben Rain.
I don't mind this as well, putting a bit of pressure on to Haynes. Obviously, when you've got a batter that scores so freely at the other end and that scoreboard keeps moving, it does take the pressure off you, but you always have that individual pressure. But also in the context of the game, from a Nottinghamshire point of view, they've got to take time out of it.
Yeah.
So he'll be happy to bat and bat long. Ooh.
Yeah, I like that length as well. Just defeating Haynes there. Probably should have been forward, but just that in-between length.
Yeah, a little bit turn as well from the off-spinner Drizzle. Defends again.
Yeah, he negotiated that quite nicely, that over. Well played. Another over ticked off. 62 remain in the day. Notts trail by 51. Joe Clark 50. Jack Haynes on 20.
Maiden over as well from Drizzle, which allows, if Alex Lees can have Drizzle just hold up an end, it allows him to rotate the fast bowlers. They can be more aggressive from that far end as we look out onto the pitch.
Patterson White did that really well, didn't he, yesterday for Notts? I mean, I think he got through 50 overs into the wind, pretty much bowled the whole of yesterday from one end. Allowed his seamers to rotate around with the breeze at their backs. Minto has the breeze at his back. What's he got for us?
Left alone this time by Clark. I think it's always a good sign, isn't it, when you've got a player like him happy to let it go.
Yeah, probably learning from that one in the last over where he had a big dart that flew through to Robinson. Even McKinney's now starting to let the skipper know he's available if he needs him.
Does he bowl at all?
Oh, yeah, sort of. He's got a bit of a kink in his medium pace action. Then he bowls these leg spinners, and I told him he needs to work on those leg spinners. Even if he can bowl one over in a white ball game, it might be quite useful. Being 17 foot tall that he is, and
good carry again, that from Minto. Yeah, surely he could be one of those spinners that just has all the variations well.
Yeah.
Surely he can bowl a bumper from
100% from a half
from a
volley
few
length.
paces. Yeah.
But I see somebody like a Luke Wells who's adapted into having that knack as a leg spinner in T20 cricket. A big, tall, left-handed batter similar to Ben.
Down the leg side, played nicely by Clark. He'll move to 51. Yeah, Luke Wells is an interesting one. I played with him down at Welsh Fire, and when he first came into the side, I wasn't sure like what his role is, but he can hit a long ball.
He's a big man,
and then his bowling's just unique, isn't it? It's quick, flat.
Comes from a good height. Yeah, he's just different, and that's what Ben's got. Ben's just different as well, and I just think it maybe even get one or two overs. It gives your captain different options at the back end of an innings. So yeah, maybe that's something he can continue to develop over his career. He's only a young fella. Just signing a deal with Manchester Originals. Getting a nice healthy pay packet. Hope he remembers his coaches on the way up as he keeps going.
Did you watch the draft as it was announced on the BBC?
No. I got a message from his dad saying he'd been drafted.
Because it actually announced him by accident, the pay bracket before. So it was announced like Ben McKinney signed, I can't remember for what it was, like 150k or whatever it was.
He'd definitely have lent me a fiver then.
It then got changed. Oh, appeal for LBW.
Just a bit high.
And maybe shading down leg side, but he's getting that ball to come back in, isn't he? And then it was then deleted, and I think it was like Lewis Gregory was put in at that same point. And I was like, could you imagine if he then weren't picked? But then he then came up like the next band down, which is still
it's a cheeky
pretty
80,
healthy.
isn't it? 78.5 or something. He was, to be honest, he was expecting to go probably in the 35 to 50 or the 50 bracket into the Northern Superchargers, but maybe one of the coaches at the Originals had other ideas.
Nice shot from Haynes, over pitched slightly by Minto. And just again, 2 runs from the over. A half shout and that deficit below 50 now for Notts, down to 49. It's interesting though, isn't it? It shows you that a player of his potential obviously gets picked up, having not played even much T20 cricket for Durham. People want to sign him and sign him early so that they've got dibs on him moving forwards. Seems to be how the 100 works.
I think Manchester gave a couple. They had the young, was it Hurst? I think got an opportunity last year, opened the batting for them and did quite well. But Neil Colleen's one of the assistant coaches there. Obviously, big connections here with Durham, and he'd have had an influence on the decision to sign McKinney. Drizzle's going to continue from the Finkel end. And even, I mean, the head coach, Simon Katic, he spent a little bit of time here as a young fella as well, as Durham's overseas player 1 year. So there's connections everywhere.
Small world cricket, isn't
Well,
it?
100% is. I mean, Danny Hazel's moved across there. No longer in charge of the Supercharger. She's going as assistant over to Manchester as well. So I might end up eating some McCoys over in Manchester at some stage.
You're not going to be a Welsh Fire fan.
Well, I'll come to that in a second. I have Welsh Fire kit and bags, and I'll tell you exactly where I got them from. You probably know already, and it's not Kyle.
Gareth.
A little bit flatter and
Oh.
inside edge. Yeah, so obviously your head coach, Gareth Breeze, down there. Again, huge connections. So, yeah, it is a small cricket world. I mentioned him yesterday. One of the lads left one off the middle of the bat, and Gareth, I think it was 2014 when we won the trophy at Lord's, he did that to bring up the winning runs. He was hitting them that well. He was leaving them off the middle. But absolute top man. His kids go to my school and everything, so there's lots of connections and lots of history there between us. Not sure pink and red are not really my colours.
You make it your colour, though.
Oh, really? I actually don't mind the pink. I'm not sure it goes with the red. But anyway, let's see what they come up with this year as a colour scheme.
There's new kit this year.
Yeah.
Brand new kit. We've been told you got one of those player content days next week, and there's a strict thing on the briefing that you're not allowed to take pictures in the kit until it's released until July.
I love it. Non-disclosure agreements. Well, that one's fired in from Drizzle. But Haynes up to the task. Keeps that one out. Sorry, Clark. No, it is Haynes. The scoreboard's got them round the wrong way. But that ends the over. 209 now for 4. 49. 48 even. God, I'm getting absolutely mixed up with my numbers. 48 is the number to keep your eye on. That is the deficit at the moment. 60 overs remaining in the day.
To be fair, you look at numbers a lot throughout your day, over 4 days.
I'm looking at different things.
I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm getting very it doesn't take much to confuse me, to be honest, but there you go. I keep asking Breezy for a job and he just keeps laughing at me.
With Fire?
Yeah.
I could put in a good word now you've given me the biscuits.
Do it. Absolutely.
Do you know what you
I'll
could
bring more biscuits.
Do you know what you could? You can probably have my job.
I'll bring more biscuits. I can do that.
That would be great.
Change of angle. Oh. You can tell from the oars that one's absolutely... Ollie Robinson. Keepers get filthy by balls like that. Balls that they can't get anywhere near. And you almost see the keeper just have a little glance at the umpire, hoping that even though the team are going to cop an extra run if it's wides, they hate byes. Absolutely detest them.
Heard from Ben Rain, though. Good shapes from Minto. I think we're going to see, is that a leg slip in play? Which I like from Alex Lees, this, and James Minto. He's going to bowl that aggressive line. Just make Clark think about that one that's on the angle of his pads. It's wide outside the off stump.
Doesn't look happy with life at the moment, Minto.
Angry
Maybe the
fast
foot marks.
bowler.
Yeah. Little fast bowler as well. Maybe there's a big hole from his takeoff. If you have a look on the screen, just to the left of Jack Haynes's bat. Sorry, it's a huge hole that he's created.
Played nicely out to Emilio Gay on the boundary at deep backward square. He's going very wide of the crease, isn't he? I guess to try and get leg slip in play, and going to bring another fielder as well over into the onside.
Yeah, just
Alex
protect that a
Lees.
little bit. It's hard, isn't it, when you've got that leg slip in place, that area behind square becomes so big. You're only allowed to have the 2 fielders behind square leg.
Alex Lees as well is very straight at mid-wicket, mid-on, as that's defended. There's 3 fielders on the offside. Ben Rain at almost an in-between extra cover and mid-off, a backward point and a deep cover. So he is going to be targeting straight.
I think this is great in the context of this game, but I think it's an important skill that Minto really needs to learn, is to bowl around the wicket. And this may come in more handy with the white ball as his career goes further.
He creeps him round past the umpire as well. And that's played out to the deep cover sweeper. They're going to think about 2, but Drizzle was quick onto it and fires it into Ollie Robinson's gloves.
Hands on hips might be the end of his spell, I think. Might be just starting to tire a little bit.
How good it must be for Minto to have someone like Ben Rain stood next to him, though, and I guess so much experience to guide him through.
Yeah, definitely learn a few things from Ben Rain on and off the field. Good experience.
Alex Lee's not happy with the ball. It was actually Ben Rain that looked at it initially and said, "Skipper, get this looked at."
Gonna have the ring test, are they, or just a couple of years ago the balls were changed so often.
That was last season, wasn't it?
I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, mate. Honestly, it was like every other 5-10 overs changed the ball.
Playing the dodgy batch.
Yeah.
I always find this is such an interesting conflab, though. You got 2 umpires like looking at it and looking at the shape, and then just Alex Lees, the Durham captain, just staring, going, "Come on, boys."
Change your ball, change your luck is what Alex Lees is probably thinking.
Someone needs to flip the bails over.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
Stuart Broad thing, yeah. I think they're going to change it, aren't they? Alex Lees has got his wish. Looks like they're going to have a change of ball. There's normally a box of balls on the boundary. Emilio Gay's going to collect them and bring them in. Hopefully, from a Durham point of view, they get the England ball from the Ashes that they changed it at the Oval. Not that I'm bitter. Yeah, new ball to be chosen.
I do find it interesting how they select a ball from, because I imagine, especially in this format of cricket, to get a ball that's similar.
Yeah, they've got a
To
box, haven't they? Kind of like every
52
10 overs
overs.
kind of thing, yeah.
How do they get those, though? Do they just get
I don't know, maybe
Durham
the second
to bowl
innings
in the nets for
second
10
innings of
overs?
games, maybe, or I don't know, or like, yeah, it's a great question.
There's got to be some.
Just write them falsely down unless you cop it when you're batting.
And is it the
Yeah.
same box of balls for both teams?
I think so. Yeah, I think the home team have to provide the box of balls.
That's
Yeah,
a risk.
just right on. Yeah, this one's only 30 overs old when it's like 10 overs old or something like that.
But that's a risk versus reward, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because then if
100%
Knots
if you're
want
batting.
to change the
Yeah.
ball,
Absolutely.
then
Absolutely. There's all sorts of theories about cricket balls. My club back home, they used to we used to put them in the freezer before we played.
sorry, what?
Yeah, I don't know. That's I used
What
to put
did what did that offer?
well, they were cold for a start for a couple of overs, but that was about it. I honestly don't know, but they 100% used to put them in the freezer. Weird. Kookaburra balls as well.
That's all we play with.
Yeah.
Actually, you say that the Women's County Cup, they're trialling Newbury balls.
Okay.
White
We use them for
Newbury
school.
balls.
Quite a lot of those, and I've seen you've been using them for practice as well.
They're hard, though, on the
They
bat.
are, yeah.
They're like rocks.
They don't last very long. We played a 35 over game, and we should have used a new ball from each end, because it was like a dog had got hold of it at the end. New ball in hand, Minto.
Oof. Full toss, low full toss, but guided by Clark. Almost unexpected, wasn't it?
I think everybody just went, oof.
Minto's just not happy, is he, with
No, he's
the
not.
footholds or his follow through. And being given his jumper back, I suggest that's the end of his spell.
Yeah, he looks a bit distressed out there, the young fella. And this is something, again, as a 17-year-old, he's going to have to learn to kind of mask. That, yeah, you're annoyed, you're disappointed, but you need to keep moving. And you can just see from his body language there, he's throwing his head back. And
That's passion, though.
yeah, it is. I mean,
like
he cares.
to see that in young cricketers, and Alex Lee's just giving him a clap as well. So when your skipper's happy, you got to try and be happy, but you don't want to let the opposition
Absolutely.
get on top of you, which is dead right from your body language.
Oh, I like that from
Yes.
Drizzle. Oh, beats the bat, beats the edge. Joe Clark even doesn't leave his crease. I have lost the plot.
It's a good
Maybe it's these
comparison,
biscuit.
that.
Very different players, but good players. Found a home at Glamorgan.
Lofted
Just reaching a little bit more for that one, wasn't he? Minto. That'll improve his mood, diving and missing that one. Just need a kick of the turf or drop his hat on the floor and kick it or something.
You don't need aggression.
Yeah, I like it.
What about just a little pat on the back or
Maybe he just needs a hug or
Yeah.
a chocolate biscuit.
a hug? It's the answer to everything.
I agree. I like a good hug. A mate of mine at work came in this morning. He was just, when you can tell somebody's in a mood.
Yeah.
I didn't even speak to him. I just walked up and gave him a hug.
Yeah. And sometimes the less said, the better.
Yeah. He went, I didn't get much sleep last night. I said, oh, we can tell. I haven't had a coffee yet. I says, yeah, we can tell.
Okay, there was me thinking you were being nice and just offered the
Yeah.
poor man a hug.
Well,
and
he felt
now,
better. He
and
felt
now
better
you
after the
winding
hug.
him up.
Yeah. You just let him get it off his chest. Oh, what has happened there? It's beaten everything.
Not going to be
I
boss.
thought there was a celebration, but the celebration turned to despair as that one has turned and beaten
Boys.
the stumps. Not for the first time, Drizzle.
Holly Robinson as well. Feels like that's hit the stumps. He's signalling that it has, but good signs for Durham. Bit of turn from Drizzle. Joe Clark as well, walking up, doing a bit of gardening on that spot it was pitched.
There is just an edge of the footmark there where that's hit. Oh my goodness. I think that's beat leg stump. I'm going to show you in a second. As that one's punched down to long on.
Wow.
That's incredible turn.
That's
And
sort
so
of
unlucky.
fifth stump out as well,
Yeah.
where it pitched. So big turn from Drizzle.
Unlucky not to pick up a wicket there, George Drizzle. But that lead is now 35. It's really coming down. This partnership crucial. It continues to climb. 222 for 4. The numbers are, there's 58 overs remaining in the day, and Durham lead by 35. Clark on 56 and Haynes on 23.
Speaking of wickets, though,
Yeah,
not good sign for Durham women.
we lost one early.
Lost one early. Emma Marlowe is gone. To Durham, a 5 for 1 in reply to Lancashire's 239.
Who have they opened up with? Cross and Gore?
Mahika Gore. She's tall.
She's long, isn't she? I saw her here last year. Really long.
Another tall, fast bowler, though, Bryden Cass. 2 slips as well for him. So good to see him back bowling. And he's in, and that's defended by Clark.
Some nice variation in this Durham attack. It's by no means probably their first choice attack, but they still have good options. You've got the height and the pace of Cass. You've got the left arm option of Minto. You've got Yusuf, who bustles in and is nice and skiddy at the stumps. You've got the skills of Ben Rain. And then you've got the spin option of George Drizzle as well, who's just starting to have an influence on this game.
Deficit 35 for Notts. So if Durham can pick up a couple here and get them in the game as that's defended. A bit of aggression.
Don't throw it. You get banned.
We had a level... we actually had a level 2 for the throwback into
Really?
the keeper. That new rule. It was the most honesty. I actually think it's ridiculous. I probably shouldn't be saying that as a professional cricketer, but it was literally hit to mid-wicket. And, it's just like routine. You throw the ball back in early into the game. It was Charlie Dean. And the batter just walked backwards towards it, hit her. But, there was no malicious into it at all. To the point the batter that got hit was, laughing. Then all of a sudden it was, this dead serious thing. And Charlie Dean was given a level 2. And we were like,
wow.
What? And then after the game, whenever you get, a level 1 or a level 2, you have to almost write, an apology note.
Yeah.
So Charlie was she just sat there and went, I will not throw a ball at a batter.
Like the Simpsons chalkboard.
Literally. Again, she was like, this is the most... She was like, I just won't throw it then, will I? Honestly.
Underarm roll it to the
I
keeper.
understand it, because at times there is aggression, isn't there? And that's not necessary, but that's so rare.
Hamid got a little ticking off for it earlier in this game, actually. He threw the ball back to the keeper and the umpires had a go at him and he basically just threw his hands out and went, what are you talking about? Just trying to create a bit of energy.
I reckon as a bat that you could be tactical and just walk into it, headbutt it and go down level 2. Maybe that's my way when I come back.
Yeah, I like it.
Just
we
get
had one
everyone
last
banned.
year in a club game where the bowler threw the ball back at our batter and our batter swivel pulled it for 4. And he was in his crease, so they're appealing for him to be out of obstructing the field.
Well, that's come back a bit by Cast. Hit the deck hard. Emilio Gate deep backward square does the fielding. Haynes on to 24.
And while they chewed on at him for doing it, and he was like, well, you threw the ball at me, they gave us 5 penalty runs for throwing the ball back and then, give him a level 1 or whatever it is.
It's actually a level 2 though as well. If you
crazy.
throw a ball back into a batter, it's a level 2. Straight up.
Mental.
I think we were one of the first professional teams to get one. Clearly we misbehaved down south.
Not surprised. Ooh.
Defended. Hard length from Cast. That's what we're so used to seeing from him.
It's good signs for England as much as it is for Durham that he's getting through spells after spells. Getting some good overs in his legs. Oh, and that toe, I guess. Not just the legs, but the toe. Brian Cast, big job to do for Durham this afternoon.
What a belting pitch to bat on.
Yeah, it's been great, hasn't it?
The boss man's bat. I think I'm hopping out. You get to stay.
Oh, you just want the biscuits.
Yeah. You know.
If Rob doesn't nick them off you before you get the chance to trough them. Drizzle, what's he got for us? Nearly got the breakthrough in his last over. And again, that attacking line, just trying to catch the edge of any rough that's been created by James Minto or any of the right armers going around the wicket. There's a little bit there, just every now and then one really rips out of there. And the last one did too much. That's nice. Just shows, like, if that's hit the batter in line, it's such a tough job to give LBWs, isn't it? When you think about that, that's everybody's expecting that to hit the stumps and it's missed.
Like that. Yes.
And this one we talk about, we bring it up. And Drizzle, I'm claiming that. I don't know how, but I'm claiming it. But that seemed to slide on a little bit more. And Haynes, I'm not sure. I thought he got outside the line just. Just going to watch a replay of that. No, I think that looks good. I think he's leaned afterwards. That looks pretty good shout to me. And Durham get a huge wicket. Notts still trail by 33. Haynes goes LBW to Drizzle for 24.
Yeah, big wicket that for me in the context of this game. Joe Clark obviously still there, but to break up an end and Haynes rightly disappointed from a Notts point of view, but Durham still have a lead in their first innings, and you can see here Alex Lee's having a conversation with the lads in that huddle. But it was almost a sarcastic yes, wasn't it, from the umpire that didn't give too earlier. Whether they were out or not, we never know, but
it's a big moment. I think, just talking about Drizzle, just starting to influence this game there, that one in the last over that went past.
it just puts a
The
bit of
stumps.
doubt, though, in your mind as a batter, whether it's not doing that every ball, it's not
Yeah.
absolutely ragging, but seeing the ball turn that much, then it's, I don't care what you say, obviously you got to think of the next ball, but
Yeah.
that will be
Of
in
course
your
it is.
mind.
Of course it is. It almost burns into the back of your mind, doesn't it? It's like one, if you get one that pops off a length and you're thinking, right, I've still got to go forward, just there's that hesitation in the back of your mind that thinks, oh, hang on, just going to hang back a little bit here. But Kyle Verena comes to the crease now to join Joe Clark. Joe Clark's on 57. Kyle Verena's on 0, obviously, as he's yet to face a ball. 2-2-4 for 5. It's 56 overs after this one, still remaining in the day. Notts trailing by 33.
If Durham go bang bang here,
Just
could be
gets
interesting.
nervous, doesn't it, that change room?
I hope as well, for the context of the game, that does happen. It would be nice to see potentially a little chase
Be-
towards the back end of the day.
Could be a long afternoon otherwise. Verena comes in and whips that one away first ball and gets off the mark immediately.
Be interesting how Clark plays as well. I guess he scores so quickly,
Yeah,
and
if
the
they're-
field's going to spread for him.
this is almost if he can pick up Joe Clark now. 2 new batters at the crease, it just changes the whole complex of this game. And Clark will know that.
Still, that over rate's something to be mindful of as
Yeah.
well.
Oh,
Shot.
he's mindful of slapping that through the covers for 4. I've seen that before. Almost a hockey shot, Joss Butler style. Really quick hands through the ball.
If you over pitch outside off stump, Joe Clark isn't going to miss out.
Mm.
That's for sure. One of his strengths, hitting through that offside.
It's the risk and reward of that line, isn't it? Can you catch the edge of the foot mark? But if you don't,
And you can get greedy as well, probably seeing the delivery that he bowled the previous over.
Yeah.
Giving it a chance out there to have that sharp turn.
no doubt. And that's hit hard, and the skipper gets round to collect that one, and that ends the over. Not 229 for 5. Drizzle taking a wicket in the last over. That of Jack Haynes. He fell for 24. The lead is now 28. 56 overs remain in the day. Emily, thank you very much for
No worries
joining
at
us.
all.
Enjoy your biscuits.
My lunch and biscuits, I think.
Perfect. Little dessert for you with your ice cubes and lettuce. And Rob Rush is going to jump back in the hot seat in a moment. You've got 2 wickets, mate, as you've got one as you came on last time, and hanging in the background there, picked up another one. Maybe you're the good luck charm that Durham need. See you, mate.
Like this in play, short leg.
Oi.
That's why.
Nice bouncer from Cass.
Nothing like a good old welcome to the crease with a short ball from a man who regularly cranks it above 90 mile an hour. Be interesting to see if there's any reverse swing on offer as we count down towards 60 overs. We did see obviously very different conditions, but we did see Bryden Cass get some reverse swing over the winter. Obviously conditions much more helpful for that, but we've seen George Zell starting to get some turn. Verena hops leg side or to the offside, sorry, to flick
Yeah.
that one leg side.
Got a long way across, didn't he?
And as we've said before, Ash, the best place to play fast bowling?
Yep,
Up the other end.
absolutely.
Go on, Mr. Clark, you are the set batter. You can have that one, mate. I'll trundle down and take a single. Graham Clark, that is, will jump out a few paces away, not quite under the lid at short leg, but still in a catching position. Got Emilio Gay back on the fence. Wonder if this could be the short ball ploy for both of these two. Still got that slip in McKinney, so there is still an amount of length that could be applied by Cass. But it is the short ball. Oh, and Yusuf has dropped it. Such a tough chance running in from fine leg. Running round, maybe didn't quite pick it up straight away, but not to get alive. Joe Clark gets alive on 61.
It's a good effort from Yusuf, but will that be pivotal in the day? Write that one down. 60 Joe Clark.
That's expertly played by Carl Verena. We saw him the last time he faced Cass hop to the offside to flick it round to leg side, and that one as well takes that big lunge over and swivels round the corner for his first boundary. Deficit now sits at just above 20, so unless something remarkable happens, Ash, Durham will have a chase on to try and win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Durham will be trying to keep that chase to a minimum. Need to take every chance.
Verena goes back to back. This one fine.
It's a no
Behind.
ball as well.
Yeah. Is that overstepped or?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, they're
Sure
looking
I
at.
heard an early call, unless Emilio Gay was
I was
behind
going to say
square.
everyone's fielders are looking round towards Gay on the boundary, but it is just him and you. Alex Lees is behind square as well,
Yeah,
so maybe called from square leg umpire. Is
You
it
might be
point?
right. You might be right. That's a big chunk of the lead gone
Yeah,
there in those two
6.
balls.
6 off that one for that no ball. And now Cass oversteps.
Lead down to 14.
Yeah, it did seem that the ball before that fielders looking towards Gay out on the boundary, so maybe just erring the wrong side of that line. You can only allow 2 people behind square on the leg side.
Verena getting a long way across here. Five wickets down, 243 on the board.
Change of angle. Cass is going to come around the wicket now. Sends his good friend Drizel over to the leg side.
Oh, wow, it's flying down there.
Good over for Notts. They wipe out a significant chunk of that deficit, which is just now 13. 244 for 5.
Yeah, expensive over that one from Cass. Also a drop catch.
eventful over.
Yeah. By Cody Youssef. Not through lack of effort. Stormed in and dived forward. Healthy crowd watching on the stream. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from the Banks Homes Riverside. And a pretty nice afternoon here in Chesley Street. And the cricket is of great quality as Verena dabs this one away. And we'll pick up another single. Busy start for the South African. He moves on to 12. Joe Clark, 62. Numbers to be aware of. The deficit is 12. And there are 54 overs remaining in the day's play after this one. Beautifully played in the gap. Past Graham Clark.
Lovely sound off the bat as well.
Yeah, he's timed the ball beautifully all day. Verena does the same. It's the same area of the field and we'll pick up a single. The scoreboard moving quickly despite the loss of Haynes a couple of overs ago. I've already put on 23, these two. Nice from Drizzle. Clark collecting that one comfortably. Helmet on. Clark tries to give himself a little bit of room and create some width, but can't beat Alex Lees at mid-off. This one is punched off the back foot through the same gap down to Bryden Cass. Picks up another single. That's 4 singles off the over. 248 for 5. That lead into single figures now is just 9. Clark 64, Verena 13. 54 overs remaining in the day's play. There's a lot of cricket to be played here.
Short ball plan in play for Cass. Slightly slower. That one on the bounce through to Robinson. Don't think so, Bryden. Clark getting himself pretty good distance outside the line.
Yeah, seems to have copied the style of Kyle Verena, trying to get himself outside on the back foot and outside off stump. Simon Meadows, the most optimistic shout ever. Yeah, you're not far off.
Good single. You got Alex Lees there on the 45 round the corner, but he's not particularly close. He's obviously there for that sort of top edge that goes really high. And so Clark, recognising that, just immediately calls for the single. And there's the switch from the short ball to length and almost removes Verena from the middle.
Lovely change up from Cars. Wonder if he's thinking about trying to York Verena here. Oh, my favourite groundsman. Don't tell Jake. He can talk to us about this grass dye. We've got Victor Main's going to join us shortly. Bryden Cars toiling away.
Gets the under edge. Flies past Ollie Robinson. He got a glove on it. Races to the fence. Deficit down to 4.
That was the one. That was just said there. I wonder if he's going to try and fire in the Yorker with Verena being on the back foot. And he almost breaks through there. It costs another 4 runs and takes Notts past the 250 mark. 253 now for 5. The numbers to keep an eye on is that they trail by 4. There's 53 overs remaining in the day. Come and join us, Vic. Right. Just hang around in the background, mate. Nice to see you out of the old scoreboard, mate, the old greenhouse.
Yeah, it's not been the warmest of games, has it? It's been a bit chilly outside. It's nice out now, though.
Blustery, isn't it? This is probably the best it's been.
This is definitely, yeah. Interesting game, isn't it?
Yeah, can Durham just sneak another couple of wickets here and put pressure on Notts and maybe have a little run chase after tea, I guess, is we're all hoping that this game is set from a Durham point of view. From a Notts point of view, they hope that they bat out the remainder of the day without any trouble. We're day 4. I tell you what, you must be really pleased with how this pitch has held up, considering how dry it was.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind if a couple shooting along the floor now or lifting off a length, but there's been some big moments, hasn't there, in the last 20 minutes or so?
Yeah.
And just need a little bit of luck.
Absolutely. A little bit of turn, as you would like to expect on day 4. He's going to turn from there. He's lucky to get away with that one. George Drizzlers Clark powerfully pulls it away out into the deep. So we're talking a little bit earlier around the challenges around the groundsmen, especially around the country. I see that you guys pretty much after play yesterday had the sprinklers on immediately trying to get moisture into this outfield. And there's still some brown patches developing. So you've come up with a cunning plan.
No, that was a bit of a flippant remark, actually. I was hoping that you were going to latch onto it and run with it. It's called water. That's the only thing that we can put on it.
That's driven beautifully by Kyle Verena through the covers. And that is the challenge with that line. It's an attacking line, but if you get it slightly wrong with your length, then it offers boundaries. And with that boundary, your former employers are in the lead.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? Yeah, we just need something to go our way. I think we've certainly played the cricket in this game.
Drizzle's going to try around the wicket. See, you've just stuffed me out of sight with the die. You can get a die for the ground, can't you?
Yeah, I think you can, but
bring some food colouring or something. That ends the over. Notts in the lead. Again, the important numbers is that lead is 1 overs remaining 52.
Now, lots of water in this field will come back. Could take a great deal of water though.
Yeah.
But
so, what cricket do you have after today here?
Well, I've got a championship game starting on Friday next week. Just a small matter of that.
Yep.
And then the day after that, I think we've got a girls' academy game, and the day after that, we've got 2 second 11 T20s.
And that builds into the T20 season that
Absolutely.
next Sunday, isn't it? Well, Sunday week, sorry. We're at home for a double header.
So starting Friday next week, we've got 6 days of cricket in a row. That's not going to give us a lot of time to get things done. So I'm rather hoping that Mother Nature will come and help us out a little bit.
Hearing rumours that there is some rain forecast next week. Is that
I
right?
believe
the back
so.
end of it?
Yeah, that's what I've seen. But whether it materialises here or not, we shall remain to see.
Bryden cast. Desperate for a breakthrough for Durham. This field set for short pitch bowling. And he bangs it in, and Clark rides the bounce. And a good bit of fielding by Minto. So just take us through the daily routine then. So what time? I mean, it's easy for you because you live here.
That does help.
But what time do the lads get here to prep this game for an 11 o'clock start?
For a match day, we tend to. I tend to say, right, we'll start at 7:30 in the morning.
Uh-huh.
That means that the majority of the guys will be in by 7. We'll have a cup of coffee in the morning and have a chat.
Yep.
About what we're going to do. And
there's 4 more to the total as that one fires down the leg side, and Ollie Robinson is unable to get anywhere near that. So rigmaroles of a day is that the outfield gets cut and the practice wickets have got to be prepped and everything kind of is normal.
So let's take today, day 4.
Yep.
Which would be exactly the same as days 2 and 3.
Yep.
We'll come in, we'll get the nets uncovered first of all. Then we'll come out and get the main square uncovered. Then we'll split into various groups. A couple will go off and cut the outfield. 1 or 2 will go into the nets and prepare that. The rest of us will come out onto the pitch. Maybe one person cutting the square. A couple of people doing any foothold repairs that are necessary. Remark the pitch. Wait for the umpires to come in before we can cut the pitch.
So you cut the pitch every day?
Pitch has to be cut every day.
To 12. So you started off at 12 mil, so it'll be cut to 12 mil every day.
Cut to 12 mil every day, but
yep.
we can't do that until the umpires are stood over us watching us.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And then when that's all done, we may have things like fielding nets to put up and bits and pieces to do. But then the players and the coaches are on the ground by then. Of course, the other thing that we've got in the morning is getting the bowl down pitches ready, swept up from the day before, remarked. Just make sure everything's set out there.
So
and then
if we take that even back further to the end of the day's play, see you guys off at the routine is covers go onto the pitch, covers go onto the square. Is that it then? Once you've got them down, are you happy to kind of disappear?
Yeah, pretty much so. I mean, the lads will sweep up and hang the nets up and clear the nets, cover them up. So they'll start that probably about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, unless there's anybody still in there. Then immediately play finishes for the day. We'll come out, and I'm not a great believer in asking the lads to work a lot of time after the game's finished.
Yeah.
Other grounds do. Other people cut their outfield after the game's finished. But my
That's
view
a long
is,
day, that, isn't it?
yeah, my
Wow.
view is the game doesn't normally finish until about 6:30.
Yeah.
The boys have been in since 7 o'clock in the morning. For me then to ask them to start cutting the outfield, which is an hour's plus work. I mean, when do they see their families?
So that might be a good thing for some.
Well, that may be a good thing for some. As far as I'm concerned, it's let's get the covers on as quickly as we can, get done, and get away, come back a little bit fresher in the morning.
Okay, so no cricket here tomorrow. So you'll have started, I'm assuming, prepping that pitch for Friday last week?
Yeah, that's ready. It's just a question now of finishing it off, painting some lines on it, and that'll be ready for Friday. So tomorrow is a big clean up, sight screens down, any sight screens that need to be moved, like the big sight screens down at the far end, will need to be moved right across. We've got to fix sight screens at this media centre end because we're off the edge of the media centre.
So so are you going that end of the square?
We're going right pavilion side of the square for Somerset on pitch 6.
Okie doke. That is a long way across from
That's
here.
a long way across from here.
Where are we, 15 here?
We're 15 here, yeah.
Lovely shot that from Joe Clark, climbing into a little bit short from Drizzle and putting that away and increasing the lead for Notts. That lead goes to 10.
Yeah, and then boundary will come up, tidied away, and a big cut on the outfield. The areas outside of the boundary for this game haven't been cut during the game.
Yeah.
We only cut inside the rope, and so the field needs cutting and getting back, and then it's a question of just getting as much water on everywhere as we can.
And food dye.
Well, food dye, yeah. So water will start going on the square immediately this game finishes. Get this pitch flooded down and hopefully try and get it coming back a bit. And yeah, lots of water on. We've got areas that have been reseeded which need more water on for it to grow. So that's the big job for tomorrow, is clean up and water on.
It never ends, does it?
Oh no,
It never ends. So pitch 6, is that, I mean, visually you can't see on the screen, but I'm pointing. Is that next to the right of the one that's being used?
That's correct. Yeah.
So for our members, if you're in the members' side of the ground, much closer to the action than this one. The LNER stand's been pretty packed throughout the 4 days because it's been in the sun and it's been closer to the action. So you'd be silly not to sit this side, but you'd be much closer to the action over in the Don Robson Pavilion for the Somerset game starting on Friday.
And that'll be interesting because they're looking a decent outfit at the moment, aren't they? Good bowling attack.
It's a really strong. I mean, it's no surprise. It's a really strong Division 1. You've seen Worcester come up with a good result.
Good win. Yeah.
You know, this has been a tough game against top of the table Notts, and it's going to be another tough contest on Friday. Should be lots of exciting young players will be on show. Lots of experienced county pros as well. We've seen Somerset have some random theories with their batting order this week and putting their bowling all-rounders up to take the new ball. So I'm going to see a little change in the bowling here as Cody Youssef is going to come into the attack.
David Bellingham and Nathan South are just making their way back from a net.
Yeah, I did see Souts back in the area.
Yeah, I think he's been in for a week or more now.
Yeah.
Practicing with the second
ball
11
squads,
on the white ball.
Looks like he's got somebody else's shorts on there. They're massive.
That one's flicked away. It's going to be a single to Verena.
Looks like he's got a good mop of hair on as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I'm a bit jealous of that, actually. It's a good lad, done very well for Durham since arriving from Middlesex in the white ball game. Been up there in the leading wicket takers in the blast since he's arrived. What can Cody Youssef offer? Well, he's offered up a half volley that's been driven away. Minto does well out in the field to keep that to 1. Lead is at 12.
Just watching Beddingham walk round there, I would have liked to have seen him back yesterday.
I think there's a few of us might have liked to have seen him, but yeah. He's a talented man. I've said to him I hope he makes 300 in the World Test Championship final, but Australia still win.
Be a good game, that.
He just smiled and took it in his usual chilled manner. What can Durham do here? Is there maybe a change needed from the Lumley end and the Finkel end? So we've seen Youssef come into the attack from the Lumley end. What will we see from the Finkel end? Or will they persist with Drizzle, who did get the last breakthrough?
Yeah, he's just started to drop a few short, though, that Notts are able to quite comfortably latch onto. That's better
Good
from
areas,
Youssef.
yeah, good areas.
I think he's bowled well in this game.
Yeah, he's a
I've
trier,
been-
isn't he?
Yeah, I've been impressed with him. He's got the ball through well. I think that was, for me, that was a noticeable difference between the two sides. I think our bowlers have got the ball through to the keeper, whereas their bowlers just didn't seem to. I know they're not fast hit the deck bowlers, but they just didn't seem to get anything out of the pitch at all.
That's good from Youssef attacking the stumps. Yeah, if you want to Google it, it's Finkel, Finchale. Mr. Beaver. Might just bring up something different to what you've Googled. Just a lull here. What can Durham do to break this partnership, break this game open? There will be a run chase if not so bowled out. Varanic gets that one away.
Good single.
He's
Probably-
busy, isn't he?
Probably from a Durham perspective shouldn't have happened with how close it was to the fielder, but they set off straight away and
Yeah, it's a good run.
they're quick between the wickets. It's going to be Drizzle to continue. Can he try break this partnership? Joe Clark has added 10 since he was dropped by Youssef. A tough chance running round and in from fine leg off the bowling of Bryden Cass.
Joe Clark just showing signs of maybe a little bit of fatigue here. Spent 2 full days in the field. Not great days from his point of view either, but he's just off camera there. He's having a stretch and he's just got some new gloves. Durham desperate for another wicket.
They're trying to use the footholes here, Ash, do you reckon? Drizzle coming round the wicket?
Well, in theory, he should be bowling on the main part of the pitch if he's coming around the wicket here. So probably just trying to avoid the width that he's given in the previous overs. But this pitch is like cement at the moment. It's rock hard. I went and had a look at it, and there was, what surprised me was the lack of foot marks on the follow-throughs. There's quite a big one at the Lumley end for the right armour, but apart from that, it's lasted pretty well, hasn't it?
That's a Mia running close to the wicket.
Yeah, he got one, didn't he? That one's short and pulled away out into the deep. Vrana will pick up another single. And he's lucky that hit the stump because Drizzle left the ball and there was not one person backing that up apart from Emilio Gay out in the deep. So that's probably saved Durham a run with that one hitting the stumps.
Who's throwing that back? Cass?
Yeah. Showing off. Graham Youngins down there for company. Might just turn around, give him a little wink.
I think Will Gidman's joined him as well.
Will Gidman will not be happy with the backing up, that is for sure. Yeah, by bowling around the wicket, he's again trying to bring both edges into play, hoping that if one slides on straight, he might get the outside edge to slip, and if one does turn, obviously he can try and beat the inside edge like he did with Haynes. He's going to go back to over the wicket now and drop Ben McKinney just down in front of us at long on. He tosses that up and Ben McKinney is in play as that one is pushed down to him at long on. So, blast season is just about upon us. They're the pitches that you would normally have towards the middle of the square. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much central, so that we can employ bigger boundaries if we feel that's the way to go. If we were to be looking at playing 3 spinners, we probably would put in bigger boundaries. I don't know what the plan is at the moment.
So will you talk with Ryan and the club around that beforehand?
Yeah, we'll have a chat with Ryan and we'll see what his plan is, and then fix the boundaries accordingly.
Okay. And the challenge this year that you'll have is you'll have a few double headers as well with the girls on. Before, I think the first one is the first home game, the Sunday the 1st?
1st of June, I think, yeah, double header. Don't really cause that much of an issue, to be honest with you. I mean, the only thing...
With the boundary, maybe?
Yeah, they play on the same pitch, so that's not an issue. The girls don't tend to do a lot of damage if they play first. The only thing really for us is to move the boundary in and out.
Yeah.
But then we've got 2 ropes, so it's...
Oh, you've got your new rope, haven't you? I forgot about that.
It's easy to drop the rope inside the men's boundary.
Yeah.
We'll set the men's boundary and put the Toblerones on that, and then just bring the girls' boundary inside that. So it's just a question of pulling that back once the girls' game's finished. The only danger with that is they're supposed to be, I think, sort of we're supposed to get a half an hour's grace to get the field ready.
Right.
But that never happens. So we'll be pulling the boundary in, and there'll be balls raining.
There'll be people everywhere.
Yeah, balls raining over our heads as we're trying to do it and what have you, as there's a bit of rain shitting going on and fielding practice.
You might have to get, the driving range carts where you can get those on and get ground staff helmets.
Hard hats, I think. Hard hats are required.
Orange bibs.
I tell you, in T20 blast matches, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
It is dangerous being out there in the change of innings and what have you, because there's balls coming from both sides of the field, all directions.
Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. Pick up one. Yeah, because all the fielding practice is done on the edge of the square, which is right in your area.
Yeah. So you're trying to sweep up the pitch and you've got balls coming from both directions. You're trying to roll the pitch and there's balls going underneath the roller.
Imagine rolling. Have you ever rolled one in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Funnily enough, I did that in Nottingham, actually, in a test match.
No way.
Well, it's about 10 minutes before the start of play for a test match.
Uh-huh.
Luckily, it wasn't actually into the pitch.
Oh, my God.
But we'd been asked, obviously you roll the pitch in the morning before the start of play, and for test matches you always have a 4th umpire out there who's watching everything that's going on. And Sky, normally we would roll half an hour before the day's play. Sky like to do their interviews and all sorts of things, and so that takes time.
Yeah.
And you can't roll until 10 minutes before play. So I'm sat on the roller, and 10 minutes before, Sky pack up all of their bits and start walking off. So the umpire said, right, you can go now. And as I started going, he kicked the ball. The umpire kicked the ball straight underneath the roller, and I rolled it into the pitch just slightly behind the bowling crease.
Right. Wow.
So we had to dig that out and fill it, which was a bit hectic. Good job. I have seen them rolled into the middle of the pitch before now.
Can you give us the umpire? Can you throw him under the bus?
He's a very, very famous English umpire who, test match umpire, who I think he's recently retired, sort of from the test match scene.
So Peter Willie or somebody like that?
No.
He would have just growled at it and it would have moved.
I think this was I'll give you a clue and say he was an ex-Middlesex player.
Gunner.
Maybe.
Oh, what a guy. He was my favourite, to be fair. What a fantastic fella.
He's an absolute legend.
Yeah.
I think it was Gunner. It may not have been. I may be doing him a disservice. But
Oh, I hope it was.
it was one of the larrikins anyway, of which there are quite a few.
Excellent. Ian Gould, that is, for those that are wondering who Gunner is.
Thanks, mate. I was one of them.
Yeah.
Well, you're only a whippersnapper. You wouldn't even know who we're talking about.
Nope.
Honestly, what a fantastic person he was to have, and he just used to tell you how it was. I can't repeat some of the things that he used to say, but yeah,
You wouldn't repeat any of the things he used to
you've
say.
really messed that up, haven't you? Like, you'd be like, Gunnar, I'm trying to play a game here. I don't need that kind of. Yeah, fantastic. Ex-player, understood the game, understood players, and yeah,
Coached as well, didn't he?
I'm not sure. Not sure.
Sure, he coached at Middlesex.
I wouldn't be surprised. Another bumble who's kind of been around and done everything. I messaged Bumble the other day and I says, "Oh, I'm going to Accrington today." Our school had a couple of cup finals there at their football stadium, and all I got was whatever for. As in, why would anybody want to go to Accrington, which is his hometown? So there you go.
Giselle's going to start this one over the wicket, it looks like. Still got slip. Packed leg side field. Cass is doing the sweeping out in front of the Daffabet stand. That one's looped up. And they'll jog through for an easy single.
I'm hoping we get Bumble back up to do another game or two over the summer. He loved it last year. We we had a members forum one night after play, and I was hosting. It was going to be a quiz. We've had a couple of quizzes. I think you might have been to one, Vic. And
Not the quiz. I'm not intelligent enough for quizzes.
oh, yeah, well, I'll write the questions, mate. So you can reserve judgment on that. And Bumble said, "Can I come?" I was like, "Absolutely." And it turned out that Bumble and I had a couple of beers and a chat with 2 microphones, and everybody else just listened in. It was a bit like just a random night in a pub, and we just had a bit chat and a bit of a question and answer. And his "I can only stay for 15 minutes" turned into an hour and a half.
The best night.
Yeah, honestly, it was.
Those
it was
are those
brilliant.
are the best
Yeah.
ones.
Absolutely brilliant. And the quiz never took place. Not a question asked. Well,
I wouldn't think anybody worried in the slightest.
nah, not at all. I'm not even sure we've actually had the quiz since. Might have the questions there somewhere.
The question is, can Durham get a wicket from somewhere? Yeah.
Doesn't look like it at the moment. Good batting from Notts. Lots of loop and lots of air from Drizzle, but Verena content. Going at a run a ball, Carl Verena. And these two look as trouble-free as any batter has done today, probably with the exception of Ben Slater, who was superb, scoring 74. Drive round the wicket. Verena thinking about a run, but Yusuf does the field, and that ends another over. Just 46 overs remaining in the day. Notts lead by 21. What are your thoughts, Vic? Where would you go? Who would you turn to?
It's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult. I think you just got to keep plodding away, keep changing it around, mix it up, see if somebody can make something happen.
I might have a look at Ackerman maybe for a little bit of spin from this end.
Where are we? When's the new ball due? Is that 66
14,
gone?
yeah, 14 overs. That's what you want. One just to run along the floor on this pitch.
Yeah, I'd sooner have 5 of them.
There has been a couple keep low, but nothing really that's alarmed anyone.
I think
That's what you want
James
early
Minto,
doors, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Give Minto a crack from this
yeah,
end, maybe.
I think short bursts, 3 or 4 overs. Just let him go for it. See if he can make something happen.
Quick single.
So creating a bit of energy there, which is good.
Tell you what, that would have been interesting if that was a hit. I think Verena would have been struggling.
I tell you what, if they bat more overs and have a lead, 10 more overs and lead by 100, we're going to be entertained. Some interesting comments. Am I Alan's brother? Well, I definitely don't have a brother, and I don't know who Alan is, so unless my dad's been up to no good, then the answer to that one's no. Some randomness coming through. Are you guys bored watching the stream here? Because there's some seriously random comments coming through. Notts can win this game. Well,
Stranger things have happened.
yeah. It'd be extraordinary cricket if that does happen. If it was 5 days, maybe, yeah. You never know. There's still good pace and bounce in this pitch. If you hit that pitch hard, you can get your rewards out of it. That also means it's good for batting. There's nothing like having pace come onto the bat. I think we've seen the amount of runs that have been scored square of the wicket. Been a real testament to how this pitch is played.
I remember down at Trent Bridge, must have been 2013, 14. Durham had I think it was about 120 to chase with 21, 22 overs to left of the match. Changed the batting order around for the second innings, and Colonel Mustard and Rocky Stoneman went out to open the batting, and they just whacked it.
Yeah.
Durham coasted in.
Something
Fallen straight. And whipped away. A little bit of a fumble at mid-wicket by Colin Ackerman.
Something similar during the bubble, I think, down at Southampton when England were playing the West Indies. Got down to the final day and England managed to bowl the Windies out, and they had a target, I think, of maybe like 160, 170 as the overs were ticking down, and it was the period where Joss Buttler was England's wicketkeeper. So him and Ben Stokes quickly ran up the stairs, padded up, and then they came downstairs. Remember, Bumble was on commentary for it, and he went, "Oh, hello, send out the big guns." Change of bowler, but not change of bowling. It's going to be Ackerman to continue with the off spin. Drizel, 16 overs, 1 for 60 for him. Just not quite able to provide consistency. Ackerman had that over straight after lunch to just switch some ends, and now he's back with 13 overs left till the second new ball is available, and just over 20 minutes until tea. Obviously fixed at 20 to 4 on the final day. Ackerman's a bit more of a round arm action, isn't he, Ash, compared to Drizel?
Yeah, he is. He's a bit flatter. He'll fire the ball a little bit more into the pitch. Gets probably a little bit more undercut to Drizzle's overspin.
Played a lot of one-day cricket as well, hasn't
Yeah,
he?
he has.
It's where he did the majority of his bowling.
Clark just stretching again there. Excellent running. So despite a good bit of fielding as well, Emilio Gay, despite Clark noticeably being injured, he's stretching again down just off camera. Maybe a groin or a hip flexor. It's excellent running between them.
Lead up to 25 now for Notts. They've rotated the strike well. That's what they have done since Verena's come to the crease. He's been proactive.
Just having a look at the girls' game there. In pursuit of 240, Holly Armitage has just been dismissed for 47. Susie Bates still at the crease on 25. Durham 74 for 2. Halfway through the 18th over, chasing 240. So a good run chase in store there. They did well to keep them down to 240. Lancashire got off to a bit of a flyer through Emma Lamb. And at one stage looked like they were going to pile up close to 300. But excellent bowling in the middle and towards the end. Kept them down to 239 all out. 3 wickets for Phoebe Turner. 3 for Maddie Villiers. A couple for Grace Thompson. 1 each for Catherine Fraser and Katie Levick. Cody Youssef, the man that Leeds turned to in that first day, charging in from the Lumley end, and he gets that short. It's pulled away down to Clark at fine leg. That chance. Joe Clark dropped on 60 by Cody Youssef. Might come back to haunt Durham at the end of the day. It was a tough chance. Raced in, dived full length forward, unable to hold on. This is where you need one of your batters to bowl some filthy leg spin or something, just to try something different. Verena tries something different as he pulls that away with power. Emilio Gay doing the work out on the boundary. I have seen the Nullarbor. Just look at the comments that are coming through. And that's cut away, late cut. Beautifully played by Joe Clark, using the pace of Youssef and running that down to third man for 4. And you just get, and I hate to say it, you get the feeling that this is now drifting towards a draw this afternoon.
Starts to look like a 5 o'clock finish, doesn't it?
Well, that is one bonus. You'll get your tea before 7:30 tonight, Vic, maybe?
Get some water on the ground.
Yeah.
Although I guess technically it could be a 10 to 5, couldn't it?
Do the old declaration.
Yep.
Oh, that's timed beautifully as well, but he'll just pick up 1, Joe Clark.
Let's hope we could still be in for an exciting finish yet.
Yeah, always hope. Couple of wickets can change the landscape of this game really quickly. But at the moment, Joe Clark's on 78, Carl Verena on 30. That lead is just easing up to 26 now. Still 43 overs remaining after this one in the day. So all is not lost yet. But that ball is sounding really good off the middle of both of these Notts batsmen's bats. What time have we got, T? 20 to 4?
20 to 4, yep.
Yeah, 17 minutes to the tea break. And a little rethink maybe for Durham. Although I'm not sure what more really they can try here. They've tried, what's his, 6 bowler now. As you say, from a variety of attack point of view, they do have a lot of the bases covered. But at the moment, it's Notts batting lineup and this great batting surface are holding firm. 284 for 5. Clark inching his way to 100, 82 off 121. Verena busy since he's arrived at the crease, 31 off 39. And bursting through Ben Rain's hands. Give Robinson a ball, yeah, I'd love that.
You saw that last year.
Yeah. Ben Rain attempting to tackle Kyle Verena as he dived on the ground and rolled past it. Nice from Ackerman. Oh, a little bit flat there in a leading edge. Out into the offside. Lands safely. It's good tight work from Ackerman, bowling a much straighter line than Drizzle. Trying to attack the stumps a little bit more. That ends another over. That lead is 33 for Notts. 42 overs remaining in the day. And we're going to lose the lovely Vic, who's, well, he's got some directing to do. I was going to say he's got some work to do. He's got some pointing and some instructions to give for the lads.
It's called delegation.
Absolutely, as it approaches the tea break. Thanks so much
Enjoy
again,
the
Vic.
rest of the game.
Thanks,
fellas,
mate. Thanks
everybody.
for joining us.
Cheers.
Much appreciated. Great to get Vic's insight. Almost every game that we have here, nobody understands this ground as much as that man. Absolutely pleasure to have him. But we won't tell him that. .33 the lead, 42 overs remaining in the day. 14 minutes to the tea break and Ben Rain comes on. What can Rain change in the course of this afternoon session? Lovely swivel pull shot from Clark will get him one. Rain right on the money. Another wicket over in Blackpool. And Muddy Villiers has gone for 4. 82 for 3, Durham in pursuit of 240. As Ben Rain continues to attack the stumps.
Ollie Robinson is all on his own there. He's lost his friends.
The song's so lonely, just pop into my head. That high pitched. No slips for his own.
Two sweepers square of the wicket, got a long leg as well. Brydon Cast is at almost a short wide third. Colin Ackerman in at a catching mid wicket. Ben McKinney at a more orthodox position.
Last ball of the over. This is driven nicely down the ground by Verena. Not perfectly timed. Alex Lees does the fielding and hustles through, trying to get through as many overs as they can, as quickly as they can. They don't want to be behind on the over rate.
What do you reckon? 10 minutes, 3 overs?
Yeah, should do.
It's Graham Onions at the far end, tries to walk a wicket. There he is.
The main man, Vic, going and joining his crew as well. But yeah, the lonely figure of Graham Onions. It's been some good lapping from the Durham coaches. Quick single taken there. Good from Clark. Ackerman looking for the breakthrough.
I like Tim's comment.
Which one? They call Rain the postman?
Yes.
Well, I hope he delivers something before tea. Rainer delivers something special before tea. He climbs onto the back foot and punches that away. Alex Lees has a attempt at and does well. Pulls it back in, the skipper, setting a good example to his teammates out there.
You're going to lead from the front.
Yeah, speaking of leads, that lead goes up to 38. Verena under 34. Clark on 86. 40 overs after this remaining in the day. Potentially. I get the feeling that 40 overs will not be bowled today.
I'm inclined to agree at this point. Is that the earliest they can shake hands? 5 o'clock?
I think 10 to 5 if they declare. If not to declare, 10 to 5. But need to be a few more
Runs
down the line than this. Just in case Durham go, yeah, well, if you declare, we're going to bat now. Ben Rain trying to create some energy out there in the field. Clark whips that across the line, but can't beat Graham Clark. Ends another over. 40 remaining. The lead is 38 to 95 for 5. Clark 86 and Kyle Vereen's 34. Just the 7 minutes now till tea. And Vic is over there vigorously instructing his ground staff as to all the moves that he has to make to get the ground ready for the last session here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
He's quite, he's quite animated by what he's doing.
Yeah, he looks pretty. Look at him. Look at him go. I think Baz is asleep there, the big Baz with the beard. Looked like he'd fell asleep there. He might have. If Vic was talking to him for any length of time, he might have just nodded off. John will be looking on the stream thinking, why isn't there a third man? Mark supervising things. They've got the two lads, Ben and Bruce, on their phones. Ben getting his English turn on. Young fella from Perth in Western Australia. Over here on a 6 months bit of work experience for him. He works at the Wacker Ground in Perth.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Not a bad place to work.
Yeah, could be worse. Could be worse. It's all telepathy, I reckon. Vic, they know their jobs, these guys. Get out there. Haven't seen Ollie there today, young Ollie from Hartlepool.
He may be on the rotated day off.
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably in on the weekend. Get the young lad in on the weekend. Absolutely.
We've got a good game developing at Gloucestershire.
Talk to me.
They bowled Kent out and set themselves 162 to win.
Mm-hmm.
They are currently 57 for 4.
Ooh, game on.
Cam Green is still there, and James Bracey, I believe, has just trotted out to join him. They were the pair that did the damage in the first innings.
Not the worst two players.
So, from a Gloucestershire point of view, they'll be hoping they can take them to the finishing line. Miles Hammond just been dismissed for 18. Grant Stewart, been a good game for him.
Yeah, he's done well. Handy cricketer, isn't he?
Okay, he's just one of those. He's one of those players from a coaching point of view you just love to have in your squad.
Yeah, really useful. Influences games.
James Fuller down at Hampshire as well falls into that category.
Got the Italian blood in him, hasn't he, Grant Stewart? Italy building a pretty serious squad at the moment, actually.
No, it's not bad.
There's a young guy who plays actually Premier League cricket up here, JP Mead. He's plays a little bit for South Africa. South Africa. He is South Africa, but he plays a little bit for Italy as well. Yeah, wicket-keeper batsman, very very talented ball striker. And a few Aussies. The Menenti brothers have now joined in. Joe Burns
I was
and
about to say Joe Burns.
yeah.
Minto treks across.
I think Gareth Berg still involved there.
I think he's now the coach.
Yeah.
How many mid-wickets do you want?
Oh, get another one in. Yeah, perfect. Ends another over number 73. So 7 overs to the new ball. So could that influence the outcome of this game? Another Ben Rain maiden over. Seen plenty of them over the years. Clark 86, Verena 34. The lead is still 38. However, the overs remaining has just dropped down into the 30s. It is at 39. And there'll be time for one more over before the tea break. After that tea break, I'm going to disappear and leave you with Rob and George to close out the session and the match.
Gloucestershire's target's just dipped under 100, and Derbyshire are about to reach halfway in their chase of 329 against Lancashire, but they have lost 5 wickets, so be interesting to see as that one swivelled off the back foot from Clark. He'll move himself
to 90.
Yeah. 299 now for 5. Lead ticks up to 42. Yeah, Derbyshire 161 for 5. You mentioned Italy. Ash, Wayne Madsen has been and gone.
Yep, another one.
So
Speaking of been and gone, so has Mia Rogers. As Lancashire have picked up their 4th wicket. Durham 90 for 4 now. So it'll be a goodbye from me. Like I said, I'll be disappearing after the tea break. Thanks to everybody that's tuned in over the 4 days and all your comments and some of your funny stories and maybe some of the not so funny stuff as well. But all good. Really appreciate your interaction. Thanks to Rob for keeping me company for the majority of that 4 days. We've had a couple of guests in as well, in Emily and Vic. Had Ryan Campbell also. To Stevie and Ross behind the camera, thank you very much. As not to pick up another couple, and in fact they're going to come back for 3. Good running by Joe Clark, and that brings up the 300 for Notts. And if you're a Durham fan, I'll see you all again on Friday. If you're a Notts fan, best of luck for the rest of the season. Top of the table for a reason, and we wish you all the best in your title pursuits.
you see him up for the T20.
Who
North
Notts?
Group?
Yeah, absolutely. Depends if I'm on the stream on that time. I probably will be. It's my stream. As long as I keep bringing biscuits, I think.
Yes. Last ball of the afternoon session, just a 1 wicket lost from a Notts point of view, which they'll be very happy about. Joe Clark, 92 in Carl Verena. He fancies another run before tea, and I don't blame him. He's made batting look pretty simple out there. 38, he will go to the break on. He will have strike first up after the break. And Durham, they would have hoped for a bit more, but as we've said from the start of the day, this is still a good batting pitch, and Notts have proved that in that afternoon session. They've taken over the lead. They've wiped out that deficit. Currently 48 in front. And for them, they probably feel they are around 75% of the way to saving this game.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, Rob. Durham have thrown everything at Notts today.
Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's definitely not for lack of trying.
Yeah, they've picked up the 4 wickets today. Got rid of Hamid last night, which was a huge moment. However, this pair in particular, along with Ben Slater at the start of the day, looks like they've steered Notts to relative safety. We'll be back with you in the broadcast in around 15 minutes, where the last session of day 4 will take place as everybody now heads for a cup of tea.
Welcome back to the final session on the final day of this match between Durham and Nottinghamshire here at the Banks Home Riverside. Joe Clark is 8 away from his first century of the season. Carl Verena is 12 away from another 50. Durham are 5 wickets away from wrapping up this innings, but they're not going to be easy to take, as you all have seen throughout the course of this 4 days. This pitch is a very good track. Lead currently sits at 48. Over 8, more importantly from a Durham point of view, currently sits at -1. So they won't want to lose too many more. They'll want to get through their overs pretty quick to avoid any chance of falling foul of the match referee. Ash has disappeared. George has replaced him. How long do you reckon we're going for here, George?
Well, no more than an hour based on the last session. Just the 1 wicket taken. Joe Clark departed. Jack Haynes, departed for 24. LBW bowled Drizzell. And since then, it's been wicketless. 1 big chance falling at the hands, quite literally, of Cody Youssef at fine leg. He dropped Joe Clark on about 60 odd, I believe. Since then, it's been pretty chanceless out in the middle. But from a Durham point of view, here's hoping that changes. 1 more session, 5 wickets needed, and then a few runs to tick off after that. So a Durham win seems a long way away. A draw the most likely result at the minute. Although, there's a wicket.
What a start! George Drizzell back replacing Ben Rain from the Lumley end. A thin under edge through to Ollie Robinson from Carl Verena. He has to go for 38. I think we take back everything we said in that opening minute of this big a draw. Durham are not thinking about that at all. The absolute perfect start. George Drizzell, a switch of ends, a switch of fortune.
Yeah, take back pretty much everything. Not 6 down now. It's Verena who departs. And all of a sudden, talk at tea was about how Durham was struggling, how comfortable Notts were looking. I wonder if conversation is just turning now towards a Durham win. Still, however, a long way to go.
Yeah, this Notts baton obviously stretches a bit further due to the night watch last night. So Lyndon James walks out at number 8. You've then still got Liam Patterson-White at 9 before you get to Brett Hutton and Mohammed Abbas. Brett Hutton, of course, being a perfect foil for Haseeb Hamid on day 1. So still plenty of work to do. Lyndon James is in no hurry to make his way to the middle.
As you say there, Rob, even at 10 down, Brett Hutton can more than hold an end, as we saw in the first innings.
Yeah, Lyndon James made a start on day 1 before rather gifting his wicket to the hosts. Century last week to help set up that victory against Hampshire that they wrapped up inside 3 days. He got 5 for as well. Just watchful of Drizzell here. I'm interested to see how Joe Clark will now go about things after losing his partner, and those two had looked pretty comfortable up until tea, rotating the strike quite comfortably over a 50 partnership as well.
Yeah, since the wicket of Jack Haynes, there hasn't been too much to shout about for Durham. Clark looking very good for 92, yet to face a ball this session. We're brought straight back to reality with 3 dot balls. More similar to what we saw in the afternoon session. But Durham will have their tails up. Lyndon James looks fairly solid here for his opening 4 balls. Got one to see out before the over ends. Taking his middle stump guard, facing Dressel over the wicket. And hits it straight back to him. Oh, there's a bit of enthusiasm and intensity from Durham as they rotate round at the end of the over.
Yeah, they want that new ball as quick as possible. As also mentioned, they are slightly behind on the over rate as well. So I think back in 2023 they lost a point against Gloucestershire for the fact they were just behind on that over rate. Colin Ackerman to continue from the Finkel end. 5 overs, none for 19 for him. He's got Joe Clark in his side, who is taking middle and off. I always find it interesting how they still mark out their guard at, after tea on day 4. Everyone else has already marked the guard. Surely you know where it is at that point. A rite of passage, if nothing else.
Cricket's a very habitual and superstitious sport. Guess perhaps that plays into it.
Yeah.
Also, just the wealth of time you have out there. What else are you going to do? Ackerman in, over the wicket. Defended by Clark. It always amuses me playing club cricket. You go out to the middle and there's just a massive trench on middle stump. There's a sweep shot from Clark, and it's, well, I could hear it from here, timed perfectly. Out to square leg boundary for 4. You go out to the middle and the umpire says, do you want a guard? So I assume middle is somewhere near this massive trench in the middle of the pitch. And at that, don't think it'll make much of a difference to me anyway.
I wonder if it changes based on certain shoe sizes as well, maybe. You've got somebody who's got slightly bigger feet.
Well, the most annoying thing about that as well is you try and bat on middle and you start falling over because your toes sink into the massive ditch. Have to either stand out your crease or over on off stump.
Edged wide of McKinney. Young Minto gives chase. There'll be 3 for Clark. Dropped on, I want to say 61. He was. So that's currently cost Durham 38. Was a tough chance for Cody Youssef, but he no doubt would have backed himself to take it. Lyndon Jones just gets one look at Colin Ackerman. Youssef jumps around at the top of your screen. He'll pack the offside.
Yeah, harsh. Saying that one's a chance.
What, to McKinney?
McKinney, yeah,
It's not really.
he's a tall man and he's dived full stretch and even he couldn't get near it.
Seeing Cam Green took a special grab earlier this afternoon for Gloucestershire, that would have been right up there. Low, diving away to your right-hand side as the ball is dying on you as well.
Talking about tall men, he certainly is one. Absolute buckets as well, Cam Green. Doesn't drop much that comes his way.
Clark's going to take an off stump. Is he just marking out all 3 again?
We've only had 11 sessions on this pitch.
What are you talking about? He's on 99. George Giselle would love to get him. He won't, though. Joe Clark will go to his first century of the season. Been a lean patch for the middle order batter, but he's stood up for his team. 100 for him comes with 13 fours off 140 balls. Gets a warm applause from those on the Notts balcony, because they know his innings has gone a long, long way to saving this match.
Yeah, he stood up for his team there. Joe Clark and his team quite literally have stood up for him to a man almost. the Notts squad, staff, all coming out onto the balcony, giving him a well-earned round of applause before disappearing back inside. It almost sounded celebratory. More so than an individual score, but looking at the bigger picture. Not home yet, however. Durham continuing to plug away from the Lumley end. It's Driscoll continues to dot up Lyndon James, yet to get off the mark. And still, I don't think he'll mind too much as long as he's still at the crease. What that number is in the runs column come the end of the day. He drives for no run into Alex Lees, who again is keen to get round as quickly as possible. There's lots of pointing going on from Graham Clark and Colin Ackerman as they send James Minto out to the deep square boundary, having been hit through there from Joe Clark. Last over from this end of a lovely sweep shot. We've also got Bryden Cass out at the long on boundary just in front of us here. Hands on hips. And one out at the deep cover boundary as well. It is out to Minto. Throws it in just for a single, and now Brian Cass comes in for Lyndon James, offering him the shot over the top.
Yeah, he's almost at that. He's at that 3/4 of the way back just for that one. If James does try to go aerial and doesn't get it, and Cass is a tall man as well.
Yeah, it's a deceptive position he's in there. Space in behind, but maybe a bigger hit to get it over him than you'd imagine. There's another wicket. Lyndon James has snicked off to Ollie Robinson. And all of a sudden, this game could be turning. It's Colin Ackerman, recently into the attack, outside off stump. And Lyndon James has had a bit of a flash at it, to be honest. 10 balls without getting off the mark, and they say dots build pressure and pressure brings wickets. And that is told here. James looking to hit it through the covers. Can only find the faintest of outside edges. And Ollie Robinson with a smart catch. The umpire this time, no hesitation in raising his finger. And as you said, Rob, he walked onto the pitch quite slowly. He may be walking off it even more slowly.
Whatever Durham had for tea up in that changing rooms, can it be sent down here, please? What a start after tea. 2 wickets, bang, bang, as you often hear in the field.
One brings 2 as the classic village shout.
Oh, I love a village. Got to love a good old village shout.
One has indeed brought 2 here at Banks Homes Riverside. What's your favourite village shout?
Ah, send these bales to Wales. It is also one of the worst, but it's also one of the best. It doesn't work quite as well, though, when you're playing someone who is either Welsh or you're playing in Wales. It doesn't work.
If anyone knows what they say in Glamorgan, let us know. It's an under 10 special, that.
Exactly.
I think my favourite has to be a good player goes twice. Trying to entice the batsman.
All right, Liam Patterson-White's on a pair. And he was dismissed by George Giselle without scoring first time round. He's got Colin Ackerman this time as he comes out to the middle. And Notts are in trouble. They went to tea, and Carl Verrain and Joe Clark took the pads off, had a bit of a rest, and thought we're probably half an hour away from saving this game. All of a sudden, it's more like we are 90 minutes away from saving this game. And that would require some really good batting. That new ball is right around the corner as well.
At the minute, Durham seem fairly happy with spin. It's taken 2 wickets inside the first few overs here today in the evening session. The one saving grace for Notts at the minute is that standing at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat handle, is Joe Clark, 101 not out. And you'd think the key to not getting anything from this game would be that he remains there.
Yeah, if Durham can get Clark, you feel that's the game in terms of a Durham point of view. That lead is 57, so Notts effectively 57 for 7. If Clark was to go, you would probably say the win viz probably swings massively towards Durham. As long as Clark is there, though, Notts still have a fighting chance. Patterson White sees the end of that over. He has now faced more than he did in the first innings. He only was stuck around for 3 balls before George Rizal got to him. George Rizal is about to bowl. He's got Clark in his sights. 2 men back now on the offside.
I went for a quick lap at tea. Saw quite a few people heading home, perhaps based on what they'd seen in the afternoon session. Assuming that the evening would be no different, but there are still a fair few who've stuck around. They might be getting quite an exciting finish as their reward. Durham, 3 wickets and then a few runs on top of that away from winning this. Notts just have to stick about for as long as they can, adding runs in the process. I think at this point in the game, Rob, the Notts lead is becoming increasingly important. The more runs they can put on the board now, of course, increasing their chances run by run, as Durham will have to knock them off.
Oh,
I reckon I might have heard 2 noises there. Otherwise,
look at the reaction from George Rizal. This now raises a good point. Do Durham want to take that second new ball straight away? Do they want to keep these 2 going with what this pitch is offering them with spin? I mean, on your point there, we mentioned it at the start of the day that Notts had to look to score. You couldn't just look to bat time right away. You had to look to score because of a situation like this where Durham currently have them 7 down. They've done well to get this far, but as we say, that lead is stuck on 57. Durham have their tails up and trying to drive this home. Good crowd catch.
for half a second there,
Oh,
I think my stomach might have dropped a bit, but it was a bump ball. That brings it over to an end from Maiden. And I've got to say, Rob, I've just seen the replay for that LBW shout, and it has turned an absolute mile. It's pitched on about 6th stump, and it may even be missing leg. It is absolutely ragged, and that will be a sight that, although at the time he was heads and hands down on one knee, that George Dressel will quite like the look of.
Yeah, Colin Ackerman won't mind it either. He's got those foot marks to aim at for Liam Patterson-White, who is a left-hander. Saw last night Dressel bowled a couple of token overs and did get some to grip and to slide on. So that's a inside edge from Patterson-White. New ball will be available at the end of this over. I think Durham may hold off for a little bit.
I reckon they might hold off for a minute. I think from a batter's point of view, it's Patterson-White defends that
the new
one.
ball's probably a bit easier to bat against at this point.
Yeah, runs flying off the bat as well with a harder ball. But from a batter's point of view, from that last over off Dressel, that ball has pitched. It's maybe a tad short and it's pitched on 6th stump, and ordinarily you rock back to it and fend it away harmlessly, but it has absolutely turned. And it just caused some trouble. That will just put perhaps a little bit of doubt in the mind of Joe Clark, facing the off spinner to any delivery on that 5th or 6th stump line. Ackerman plugs away round the wicket and absolutely whizzed through that over. Everything either going through to the keeper or being fended straight back to him.
Well, I think we're about to get our answer, George, and it is probably going to be the new ball. Brydon Cass hands his cap and his jumper to the umpire. Alex Lees dispenses of the old ball. Umpire O'Shaughnessy waves the new one at the scorers to signal the second new ball being taken.
That over looked very comfortable from a Notts perspective, but I wouldn't have minded maybe just one more over from Dressel against the right-handed Clark and just try and land it in that area again and see what it does off the pitch.
Well, this isn't. This is a pretty good matchup, I think, as well. Joe Clark did have some issues against Brydon Cass in that afternoon session. Cass 14 overs, 2 for 75. Did have a couple issues with overstepping from that lovely end. He's got a new cherry in his hand. He's got 2 slips, and Ollie Robinson waiting as Clark is up on his toes. You got 3 men back on the offside, as you'd probably expect for a batter who's set on 101. James Minto and George Ozell are the batters that are out of shot, but they are behind square. I think it's Emilio Gay who's patrolling the Daffabet stand. Alex Lee, captain at mid-off. Ben Rain at mid-on. You'd imagine he'd take over at the Finkel end. It's not Emilio Gay. He's out at backward square leg on the fence. So Clark will have the first run of the second new ball, but Durham won't mind that. They want to bowl at Batterson White.
Yeah, Brydon Cass has looked lively today. Took the wicket of Hamid last night, which is looking ever more important. And then today got Freddie McCann in the morning. Clean bowled for 6. Wicketless since then. He's gone well and he always looks exciting, Brydon Cass. The way he runs in and then almost stops himself, just powering up his action before he unleashes everything he's got.
Short leg and leg slip.
Oh, and it is in between Ollie Robinson and George Russell at leg slip, and it's given us byes. There was a noise that must have been off the hip or the pad.
He's flicked the jumper, I think, on the way through. But that has moved quite a lot from Cass. You can see there, Drizel is is more so of a leg gully than a leg slip with the width that he's got.
It has really taken off, that last delivery. As is that, past the bat. A false shot from Patterson White. Passes the outside edge, and Durham have the wind in their sails. Metaphorically and also, I suppose, as that flag continues to fly.
What, Ash's favourite?
Ash's favourite flag. The wind, literally, as well. It's a sight screen. The sight sheet, I guess, behind Brydon Cass continues to buffer away as he comes in round the wicket. And that's a bold leave, but in the end a good leave. There are only 2 types after all. And Patterson White watches it whiz by his off stump. And quite glad as he looks back. See the stump's untouched. It did move in a bit off the wicket and perhaps ended up slightly closer than he would have liked. Ben McKinney certainly liked it from first slip. Both arms going up in the air. Straighter this time from Cass. Patterson White defends it into the leg side, and Alex Lees gathers, marking the end of the over. And it's going to be the man you'd expect from the Finkel end, Ben Rain. Doing what he always does, just looking to nibble it on that line and length. See if the pitch can help him out a bit. It was 2 slips to Bryden Cass. Just the one here to Ben Rain, Ben McKinney.
Yeah, this is very clear. They're happy to give Joe Clark a single. Everyone else is on the fence. No one is in close, bar Ollie Robinson and Ben McKinney. This is very clear. They want as many goes as Liam Patterson White as possible.
Clark does take the single down to fine leg.
And this is what that 257-run lead has allowed Durham to do. They don't have to worry about the lead being so big for Notts. And Notts can't afford to turn down the runs. They have to take them when they're on offer, because there is every chance Durham will have Durham will have an opportunity to knock them off. So now you'll see a change in the field. You can already see Colin Ackerman has sprinted to take up second slip, and everyone else, bar Graham Clark, deep backward square is in tight, and young Minto, James Minto, just on the edge of your screen there in a catching extra cover. Patterson White yet to score from 14. Almost was sent back on 15 for another duck. He's still on that pair. Nice bit of movement off the deck from Rain, as you'd expect.
He's left well so far, Patterson White, leaving anything on a 4.5, 5th stump line. I'm not sure Ben Rain will mind too much. It's nipping back a bit, and it only takes one delivery to play an edge, and he'll be gone. Leaves that one perhaps a tad wide from Rain. McKinney and Ackerman ready and waiting. Dressel in there as well. You feel this is a crucial period in the game. Patterson White still on naught. 16 balls faced. He's seen a few. And Rain round the wicket. And it's cut him in half. And I'm not sure if there was bat on it or not. I suspect not. As it flies down the leg side. And Ollie Robinson in the end does well to prevent the boundary. But that has really come in off the pitch. And Ben Rain will be delighted at the sight of that. And I imagine so will Brian Cass from the other end. Ben Rain just stood there in the middle of the wicket, both hands on head before turning around and walking back to his mark with hands on head still. As he comes in again round the wicket. It's another good area. It's a similar sort of area. This time bat on ball from Patterson White, who still remains on naught. Do you reckon there was any bat on that, Rob?
Didn't hear anything. I think that's just extreme movement. Durham spreading the field. They are again happy to let Patterson White have one off this final ball. Sensibly chooses to leave alone. Joe Clark will have to face up to Bryden Cass. 320 for 7, lead is 63.
For 11 sessions, this pitch has played. It's played very true, fairly reliable, and definitely favourable to the batting team. And maybe in this final session, that's just starting to change. I imagine it will calm down a bit when the newer ball wears a bit, when the lacquer comes off.
You still got a while for that yet from a Notts perspective. It's all hands on deck.
Absolutely, for the minute.
That's going to be 2.
What seemed to be maybe drifting away a bit in the afternoon session has suddenly come alive again. Carl Rayner departed. The first ball after tea at the hands of George Dressel, caught behind by Ollie Robinson. And Lyndon James, a couple of overs later, caught behind for naught off the bowling of Colin Ackerman. And since then, Durham have taken the new ball and turned to pace. Bryden Cast from the Lumley end, Ben Rain from the Finkel end, yet to make the breakthrough. Although, the wicket hasn't looked unlikely. Ben Rain going close in the last over. Brian Cast finding the inside edge there. Off the bat of Joe Clark, he takes a single down to fine leg. All of a sudden, Rob, watching from down here in the box, it's getting quite exciting.
It is indeed. Graham Clark is going to go back under the lid. He's going to ditch the floppy hat. It's short leg. George Rizzo will come into that leg gully. They're going to have, hopefully for them, they're going to have 3 goes at Patterson White. He would quite like a run yet to score. He will score, and it'll be a single. So that plan not able to be used to full effect by Durham.
I imagine Patterson White probably wasn't too fussed about his score, but nonetheless, I'm sure he'll be put at ease.
It's always
Getting off the mark.
always nice to get off the pair.
No matter what age or what level, always nice to get off the mark, especially on a pair. As Brian Cast comes in over the wicket and Clark manages to get his hands out the way after an assured knock. 106 not out. Would be a shame for him to be dismissed. Strangling one down the leg side. There's a change in the field here.
Yeah, they don't mind giving a run. They don't mind giving a boundary off the final ball of the over when it's Clark on strike. They're trying to maximise their opportunity at Patterson White. So, field comes up on the offside.
And
Joe Clark will gratefully accept it.
does not find a single, but he does find a boundary, which means that Patterson White will be on to try next over. But on the other side, that lead increases. To 71 now. These are all runs that if Durham do manage to get Notts all out, they'll have to pick off themselves. They'll be keen, of course, to keep that number as low as possible. But now, with Patterson White on strike, they're going to go all-out attack in the field. 2 slips, McKinney and Ackerman, as it has been for much of this match, to Ben Rain round the wicket. Left alone again by Patterson White, as he has done so well in his short 21-ball stint. If he does choose to drive at the ball and mistimes it, George Dressel is in short. He chooses to flick one into the leg side and mistimes that. Emilio Gay is in short at mid-wicket. Ben Rain, 2 slips waiting. And he does drive it, and he does mistime it. off the toe of the bat, however, and it rolls harmlessly to James Minto, who now tends to the ball with a great deal of care. That new cherry, Durham keen to look after it as best they can, keep as much zip in the leather and stitching as they can. Give themselves every chance of the ball just nibbling away off the surface.
Shout.
And they go up. Didn't quite look right, did it, Rob? Perhaps high. And it seemed really, I was going to say half-hearted. Ben Rain was up. Full-hearted, having watched the replay. No complaints from his end, though. He strides back to his mark.
You won't mind that, though. That has moved quite a long way back in, so the movement's there.
Coming round the wicket as well. The angle was always coming in. The pitch further helping that. Could have been going down leg side as well. Given what we've seen in that last delivery, another brave leave from Patterson White. Yet again, another good leave. Sails through to Ollie Robinson. 2 to go in this over. The field still in tight. Not offering the single to the number 9. Looks like they'll take as many balls at him as they can get. It's Ben Rain again. Straight again. Blocked this time. And now the field do regress. Some of them at least. We've got Emilio Gay going out on the leg side. And looks like it could be Cody Youssef going out to a deep point on the ropes. George Dressel stays in close, however. There are plenty of singles on offer if Patterson White so chooses. And as expected, he does not. Leaves it to sail through to Ollie Robinson. And yet again, Durham race through, trying to build some pressure here as Ben Rain walks back off into the distance, puts on his floppy hat and recovers before he goes again in 6 balls time. Joe Clark just taking his time to take guard. Make sure his gloves are strapped up properly. Brian Cast comes in again down the leg side. I think Joe Clark may have briefly flirted with that before trying to move his hands out the way. Brian Cast was certainly slightly interested. He definitely flirted with it. It's Ollie Robinson. Look to the heavens. A couple of inches away from finding the edge.
It's not quite the right line there from Cast. Needs to be a bit straighter. Obviously don't want to be too straight. Mid-wicket is open and Clark is more than capable through there, but that's a comfortable leave for him. Gerard Milano's been in touch. Chaps, as a Notts member, I really didn't want this final session to be quite as tense. Cracking knock from Clark. I reckon that we need to bat until there are around 15 overs left to be okay. So he reckons Durham's windows of opportunity is around the next 13 overs or so. That will help the Notts cause.
At this stage of the game, Durham won't be wanting to hand Notts runs as easily as that. And Brian Cast just struggling to find consistency with the new cherry. Fired a few down the leg side since he's come back on. And even a fully stretched Ollie Robinson And Colin Ackerman in it, leg slip. Couldn't prevent that. Brian Cast comes in again over the wicket. Leg side again. Pushed out to deep square where Emilio Gay collects. And after a couple of flirts from Joe Clark down the leg side, Ackerman has been brought in as a leg slip. And at one point during that delivery, was slightly interested as he saw Joe Clark lining that up to play it off his hips, and he remains at leg slip for Patterson White. As an extra slip comes in, Colin Ackerman back in at second. Bryden Cast round the wicket. It's short and played well by Patterson White, who nonchalantly swerves his head out the way. The sun continues to shine here in County Durham, and the shadows of the fielders start to lengthen as the evening draws in. Bryden Cast coming in again. It's full, it's straight, and it's punched down the ground from Patterson White, who's going to pick up 2 runs. For his trouble, he moves on to 3, and that brings an end to the over. 7 off it. Bryden Cast puts on his long sleeve jumper and walks off to fine leg. It's Ben Rain already standing, hands on hips at the top of his mark. He's ready to go. He is eager to get through these overs as quick as he can. See if he can make this new cherry talk. Joe Clark, 22 yards away. Plays it off his legs. That's a deep mid-wicket where James Minto collects with ease and runs it back in. As he now takes up the fielding position at mid-off. As once again, Durham shuffle around. As Patterson White faces up, Ben Rain, change of angle coming round the wicket. 2 slips, a short cover, a short mid-wicket. And a solid forward defensive from Patterson White, who's left well, who's defended well. Looked fairly unshaken. It looks at the minute that Durham are going to persist with a line and length and hope that the pitch can do them a favour and just nip one either way, as it has done a couple of times, and hope that on that occasion can find the edge. And that one doesn't need to, because it stays low, and Ben Rain has taken 2 stumps out the ground, and Durham here could be on their way to victory. 8 down now, Notts, and Patterson White stuck around for 29 balls, and he stuck around just a bit longer after his stumps were taken from behind him, as he looked bemused at the lack of bounce off that Ben Rain delivery. And as I said, they were just waiting patiently for the ball to do something. Nip either way perhaps, but that one didn't nip laterally, it nipped vertically downwards. It barely got up off the ground. And Patterson White, who looked fairly solid, could do nothing about that one, as it slipped beneath his best defences. And Durham have Notts 8 down, and they can smell victory now. Sure.
Yep, breakthrough for Durham. Massive one. They ideally want the man at the other end. He's still, Joe Clark is still there. And he's going to have Brett Hutton come to join the fun. Well, it's not fun from Notts' point of view. It's fun from Durham's point of view. They have a number 10 in play. But he stuck around in that first innings. We'll see if he can do it again. Lead is 79. I don't think Durham will fear runs, really, until maybe if Notts can stretch to 130, 140 and they can tick overs off. I don't think Durham would fear that. But we mentioned yesterday about whether Durham had batted on too long. I don't think they did. I think they may have got it just right. Ben Rain is in to Hutton. Well, Victor Main mentioned he wanted to see a few keep low when he was on. He's got his wish.
Put it in the areas and let the pitch do the rest. And that's exactly what's happened for Ben Rain. But Brett Hutton at the crease now showed his quality in the last innings. As Ben Rain passes the bat again. Brett Hutton goes to defend it. Gets nothing but air. It scurries through to Ollie Robinson. But he's no mug with the bat. It's Brett Hutton. And as long as Joe Clark is at the crease, still 112 not out. Not so well and truly in the game.
They have a fighting chance, but they are very much fighting. 3-3-6 for 8. Ben Rain with the breakthrough, as is often the case for Durham. When Alex Lees needs something, he needs a wicket, he needs some pressure building. Turns to Rain. 79 in front, 8 down for Notts. We'll see how Joe Clark's going to handle this from the Lumley end. Still going to be Cass. First time in this game he's been given the new ball. It's normally been Cody Youssef with it. He hasn't quite found the radar yet. That one's better.
That's on the money from Bryden Cass. Full, straight and fast.
If you were Joe Clark in this position, George, what would you do? Would you trust Hutton to stick around? Would you maybe have a little bit more impetus on trying to score?
I think based on what Brett Hutton showed in the last innings, he's more than capable of holding an end and scoring a few runs for himself. But as Notts edge closer to being dismissed, runs are very much of the essence. I don't think Joe Clark will be farming the strike too much at the minute.
Leaves that one. I think we'd see a change if a Bass came in.
100% we would see a change if a Bass came in. Which is only 1 wicket away.
Ash Thorpe's missing out on all the fun. He's missed 3 wickets. Go down in this evening session.
He's done well for leaving, bringing wickets today.
Well, you heard Alex Lees on the live stream. Graham Clark is going to move in. I think what they're also trying to do is keep Joe Clark guessing as to when they're going to move back out and when they're going to allow him to take the single. They don't really want to allow him to just comfortably do so. And maybe they're going back to that short ball ploy that almost got Clark out when he was in the 60s. Emilio Gay is the man at deep back of square. He's just got to be careful. He's in front of square. It is a bumper.
Hardly surprising given the field.
Yeah, slightly surprised though this early. 6 overs and 6.5 overs of this second new ball. Should still be a bit of movement. So it's going to be a change of angle.
You could hear there on the effects mic just how hard Cast hits the pitch. Helped by that new ball, no doubt. Coming round the wicket. It's Fuller this time. Hit into the ground by Joe Clark and collected by Ben McKinney.
Yeah, we saw this as well, the switch up as Joe Clark and Carl Verena did when they were together. When Cast was bowling these bumpers, they were jumping across to the offside to try and get behind and flick it leg side. Cast flips back over the wicket.
Hope Alex Lees trusts his hands there at leg slip, 'cause it's going to fly at a number of licks if it does come off.
Yeah,
Face of the bat.
I'm quite happy I'm up here next to you, George, rather than being Ollie Robinson, Ben McKinney, or Lees right now. I don't want to have to be tasked with having to take a catch off Bryden Cast when he's got it cranking up almost at 90 mile an hour and more. He ends the 87th.
Oh, and that is close to Graham Clark under the helmet and the pads. It was off the face of the bat. Would have been an unbelievable catch. Joe Clark almost falling feet first into the Durham trap. And at leg slip, especially if it is a genuine flick off the hips and it comes off the face of the bat, doesn't lose nearly as much speed as a genuine nick. Slightly unsighted as well, perhaps, on the blind side. Going to be Ben Rain again, a wicket in his last over to Joe Clark, who just takes a step down the wicket, affecting Rain's length perhaps. Takes the single. Guess that answers your question, Rob, about what Joe Clark's going to do with the strike. First ball of this Ben Rain over, and he's fairly happy to hand it over to Brett Hutton. Notts leading by 81 runs, 338 for 8 is the score. Durham needing 2 wickets ASAP really to give them enough time to then knock off those remaining runs. Still got time, 10 overs or so perhaps. And Ben Rain has got another.
Wowee, this game is not ending without some twists and turns. Ben Rain's 2 in as many overs. Removed the off stump and middle stump of Liam Patterson-White in his last over. Removes off stump. Brett Hutton, the man who stuck around for his captain Haseeb Hameed on day 1. Can't do it for Joe Clark. He goes for a duck. 5 balls he faced.
It was the perfect delivery from Rain in that situation. Angled in towards middle stump, and it's just caught the pitch. It's just nibbled away, and it's taken the top of off. That's what they tell you from under 10s all the way up to Test cricket. Hit the top of off. And that's exactly what the Durham talisman has done. And perhaps returning to your earlier question, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but perhaps Joe Clark shouldn't have been so generous with the strike.
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas, last man out for Notts. He's got to face Ben Rain. Did just see James Minto getting loose in that over. I wonder if he might take over from the Lumley end, but that's for 3 balls time. Ben Rain has eyes on removing Mohammed Abbas in that time and giving Durham just 82 to chase to win this game. Time right now is not an issue. 24 overs left after this one. So if this ends within the over, you'd lose the over you're in, and then 2 more for that change of innings. Emilio Gay packs the cordon, 3 slips wait. Cody Youssef shuffles around. Ben Rain sets off.
Well, at the tea break, we thought come 10 to 5, the captains may be shaking hands and going home. Now the time 5 to 5. Durham have Notts 9 down, 1 wicket away from getting the pads on themselves and trying to tick off what looks at the minute to be comfortably under 100 runs.
Again, we and Ash mentioned that this shows just how good that bowling effort was on day one in its entirety. Yes, the opening session, as Ryan Campbell said, wasn't good enough, but that blitz in the afternoon session to pick up 7 wickets and, more importantly, have the time, as that's flicked and 4 from Abbas. He's off the mark, second ball down at fine leg, but that we saw Durham bat 1 over on day one and didn't then bowl again from a Durham perspective until last night. Able to put those runs on the board, 664 club record, and it's given them this platform, this ability to potentially end Notts' unbeaten start to the season. Final ball of Rain's 18th over. It's a dot. Now we'll see A, if Joe Clark goes through the gears, and B, George, we're going to see James Minto.
Excellent, a bit of youth to spice things up further. Joe Clark had no chance there to protect Mohammed Abbas from the strike, but in the end he saw it through himself, those final 3 deliveries, and that Ben Rain over for the 2nd time in a row, bringing a wicket, and where there may have been perhaps more than a touch of luck to dismiss Patterson White, the ball staying remarkably low, there was very little luck in the dismissal of Brett Hutton. A textbook seamer's wicket. Top of off, angling in, nipping away. And now James Minto. It's been a while since he's had the ball in hand. Just the 9 overs for him this innings, taken 1 for 20. And I'll be hoping to make that 2 by the end of the day. As Joe Clark opens the face down to 3rd man, and where there is an easy single, he has quite predictably turned it down.
Yeah, he won't be taking any singles until the 4th or 5th ball of this over, maybe even the 6th. He's not going to expose Mohammed Abbas any more than he has to.
And again, in the words of Marnus Labuschagne, that one was a lowie from James Minto. Fortunately for the youngster, offline as well, so not troubling the stumps. Nonetheless, we'll encourage the left arm seamer. Now a change of angle, coming round the wicket in towards the right-handed Joe Clark, who edges in a somewhat controlled manner down to third man, and it's great work from Jules Dressel to save the boundary. And save all 4 runs. Joe Clark again choosing not
just
to run.
just emphasise our point. Stephen, could you flick to the wide view, please? There you go. Ben McKinney is the only one in a catching position. Everyone else is on the fence pretty much. Good footwork.
Do you know if James Minto's left-footed? Left-handed bowler, it makes sense.
It would. I haven't been watching the football. I think he probably is left-footed, as Mohammed Abbas will trot up to have a word. It's 2 balls left. Is he saying, you can trust me with this one? Alex Lees says, well, we're going to make you earn it. Some come in, some stay out. George Ozell and Graham Clark.
There was some waving going on to George Dressel, who waved back, but is unmoved on the third man boundary.
That pierces Emilio Gay's hand, so we'll go for 4, so that will hurt, but pretty sure Joe Clark would have looked for a single there, so they now need to be clear. There needs to be clear communication from Alex Lees, what he wants, not only from Minto, but the field as well. Emilio Gay now going to step a few paces further in as well. Last ball is perfect from Minto and good from Gay. They will have Mohammed Abbas on strike to start the next over. 23 left to lead 89.
Yeah, it was a really clever delivery from James Minto. He's bowled it into the ground, slightly slower. A ball you often see in the white ball format, less so in the red ball. And I think out of the hand, Joe Clark's face probably lit up. He got through the shot fairly early and just had to massively decelerate in order to even make contact. But in the end, it was a good diving stop from Emilio Gay. And Durham have got what they wanted. Mohammed Abbas on strike from ball 1 of this Ben Rain over. There's more helmets come onto the pitch.
Yeah.
Ollie Robinson looks like he's going to stand up to the sticks. Make sure Mohammed Abbas doesn't go wandering with his back right foot. Graham Clark comes into the leg side. In close, under the helmet. 2 slips waiting.
They're so close as well, those slips, and that rips up off a length.
I was thinking that almost positioned more akin to how they would for a spinner.
Yeah, they really don't want to give any second chances. They want to make sure everything carries them on the full. Don't want to have any regrets out there. Needs to be clear communication between Clark and Abbas as well. They can't afford a run out. And I think we can put any thought of shaking hands out the equation. So this game is in for a quite thrilling conclusion here at Banks Homes Riverside.
That last Ben Rain delivery just holding its line really. I think Mohammed Abbas perhaps expected it to come in a bit, and he ended up playing that with his hands well outside the box, which excited Ollie Robinson a bit, and no doubt will excite Ben McKinney and Colin Ackerman. That's more of a textbook stroke from the tail ender. Mohammed Abbas blocking that one into the offside. Graham Clark does his best to rally the troops. Mohammed Abbas survived the first 3 balls of this Ben Rain over. Make that 4. "22 overs after this one. In order for Durham to win in that time frame, they need 1 more wicket, and then what's looking like 100 or possibly fewer runs on top of that. It's not going to be easy. It's definitely doable at this point. Mohammed Abbas defends again.
Looks like Leeds are going to keep the field up.
Perhaps taking the view that Mohammed Abbas isn't going to take the single regardless, so may as well keep the attacking field and try and take the wicket. So there's a silence, an air of anticipation around Banks Homes Riverside as the evening sun continues to shine. And Mohammed Abbas fends off all 6 deliveries of that Ben Rain over. And he sees out a maiden, but more importantly, he remains at the crease, and Joe Clark will be facing up. Squared up a little bit from that last delivery, but
The most important thing is he wasn't out.
exactly that. He won't care too much about the technique as long as his wicket remains intact.
Durham have now picked up that over rate as well. They currently sit at +2. So they've done well in this evening session to turn that around. Buys them a little bit more time, which is going to be crucial with this fluid situation they've got here. They're either trying to give Joe Clark a single or they're trying to get Mohammed Abbas about. So it's constant movement in the field, constant communication from Alex Lees as well, what he wants. Minto starts another over. It's been a good first appearance of the season for him. Played some 2s cricket, took a 5 for in Zimbabwe in pre-season. Trying to get his side over the line here on the evening of day 4, and that is a beauty. We've spoken about it, George, so many times on live stream, why everyone is so excited by James Minto. He's just bowled that ball to Joe Clark who's on 118. He could have very easily taken his outside edge.
Durham have taken 8 wickets today. That's the best ball of the day. And it's not taking a wicket, but that's cricket, but James Minto won't mind. It's done absolutely everything but hit the pegs.
And then challenges Clark on the back foot.
Clark not finding life easy against a 17-year-old. That delivery from Minto, he's pushed it across Clark. It's then swung back in, and Clark thinks there's a half volley, goes to drive it, and it's just nibbled away. Narrowly missing the stumps and the edge. And Minto may not bowl one better today, but he is hoping with this next delivery.
Take.
It's not quite what Minto is hoping for, nor Ollie Robinson, but he does stop it with a fantastic 100.
Take, though, that was going to be 4 or 5 wides if Robinson doesn't scramble himself. And as much as we talk about Durham needing that final wicket, they can't let Notts add many more before it becomes a little bit of squeaky time for any potential chase. Field comes up after 4 balls. Joe Clark, 118. Takes the short ball on. It's going to bounce to Graham Clark. He's going to trust Mohammed Abbas with 1 at the end of the over.
Wasn't a million miles away from Graham Clark at fine leg. Joe Clark taking on the short ball. I don't think anyone with the Durham badge on their chest would mind the look of that.
No. So what's the plan here? Graham Clark is going to don the lid. Emilio Gay maybe coming into leg gully. Conor Ackerman goes to second slip. Yeah, it looks more like a leg slip for Gay. They have one ball. Minto has one ball at Mohamed Abbas to end the 91st. It's down the leg side.
It's a bit of a waste of a delivery at the tail ender. Adam on the live stream says he's fun, this Minto lad, and that is exactly that. He's had a good start to his season. A couple of wickets in the first innings, one here. He started off proceedings, got the ball rolling this morning with the dismissal of Lord for 15. That was at 84 for 2. Sharply snapped up by Ben McKinney at first slip. Catch low down at his feet, and more so than that, James Minto showed himself to be very handy with the bat as well. He was put in as night watch for the last over on the first day. Survived a Mohamed Abbas over as well as getting himself 2 runs, and then the next day continued to pile them on. Became Durham's youngest ever half-centurion and got 67 on the clock.
Ben Rain out, Cody Youssef in. Immediately gets the under edge. Wonder if it's maybe going to be a change of ends for Rain, although he has bowled unchanged with the second new ball from the Finkel end.
6 on the bounce, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, he does normally prefer the Lumley end, but it's been the opposite end where he's done most of his damage. Cody Youssef started at the Finkel end. Yeah. And that is it! Durham have their target. Cody Youssef strikes second ball. Joe Clark chops on for 119. Durham will need 91 to win this game. They will have 18 overs to do it. Do not go anywhere.
Well,
good change from Alex Lees. Cody Youssef, under edge first ball, no run. Second ball, under edge, chopped on. Joe Clark, beautiful, 119, 15 fours. Protected Mohamed Abbas for a little bit, but cannot stay to the end. Durham's bowlers have done their job. Brilliant effort, 407 and 347 all out for the visitors. Cody Youssef with his second. 91 overs. Sorry, not 91 overs. 91 runs to get 18 overs to get them. We'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere. welcome back. I hope you grabbed your popcorn Grab your popcorn, grab your drinks. Because once this gets underway, you are not going to want to go anywhere. Simple stuff. 18 overs left for Notts to defend. 91 runs for Durham to win. It would be Notts' first defeat of the season. Durham's first home win of the season. Just going to wait and see if there are any changes in this batting lineup for Durham. I would expect to see Alex Lees and Ben McKinney come out to open the innings. Maybe some changes in and around that middle order. Maybe Graham Clark gets a move up. Ollie Robinson too, trying to really fetch a result, George, out of nowhere.
Yeah, at tea, Notts were 305 for 5 with Clark in on 92 and Verena in on 38. And talk at tea time was of shaking hands at 5 o'clock. Well, it's now 17 minutes past 5. Hands have been unshaken and Durham have a victory in their sights. Just 1 wicket in the afternoon session. That was Jack Haynes, who departed for 24 LBW off George Dressel. And since then, the game has swung firmly in Durham's favour. A wicket off the first ball of the evening session from George Dressel, caught behind. That was Carl Verena, who departed for 38. The score 305 for 6. Next wicket was Lyndon James, who went for a duck off 12. He was also caught behind off Colin Ackerman. That was 314 for 7. Patterson White hung around for 29 balls before getting a lowie off Ben Rain. He only had 1 stump standing, leaving the score 336 for 8. And then Brett Hutton, who batted well in the last knock, couldn't trouble the scorers. Ben Rain cleaned him up. That was 338 for 9. And then Joe Clark dismissed, chopped on from Cody Youssef, who was the man to drop Joe Clark on 60 odd.
He's more than made up for it.
Looked like it could have turned the game in Notts' favour, but as you say, Rob, he's made up for it.
No changes at the top of the order. It is status quo. Alex Lees is going to take strike. Ben McKinney is down the other end. Mohammed Abbas will start from the Lumley end. As we said, simple stuff. 18 overs left, 91 to win. Around the wicket. A feeling this might be a bit of carnage inbound. You know what Ryan Campbell's sides are like. They are not going to shirk any attempts of winning this game. And that was a phenomenal effort by the Durham bowlers. Alex Lees gets the reply underway. Goes without saying, early wickets for Notts will really help put a handbrake on this innings. Just the 1 slip. Two men out leg side. It's knocked him over. McKinney gone, first ball. Mohammed Abbas strikes, just what Notts required, just what we were talking about. Early wickets, putting a handbrake on the innings, and Ben McKinney will not play a major role in this run chase.
Yeah, it's just gone through him from Mohammed Abbas. It's not done an awful lot off the pitch. McKinney turned around, looking slightly surprised. May have even deviated off his pads. 28 in the first innings and a duck in the second. It's not been his match for Ben McKinney, bar a couple of good pieces of work in the cordon. We now sit and wait to see who is going to walk down these steps to our left.
Emilio Gay. So no changes in the top three for Durham. To allude to potentially some lower down the order, maybe moving people like Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark up, but not yet. Will be Emilio Gay. Just what Haseeb Hamid would have wanted from his overseas. He's had Fergus O'Neill at his disposal for the start of the season. He's now got Mohammed Abbas, and he's doing the business.
Not the start that Durham were after. 1 for 1 after just 3 balls. And Emilio Gay, having turned up in the first knock, we'll hope that he can still be at the crease come stumps.
Oh dear, oh dear. Emilio Gay goes without scoring. Second ball. 1 for 2.
Well, you said, Rob, we were in for an exciting finish. Perhaps this is more exciting than we could have imagined, and to be honest, could have hoped for, from a Durham point of view.
So he's just fended that one outside the off stump. Gay cricket, the great leveller. 104 first innings. Duck second, lasting just 2 balls. Colin Ackerman walks out at number 4. He's got 1 ball left of this opening over. And all of a sudden, this game, well, this pitch for 3.5 days was one of the easiest things to bat on. Since 4 o'clock, it's turned into a minefield.
When Mohammed Abbas went back into the pavilion, not out, with not something being bowled all out, knowing he was opening the bowling. I imagine not even he thought he would get Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay within the first 5 balls. But here we are. Captain Alex Lees and Centurion. It's not Centurion, sorry. 37 in the first, not Colin Ackerman at the crease.
One for 2 after 1. Will Gidman in thought walking around the boundary edge. I don't think he'll be happy after that first over. This is quite the finish in store. It's going to be Brett Hutton from the Finkel end.
For those of you joining us for an exciting finish, having not been too in tune with the rest of the game, you'd be excused for thinking it was all like this. That is far from the case. Hutton over the wicket. Defended by Alex Lees. As Rob said, for 11 sessions, it's been batting paradise. Durham with their record total of 664 in the first innings. But as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, it's not been the case. Alex Lees drives down the ground for no run. And all of a sudden, 90 runs are looking quite a long way away. 27 minutes past 5 on the clock. 16 and a half overs to go. Lees looking for a quick single and gets home fairly comfortably in the end.
Good awareness, spotted, I think it's Rob Lord mid-on with he's on his heels. Two captains having a word.
Alex Lees so far.
Yeah, that's not a polite verbal exchange either. That's those are words that the umpire's getting involved with as well, just telling Hamid to be careful.
Ackerman drives out to the cover boundary and he's going to pick up 2 here. And he is off the mark, the second Durham batter to do so.
I wonder if Hamid was maybe asking if Alex Lees was running on the track. He's not happy. He really is not happy.
Having a good old natter, which Alex Lees looks to be joining in with as he waves his arms about apologetically.
Oh, he's not apologising. He's saying he's proclaiming innocence as to what have I done wrong, and the umpires had to physically push Hamid away there. An early flashpoint.
There's another run for Colin Ackerman. Out to deep mid-wicket. Flicked off the hips. This has been a more productive over for Durham, having lost 2 wickets in the first over of this innings in the hands of Mohammad Abbas. Alex Lees and Colin Ackerman now at the crease. 1 and 4. And Lees flicks it to fine leg and he'll pick up a single as well. That will bring us to the end of that over. 5 off it, and Durham move to 6 for 2 in their chase of 91.
Words still being exchanged between the two captains. I can't think of anything that would have just trying to think, is it running down the pitch? It's not that. He's very clearly to the side of the strip. So
Perhaps there were some words exchanged. Or
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what caused it. I mean, just seemingly came out of nowhere. Anyway, Mohamed Abbas.
but before the argumentative words,
Yeah,
perhaps there
yeah.
were other words before that.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, very heated out there. Both captains trying to get their sides over the line. Alex Lees obviously has a big job with the bat. He's trying to blast Durham to friction. Haseeb Hamid's trying to rotate his bowlers around. Be a single out to deep mid wicket.
Just looked as if Alex Lees was trying to back away as Mohamed Abbas bowled that.
Yeah,
Potentially
maybe.
making room into the offside.
Yeah, I still think maybe a bit too early to start consider the range hitting. I mean, you look at the field now, it's kind of spread, so there should be those easy 1s and 2s. Run rate is sitting at 5.3, 5.4 and over, so not quite at the point yet. Obviously, this ball brand new as well, still going to be doing a little bit, so not at the point yet where we need to be going to T20 mode or white ball mode to slog the way to victory. Obviously, Durham do want to get a move on. They don't want to be in a position where they have to do that to win. So that'll be one out there. It's more so going to be about picking those gaps, trying to get the drop and runs, 1s into 2s. Obviously, do not have a lot of leeway. So this will be very intriguing indeed, as we've got just ticked over 4,000 on the live stream. Thick inside edge, is going to run for 4. Could have quite easily ripped out Alex Lees' leg stump. It doesn't. It ticks under 80 required.
Well, you know what they say, Rob. No replays on the scorecard. And if Durham can see this one home, if Alex Lees can see this one home, no one will be talking about an inside edge. Doesn't matter how you get them, as long as Durham get them.
County cricket, man. County cricket. Red Bull cricket.
Nothing beats it, hey.
You can have all the franchise leagues in the world. You can have all the T20 you want. Nothing will beat Red Bull cricket. Final ball of the 3rd over. 15 left after this. Twelve for 2.
The momentum here at Banks Homes Riverside just doesn't stop swinging. It's like a Newton's cradle, back and forth. Knots were fairly comfortable for much of the afternoon. And then it was the evening where Durham took hold. A wicket with the first ball after the break set the tone. However, having dismissed knots, momentum is back with the bowling side. It'll be Brett Hutton again from the Finkel end. To a very solid Colin Ackerman, who strides off 2 wickets over to the leg side.
It's times like these, I'm glad I'm not a professional cricketer. I don't have to be in the heat of these moments. The pressure that is on both sets of players right now.
I think it was different for us as non-playing members, but for playing members of the squad, I think you'd almost prefer to be out in the middle. At least then you have some element of control.
Yeah.
I think right now it's going to be at its worst for Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay, having been and gone. They can play no further part in this match and can do nothing but sit on the balcony and watch through the cracks in their fingers as Alex Lees and Colin Ackerman look to steer this one home. Ackerman defends again.
Yeah, this is good from Hutton as well. No freebies.
Really tight.
No freebies.
Really consistent. Exactly what you need in this situation. With the new ball and having taken a couple of early wickets. Run total still low. Can't afford any freebies. Can't afford to let Durham get their tails up. No easy runs on the board. And again, finds that spot. By the sounds of it, may have even found a bit of flesh. And with the new hard ball, Colin Ackerman might have something to show for that. Hopefully for him, it will merely be a memento of the game. Hutton again on his spot. Hamid with some sharp work. It looked for about 90% of that he was just collecting the ball, and then suddenly at the end released it and perhaps caught Alex Lees slightly unaware. Definitely caught Alex Lees unaware, in fact.
Lees was gone. If that was a direct hit, Lees is gone. Miles out of his ground, backing up. Very good work from Hamid, which we saw over days 2 and 3 in the field. Umpire again just having a little word.
Yeah, Alex Lee's nowhere near his ground. And there will be a single off the last ball of the over from Colin Ackerman. Yeah, looking back at that replay, Alex Lees didn't even bother to run his bat in. He was long gone. And Hamid, from maybe 8 yards away, with a back of the hand flick, maybe is a better chance than it first looked, as he stayed there on his knees, hands on head.
Yeah. Very quickly, Gloucestershire chasing 162. They need 14 more runs to win against Kent. They only have 3 wickets in hand, and Derbyshire 117 further for them. Edged and dropped. What is this game? How is this pitch that has been the most easiest surface you could dream of for 3.5 days now turning into an absolute minefield?
It's definitely a drop as well. It's carried to Freddie McCann. It's a chance.
A huge chance. Oh, Colin Ackerman. He's making the most of his second life. Drop? What drop? Smacked up towards Bannatynes for 4.
Yeah, he was on that early, wasn't he? Absolutely middled it away. Front foot pull. Have some of that, Mohammed Abbas. I reckon they can call that 1-1 for the over.
Man drops back to where that ball went. Ackerman will take the simple one. 73 required, 13 left after the over.
It's remarkable, isn't it? For 11 sessions, all we've been banging on about is that this is a batter's dream.
Flat pitch, blah, blah, blah.
Durham managed to make 664 in their first knot, the record total in a county champs game. And all of a sudden, it's looking like they're batting backwards.
Tell you what, I'd give a penny for Ryan Campbell's thoughts right now. Alex Lees almost chops on. Saw that in the last over from Abbas. The one that ran away for 4. That one he's able to rotate the strike.
He's just tried to open up his face and run it down to third man. He's just cramped him up a tad. Got away with it slightly.
Someone's just messaged me. Looks like they're trying to bat on a bouncy castle. Yes, that is very good.
That's the analogy we're looking for.
Colin Ackerman on strike, given a life.
Even to the extent that, you know, when on a bouncy castle you get your jump timed wrong and you just don't get any air time. That's what that Ben Rain delivery was at the back end of the Notts innings that dismissed Patterson White.
Freddie McCann dropped Colin Ackerman at slip. First ball of the 5th over. It's gone for 6 since. Ackerman down the track and inside edge past Carl Vereda. 4 more, 10 off the over. Deficit drops. Well, target drops below 70. 68 required. 13 overs left.
We're both here in the comms box, Rob, with hands on heads.
Teapots aplenty.
Cannot believe what's going on here at Banks Homes Riverside. For 664 runs, Durham could do nothing but find the middle of the willow. And now they can do anything but. Oh, this is enough to get your heart racing a bit. The sun shines and there's a gentle wind. In any other context, it would be a calm and pleasant summer's evening.
Oh, no.
Anything
No.
but. Yeah.
Nope.
Anything but in County Durham here at Banks Homes Riverside. Brett Hutton. It's flicked away from Alex Lees, and just as the fielder there in the deep appeared to, I think we lost it a bit as well.
At what time do we put in the protocol of no one's allowed to move? Do we put it now?
I think if you need to move, Rob, I reckon I'd do it soon. I'm still feeling we've got a couple of overs, although who knows what's going on in the stands or upstairs. Flicked away straight to Hamid, and they take a run off the misfield.
Good single. That's what you're going to have to do.
The old village quote is never run off a misfield, but these two have done so successfully. They need every run they can get, putting pressure on Notts. Earlier in the morning, Sam upstairs managed to walk a wicket. Can guarantee he won't be walking now. Hamid again over the wicket. Alex Lees takes the single down the ground to Rob Lord, who picks it up just in front of us here at long on. There looks to be some movement on the balcony opposite us. It looks like some sort of fitness class. Some yoga or Pilates who clearly don't understand the seriousness of what's happening in front of us. Brett Hutton full and straight.
Got to be 2.
And Ackerman finds the gap and does come back for the second. And the throw was absolutely fizzed in from the boundary.
Yeah, Matt Montgomery is subfield having to run all the way round in front of Vic and the ground staff. I think Will Gidman is also, his heart rate's got to be going through if he's taking a seat down just to the left of the ground staff.
Last couple of balls, Durham running really well between the wickets. Not letting Notts settle here. Ackerman facing up again. This time defends. Brett Hutton with half a hand to stop it.
5 off the over so far, going at exactly what Durham need.
They have no idea on the opposite side of the pitch here. Through the glass windows, doing their Monday evening exercise class. No idea what's going on here. Maybe they do and they're just enjoying it whilst on the treadmill. Brett Hutton again. Ackerman. Out towards Rob Lord again at long off and just takes a single. And he'll keep the strike for the next over. Another productive over for Durham.
Got to watch also just as well when the umpires signal the final over of the game.
They're having a chat. I'd be surprised if it was about that as yet.
Umpires is...
Something's going on.
No, they're just walking to their spots. Nothing. I can tell you what is going on. There's a meeting between the Notts Leadership Trust, Jack Haynes, Carl Verena and Captain Hamid, having a discussion how we're gonna go about this. 62 required, 12 overs remain. Colin Ackerman on strike.
Soon after the 2 dismissals, just as Alex Lees and Colin Ackerman were steadying the ship, the run rate was around 3. They've managed to pick it up now to 4.83 as they edge closer and closer to the required run rate as they become settled in the middle. Ackerman 18 off 20, Lees 11 off 14.
Squared up, but not out. He's still there.
Not just the one slip in place, Freddie McCann, who had a chance earlier, and he's acting really as a second slip, at least.
Yeah, going to trust.
Very wide.
Going to trust Carl Verena to cover that ground. Turned away. Leg side. Good over so far from Abbas. Just that single from it.
These two are doing well just to rotate the strike out in the middle. Just making sure neither one lets the pressure build too much. Left-right combination as well. Always giving Notts something to think about.
Lyndon James is going to go back to long on. Long off is also in place.
Eleven and a half overs to go. I'd be surprised now, Rob, if the Durham staff on the boundary to our right move from here on in. They look to be seated for the duration.
Lee's eyes up, the big shot doesn't connect well enough. Get one, deficit target at 60 more. Just to get to a point, George, of can Notts afford to make a bowling change? Do they dare make a bowling change?
Well, these two have done 3 each so far. Dare say they've got it in their legs to go all the way through. Bowled well so far.
Smashed from Ackerman, but sweeper there, single, he'll keep strike, 3 from the over.
Yeah, you don't want to allow the Durham batsman to settle. And if that means bowling change, then that may be how they go about it, but at the same time, It's been a long, long time since anyone in a Notch shirt sent one down the 22-yard strip, barring, of course, Brett Hutton and Mohammed Abbas. And if there is a change to come, it's not going to be this over. Brett Hutton bowled well so far. Bowled a tight line, been difficult to get away. 12 off his 4 overs as he comes in to start his 5th. His 4th, sorry. That is lofted towards mid-off.
Yeah, it's more so log off. No real risk there from Ackerman. Leg side is now heavily protected for Alex Lees. You're probably thinking if you can, obviously ideal world you want a boundary and over, but if you can sort of get 4 and over, you'd back yourself at the end to find those extra runs.
Alex Lees looked for the single down the ground, but Hutton's done well to cut it off. And if he didn't, I think Jack Haynes may have been there to cover as well. But you're right, just under 6 and over, a boundary and a couple of singles does it. But if you can't get the boundary, you've got to rotate the strike. And these two have done that well so far. There's a fielding change after a brief discussion between Verena and Hamid, and one comes in out of slip into square leg, and Patterson White is pushed out to 3rd man. He's pushed across Lees, who drives out to the offside for a single. There is that rotation of strike. It's a heavy leg side field they've got to Lees. Mid wicket, square leg, deep mid wicket, and a fine leg. But it was through the offside that he scored there. Thought maybe there was a short ball coming. It was full and across the body to Lees. That's full and straight to Ackerman, and he gets a single. Out to long on. Rotates the strike again. 3 off the over so far. Colin Ackerman at the non-striker's end leans nonchalantly on his bat, giving off an air of confidence and comfort. Lees flicks off his pads. Yet another single out to deep mid-wicket. I'd be surprised if Colin Ackerman was feeling that comfortable inside. 22 off 25 though, he's played a good knock so far. Hasn't looked too troubled. Imagine it's those on the Durham balcony who are feeling the nerves the most. Target of 91, Durham 36 for 2. Brett Hutton secures the dot ball to see out the over, 4 from it. Durham 36 for 2. We now move into the final 10 overs.
Yep, 5.5 needed. Gloucestershire have got home by 3 wickets against Kent. They have a first home win since September 2022 for them. Derbyshire look like they're just trying to survive. They're 216 for 8. They require 113 more runs, or more likely length require 2 wickets, and they are 2 overs away from the second new ball in their innings. Mohammed Abbas to continue. Alex Lees has lived a bit of a charmed life. He's had a couple of chances. Flicks that to deep mid-wicket. So you're looking at around those 4, maybe 5 singles. Any boundary is a massive plus. At some point, you reckon probably as we get towards maybe 7, 6 overs left, the boundaries will become so much more important. And that's where Durham have to weigh up the risk-reward of clearing the ropes. Colin Ackerman has picked the gap back up at Bannatynes. 4 more.
It's an almost identical shot to the one he hit a few overs ago. Off the front foot, over the top of Hamid, and perfectly piercing the gap at deep mid-wicket. And now they are covering it off. Freddie McCann going into the gap where Colin Ackerman just placed it. 8 runs through that exact area now, so keen to cut it off.
Yeah, still be left with a bit of work to do though. If it does go that area, Hasib Hamid is in short there as well. Turn to him. So we've got Liam Patterson-White in close on the offside. And Hasib Hamid in close on the onside for Ackerman. Some personnel are going to switch round. And apart from that, and apart from Carl Verena and Mohamed Abbas, everyone else is sweeping.
5 off the over so far. I dare say Ackerman and Lees wouldn't mind just a couple of singles. A few singles off the last 3 balls.
That will be one of them. Target now under 50.
No need to risk anything this over for a boundary. Already 6 off it. Sensible batting from here on in should see Durham over the line, as there are yet more fielding changes.
Yeah, just switching over for the right-left combo. There you can see. I think the only 2 fielders out of shot are deep backward square and third.
Shouldn't think it's going to be a particularly quick game from here on in.
Nah,
Imagine
cool, calm heads.
Hamid's going to be tinkering with the field to his heart's desire for the last 9 overs. After a fast start from Notts, Durham have just managed to calm it down a touch.
Good running. A good over. 8 from it. 44 for 2.
Yeah, it's a smart single from Colin Ackerman. You could see he was looking for that off the bat. Abbas just couldn't get a hand on it, and although he was laid across the track, Ackerman managed to avert him. Doing so, ran right into the middle of the wicket, but I don't think anyone will mind too much about that. Complete the single. Durham now, 9 overs remaining, require 47 runs. And it is once again, from the Finkel end, going to be Brett Hutton. He's bowled 4 for 16 so far this knock. Hamid and Verena just have a little chin wag, discuss tactics as Colin Ackerman just takes his place on the side.
Maybe a little bit of gamesmanship from the Notts skipper.
Now a helmet coming onto the field.
Maybe going to get Verena to stand up. Yeah, they are. quick chat as well between the two batters.
Nothing more than a quick chat before Alex Lees disappears back to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he was having just a quiet word in the umpire's ear. So we got a game to win here. Can we get this moving a little bit, please?
Moving, it is not at the minute.
Oh, it's not going to be Hutton.
It's going to be spin.
Well then, the
This-
gamble button has been pushed.
Absolutely.
If Hasib Hamid gets a draw or a win out of this, he's going to be hailed a genius.
Well, if he gets a win, he'll be hailed a miracle worker. 9 overs to go, 8 wickets to get. It's possible.
I'm not sure I would have pressed it then.
Liam Patterson-White, fifer in the first innings. What he would do for 5 more in the next 9 overs. Ackerman pushes out into the offside for a single. And it's now going to be the left-handed Lees. Up against Patterson-White, 5 wickets, 179 runs conceded off his 50 overs in the first innings. That's a lot of deliveries out of his left hand. And Lee sweeps it, and sweeps it well, but sweeps it straight to the man at deep square leg, and gets nothing more than a single. Good intent from the Durham skipper. Any finer, and he may well have been looking at a boundary. As it is, he's now at the non-striker's end. Ackerman goes big into the offside, and he's picked up 4 runs for his troubles. It was aggressive, but it was measured. It was attacked along the floor, and there was no cover out there. There's a big, big gap between long off and deep cover. And he found it, just the one infielder to beat. And that brings up the 50 runs for Durham, which signals that they are over halfway there.
All right, Bon Jovi.
And in this case, it is Notts who are living on a prayer. Ackerman sweeps fine,
1-2.
and he's going to get 2 by the looks of it if he hurries up, and he does, and it's a great shot,
50 partnership.
and it's great running.
50 partnership between these two, much needed after Mohamed Abbas removed Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay without scoring in that very first over of this Durham chase. And it's been a productive over so far of Patterson-White, 8 from it.
They run another single. Absolutely right. They just steadied the ship, these two, Lees and Ackerman, after Durham really had the worst start possible. They went 1 run for 2 wickets as Emilio Gay was dismissed, and they took a while just to get going, just to steady the ship, but now they've done that. They're playing with intent. And Lees into the leg side to the man who was moved straight there.
No need to risk anything. 10 from Patterson-White's over.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered from a Durham point of view. The gamble button was pressed and, well, perhaps did not deliver. At least not immediately. 10 off it. A swing in Durham's favour. 37 to win now from the final 8 overs. So there's a change at the Finkel end. Is it going to be a change at the Lumley end?
I don't think you can afford to take Mohamed Abbas off. I don't think we're going to see Patterson-White bowl again either. I think Hasib Hamid will turn straight back to Brett Hutton. You can see there, bottom of your screen, Carl Verena ditches the helmet.
Clock reads 6:05. There were some here who thought that by 5 o'clock this match would be over. But here we are, Durham 37 to win.
Yeah, got 8 overs to do it. Mohammed Abbas around the wicket. Play and a miss.
It's definitely a play from Alex Lee. He's just trying to open up the face and run it down to Brett Hutton at third man. Wasn't quite there to hit, touch full. It's a genuine player miss from the Durham captain. Bit of a loose shot.
Lee's steps leg side and hoiks it into the ground on the offside for a quick single.
If you're Hasib Hamid, are you sticking with spin?
No, you can't. After seeing how those two played, you can't. You have to go back to pace. You probably have to go back to Hutton as well. But has the damage already been done?
Well, with these two going along nicely, they had to try something. Can't blame Hamid for...
You're under a runner ball now for Durham. That over was the over you needed to pick up runs off every ball of the over. There were no dot balls. You had a boundary. You had a couple. You then got singles. You're under a runner ball.
4.7.
You'll take the boundaries, of
Required rate.
course, but singles will do it. Just like that. After that frantic opening 6 overs, a bit more calm has descended over the Banks Homes Riverside. The clouds shifting away to the west. The winds died down.
And the exercises at the far end of the ground have stopped. A hush.
Smart cricket.
It's a similar shot to the one that Alex Lee's tried on the first ball of the over. Just perhaps just a touch shorter to allow Ackerman to get behind it. But absolutely, these two have done a lot of the work already. And now just keep plugging along. Sensible cricket will get them over the line.
Four singles and a dot from the first 5. It'll be a single off the last. 32 required. Durham inching towards the finish line. And this is why, George, I am not a captain. Hasib Hamid knows a lot more than I do. He's gonna go again. Liam Patterson White to continue. Actually, scrap that. It will be Brett Hutton. What am I on about? What am I talking about? 10 from Patterson White's first over, and probably his only over.
Yeah, Patterson White's name lit up on the scoreboard. 1 over, 0 maidens, 10 runs, 0 wickets. And that will soon be greyed out and replaced by the name of Brett Hutton. And it's a sour one to take for Captain Hasib Hamid, having to go back to the bowler who was serving him well.
Yeah, it's just one of those things you were hoping Patterson White could prize a wicket, and then you change the complexion. But instead,
they're going to push for 2 here. Alex Lees is
Gotta
from the
be
first
2.
one really
gotta
hard.
be 2.
And he's made it back comfortably. And there's a loud round of applause around Banks Home Riverside in acknowledgement of the intellect of the 2 out here. The cricket IQ. Sensible batting, but aggressive running. Putting this Nottinghamshire bowling outfit under pressure. And that is more out of the Bazball school of red ball cricket. Alex Lees gets down on one knee and goes for the scoop.
To be fair, I can see the thought behind it. That man who is at fine leg after that 2 has not moved round to try and cover it. So if Lees can get that fine, it probably runs away for 4. So I can understand why he's doing it. Obviously, Hutton coming over the wicket. LBW probably isn't in play.
Yeah, absolutely. If he gets off the face of the bat, running away to the ropes. And there is a big old swish from Alex Lees, who just walks down the track now, taps the ground, perhaps mentally tries to reset. Colin Ackerman walks down to have a little word for him, just say, look here, Skip, calm down, it's all under control. Don't throw your wicket away. It was a mighty swish from Alex Lees. All air, no ball, though.
So singles will do.
Alex Lees backs away and turns it into the leg side. And perhaps just getting a little excited and done the honourable thing, taking himself off strike. Giving it over to Colin Ackerman as the field rotates around for the right-handed bat. And Alex Lees now has the opportunity to lean on his bat handle. Just compose himself. Durham not out of the woods yet. 29 to win. Just over 6 overs in which to do it. And Colin Ackerman now goes big with a mighty swish of his own. He's found the outside. He's coming back for 2. It's going to be tight.
Misfield.
But he does get back.
Misfield down at Bannatynes.
And these Durham 2 out in the middle, having batted with great consideration throughout the duration of their stay at the crease, have now thrown caution to the wind in opening up, perhaps unnecessarily. Colin Ackerman finding a big outside edge and it dropping safe. He's back on strike here to Brett Hutton. He plays that one in a more cultured and textbook fashion down to Lyndon James at long on and takes a single and takes the strike.
6 from the over. Looks like maybe Rob Lord is going to be called into battle. 6 overs left, 26 to win. Singles will do it.
You keep saying singles will do it, they're not going to listen.
Hey, there's a reason why I am simply a commentator and these 2 are international cricketers, mate.
Just as we said, the game was starting to calm down and my heart rate was coming down. It's gone right back up.
I tell you what, I'm very thankful that I am not one of the batters with pads on right now. Either out in the middle or up on that balcony. Can't imagine the anticipation or anything that's running through your mind right now if something were to happen. It's going to be Rob Lord for the first time in this second innings. Bowled nicely first time around, even though Durham were able to rack up that massive score. 2 in close. Everyone else spread. Ackerman flicks to mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah, no wickets for Rob Lord.
That's harsh.
In the first knock, but
definitely deserved one.
He bowled economically, and what he would do right now for a wicket.
I also don't think in his mind at 11 o'clock this morning he thought he was going to have to bowl to try and save the game for his side as he came out his night watch last night to protect Freddie McCann. He did his job. Added a few runs this morning before James Minto sent him packing. cuts Alex Lees in half. Just signals, I think, a leg cutter, off cutter maybe. Going across the Durham captain.
As Rob Lord will now have been reminded. Rule number 1 of red ball cricket, expect absolutely anything.
25 is the magic number.
Tried to play that shot a few times this evening, Alex Lees. Yet to come out exactly how he would have planned it. That one just an under edge. Rob Lord keeping it tight here.
What they would do for a wicket. Instead, Alex Lees will... I was going to say scarper, but it's not a scarper. He's literally walked his way halfway down to non-striker's end. He's on 25. Ackerman on 42.
They'd love a wicket, but their priorities at the minute very much saving runs. As you can see on your screen there, not many up in the circle, just 2.
Carved away, and it's 4. Target is 20. 71 for 2. Colin Ackerman with a lovely shot through extra cover. It's a long chase for, I think, Matt Montgomery out there as a sub-fielder. Couldn't haul it up inside the rope, and Durham land another blow.
There are 3 out deep on the offside. He's done really well to find the gap there, Colin Ackerman. He's come out the screws, he's hit it hard. That will help the Durham cause no end. 6 off the over, 1 to come.
Going to run the first hard. And they'll get for 2. That's going to be leg byes. Thumped into the pads of Colin Ackerman. 18 required from 5.
It's really smart running again. Run the first one hard. Cricket 101. They've done that.
Surely not spin again. Surely not.
He's taken his hat off. Liam Patterson-White. He's got the ball in hand. And he's talking to Captain Haseeb Hameed. And if bowling his first over was pressing the gamble button, bringing him on for a second is smashing the gamble button.
It's desperation.
They need to. Just 18 runs to defend for Nottinghamshire. And it's going to be the left-handed Patterson-White to the left-handed Lees. 3 out on the offside.
Can't offer any width to Alex Lees. He will carve him away through cover.
There is a big old gap on the cover boundary. He goes for the reverse sweep. And I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but it's ended up behind the keeper.
He is
and
2.
he has come back for 2. And he does get home for 2. And it's not the most orthodox way to do it, but he has done it. I'm not sure if that's come off the back of the bat or if he may have just missed it.
I think it's given his runs.
Maybe glanced the glove on the way through. But that was the tightest of the quick 2s we've seen so far. Four out on the leg side, 3 on the offside. And he sweeps it and he misses it, and
Outside
it's
the
hit
line.
pad.
He's outside the line.
But the umpire shakes his head, and it was only really a half appeal. I think Patterson-White knew that never really had a chance. 16 is the number on the board. Lees goes big into the leg side. Has he found the gap? He hasn't. It's cut off, but he's going to come back for 2 as Colin Ackerman, and he does so safely. And again, it's smart running, and again, these two get a warm round of applause. And that number trickles down, 14. There's maybe half a second where Patterson White would have thought there was a chance, but it was safe all the way. That one's a bit quicker, a bit flatter, and Lees knocks it into the leg side for a single. Durham, 13 to win. Lees, 30 not out off 38. Colin Ackerman, 46 off 41. An assured knock from both of these two, and they would absolutely love to see this one home. Four out on the leg side for Ackerman, and he finds one of them. He runs the first one hard, but he hit it too well to have a chance of coming back for a second. Nonetheless, it's been another fruitful over for Durham. 6 off it so far, and Liam Patterson-White still has one delivery to send down towards Alex Lees. It hits his pad, but Kyle Verena is a lone voice out on the Banks Home Riverside outfield and sees out the over. 6 off it. Durham, 12 to win, 4 overs to go. And there's still a game on here, Rob.
Just about. But Durham, 12 to win, 24 left. That's 24 balls left in the day. Rob Lord to continue. Colin Ackerman on 47. Hasn't had the best of fortune since facing Notts in that opening round of County Championship action where he scored twin tons. We'll gently dot down to Mohammed Abbas.
We've both broken the do not move rule. Both too fidgety and nervous to stay sat down.
Me and you should have seen me and Sam Dalling for the end of the Warwickshire game. we were stood up for what felt like 2 hours. It's probably closer to half an hour, but honestly, that felt like an age. This feels like an age. 81 for 2. 10 more. As far as Ryan Campbell and everyone involved with Durham, of the Durham persuasion, are concerned, 10 jogged singles. It's more than enough. Single figures required. Notts, regardless of result, will stay top of the table. Their lead will be cut after Surrey wrapped up victory early this morning against Yorkshire. And Durham are looking to make an astronomical leap up the table. I think they'll jump to 4th if they can get over the line. That's high. Just not what was needed from a Durham perspective. Almost got away with it, Alex Lees. Spooned up off the bat. Rob Lord and Carl Verena verging on each other. Verena eventually shepherds his teammate out the way. Alex Lees has to go for 31 from 41. Just 1-4 for him. Notts get their third, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, there was almost a collision in the middle there between Rob Lord and Carl Verena.
Oh, it's all right. We'll just send Bryden Class out. It's fine. we did wonder if there was some jiggling about of the order. Bryden Cass says, "Don't worry, lads. I've got this." He walks out at number 5. A 6-ball duck for him in the first innings, walking past a straight one from Liam Patterson-White, trying to accelerate the scoring. You don't need to worry about the accelerating the scoring now, Bryden. You just need to worry about making sure you're there at the end. I like the confidence, though. I like the confidence. He's called his own number.
3 wickets for him in the first innings, 2 in the second. Would really top off a successful return to play if he could still be there at the end. If Durham are able to see this over the line. Takes his guard on middle and off.
Still 9 to win. Turned to mid-wicket. Just whenever you think you've got a grasp on things about how everything's going to play out, Red Bull cricket just has a way of twisting and turning some more.
Is it a twist and turn too late, however?
Eight runs needed from 18 balls.
It'll be Bryden Cass to keep the strike.
My God.
As the helmet
County cricket, man.
is being rushed on again.
County cricket, Red Bull cricket, as I said earlier, you can have as many franchise leagues as you want. You can pay people as much money as you want to bat for 20 overs, 50 overs. I would scrap all of that. This is the pinnacle.
There's simply nothing like it. We started this match on Friday at 11 a.m. It's now 6:30 on Monday, and we still don't quite know who's going to win.
Tactics being talked.
Bryden Cass with a single off the last over.
Are they trying?
Keeps the strike.
Trying to maybe lure Cass into one slog, trying to get him caught on the boundary.
Lyndon James thought about coming in from long on, but he does stay out on the ropes. Long off in place as well. It's Patterson-White to Bryden Cass. It's full. A Yorker on leg stump. Cass fends it off. Sees it out. 8 to win for Durham. Leg side, it's flicked off the pads and he runs the first one hard, but they don't come back for the second. Bryden Cass.
He tempted him.
At the non-striker's end.
He tempted him, he floated it up. He gave him the loop that if Cass was going to free his arms.
It's perhaps just a touch full from Patterson-White. Half on the full toss. Now Ackerman goes big and he's missed it, and Carveranda has dropped it, and has he just missed a golden opportunity for a stumping?
I think Ackerman was in.
Ackerman with the reverse sweep in the air on the one bounce to the fielder, but they come back for the second.
That's 50.
And it's a tremendous 50 from Colin Ackerman, who came to the crease when Durham were really up against it. 2 wickets lost for just 1 run, and he's come to the crease. He steadied the ship, and then he has accelerated. His 50 comes off just 46 balls. Terrific knock.
1 blow away. It's not going to be that blow, though.
Flicked into the leg side.
4 to win.
Colin Ackerman brings his mate Bryden Cass back on strike. 4 to win. 1 ball left of this Liam Patterson-White over. It's full.
Don't.
Ackerman thinks about the run but turns it down. That is the end of the over. Ackerman will be on strike, and Durham need 4 to win, and it has turned into the perfect summer's evening. Long evening shadows, bright sunshine, and a bit of warmth in the air. And with 2 overs left, this has the potential to be the perfect day for Durham. Started the day with Notts on 60 odd for 1. It looked for all money like it was heading for a draw before the evening session happened, and Durham managed to turn it around, bowl Notts all out, leaving themselves just 91 to win. Well, they've got 87 of them, and with 2 overs left, they need just 4 more.
The hardest runs to get are the ones you need to get over the line. It is just 1 boundary away, but Notts are not going to give anything up. They've battled hard. They've toiled. They had to sit in the field for 2 days while Emilio Gay, Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark racked up centuries around them. In the air. It drops short. A leading edge from Colin Ackerman. When your luck's in, it's in. Loops over Hasib Hamid, drops in front of Lyndon James. He scarpers to the other end. 3 to win.
I didn't even know there was a gap between those two.
Rob Lord has to truck in again. Bryden Cast on strike. And Bryden Cast wins it for Durham. 7-wicket victory down the pitch. An embrace with Colin Ackerman. Durham have their first win of the season at Banks Homes Riverside. 92 for 3. It was nervy at the start. Ben McKinney, Emilio Gay gone within 3 balls. Colin Ackerman and Alex Lees steadied the ship. Lees couldn't see it to the end. Bryden Carr steps up on his first appearance for Durham of the season. 5 wickets in the game and the winning runs charging Rob Lord, smashing him down the track for 4. A brilliant game at Banks Homes Riverside ends with Durham the victors. They had a close game against Warwickshire here. Ethan Bamber and Vishwa Fernando were the heroes on that day. Colin Ackerman and Bryden Cast will not be denied tonight. Durham take 22 massive points from this game. Credit to Notts where it's due. As we mentioned, they toiled in the field for 2 days as runs flew around them. They got to 347 before Cody Youssef got the chop on from Joe Clark to end the game, or to end the innings for Notts. Colin Ackerman and Bryden Cast walk off as the victors. And I have a feeling, George, that this rendition of Blade and Races is about to be very loud indeed.
Red ball cricket, simply nothing like it. For all money at tea time. The draw was sealed. They were going to shake hands at 5 p.m. And then the tide turned, and how. George Dressel, the first ball after tea, got Carver Rayner for 38, caught behind from Ollie Robinson. Lyndon James was next up for a duck, bowled by Colin Ackerman. Then it was Liam Patterson-White who got a lowie off Ben Rain. And he needed no such fortune, Ben Rain, to claim the wicket of Brett Hutton. And finally, as you said, Joe Clark departed for a very well-made 119. And from then on in, we thought it was plain sailing for Durham. But cricket has its ways. The cricketing gods feed on complacency, and Durham went 1 for 1 and then 1 for 2. But skipper Alex Lees and his mate Colin Ackerman managed to all but see it home.
Durham take 22 points. Notts take 5. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Thank you to Ross and Stephen for keeping us on air. Enjoy your Monday evening. And Durham will be back on Friday against Somerset. Have a good one.